The sky rumbled. The sky that had been transformed into a runic symbol began to emit a deafening sound. As it sank down, the runic symbol seemed as if it wanted to crush the earth and everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the sky would fall, and the void would collapse. The sound of something breaking could be heard. The entire world seemed to be shrinking. It could be imagined that as the runic symbol continued to descend, the heavens and earth would eventually come into contact with it, crushing everything within. Naturally, that included the blood-colored centipede. This scene was filled with boundless domineering power. It was as if no will could resist it, nor could anyone dodge it, nor could anyone fight it. This was the case in the world of the Tao of Fire. As the heavenly symbols fell, a sea of fire rose up from the ground. The entire world seemed to be filled with a scorching heat, and yet, within that heat, there was an immortal aura. The sea of fire raged, and the immortal aura was carefree and peaceful. These two seemingly contradictory auras continued to fuse together, causing the Fire Tao world to begin to distort. All of these changes caused the blood-colored centipede to feel. The suppression formed was twofold. One came from the suppression of the heavens, and the other came from the contradictory impact of the immortal charm of the Sea of Flames. The former acted on the body, while the latter shocked the soul. In addition, it was different from the watercourse world. In this place, even if the blood-colored centipede transformed into all living things, it would be unable to survive in this world filled with contradictions and distortions. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At this critical moment, the blood-colored centipede threw its head back and roared. Its body swayed, and it transformed from a centipede into a giant. The giant's entire body was red, and its expression was distorted. As it roared, it raised both of its hands and suddenly propped them up against the falling heavenly symbols. Its feet stepped into the sea of fire, as if it were standing at the bottom of the world. As it descended, the sea of fire rumbled, and the ground trembled. The falling sky also came to a halt. However, the blood-colored giant's body also rumbled, and cracking sounds could be heard. It seemed to be barely able to support the crushing pressure of the sky. However, in the end, it was still able to support the sky. In fact, as the blood-colored power within its body erupted, the force seemed to be even stronger. It seemed to have the intention of counterattacking. It wanted to suppress the falling sky in the opposite direction. As the loud noise from the sky rang out, the symbols became more obvious. Wang Bao's face became even clearer. He stared coldly at the giant and said calmly, "Open your nose aperture. Open your nose aperture." As soon as he said that, Wang Bao's face, which appeared on the symbols, moved his nose slightly and inhaled sharply. Instantly, the sky rumbled and a violent wind appeared. It swept in all directions and instantly turned into a storm. The wind increased the intensity of the fire. As the violent wind swept across, the sea of fire reached its peak. It rose from the ground, enveloping the entire world. At the same time as the seal was broken, the power of the symbols in the sky also erupted. At that moment, light flashed, and the power of the sinking rose. Even though the blood-colored giant roared and resisted with all its might, the process did not last long. After a few breaths, the sky rumbled, and as it sank, the giant's body was also affected by the terrifying power. It was at this point that it was forced to bend its back. The sea of fire in the area began to churn, and the heat grew more intense, as if it were trying to turn the area into a pill furnace that could be used to refine everything. Cracking sounds could be heard as cracks began to appear on the giant's body, more and more. Eventually, the cracks began to spread out over its entire body, until finally, the giant let out a miserable howl of rage. A boom rang out, and his body was ripped into pieces by the power of the descending heavens. As the cracks spread out, the shocking power of the heavenly symbols slammed down, crushing everything in the air. Eventually, a monstrous boom rang out, and the heavenly symbols slammed into the sea of flames. However, that was not the end of it. In the instant that the heavens and the earth collided, a huge bulge suddenly appeared. From a distance, the heavens and the earth looked like two faces. Although they were fused together, there was a huge bulge inside. It was impossible to crush, nor to melt. It was a shocking sight, and grew larger and larger. If you could see through heaven and earth, you would be able to clearly see that the enormous bulge was actually a blood-colored vortex. Within that vortex was none other than the trump card that the blood-colored young man had used several times. His true self's eye of the void. However, compared to the previous 2 times, the eye in the vortex was clearly much more blurry. Even so, the terrifying power it unleashed was something that even the world of the Tao of Fire could barely withstand. Cracks appeared in the heavens and the earth, as if it was difficult to continue enveloping the world. Just a mere clone, just a gaze from the distant starry skies. It already possesses such power. Just as the world was about to collapse, Wang Bao's voice was tinged with a soft sigh as it reverberated in the air. His illusory figure. He appeared in the air as well. He lowered his head to look at the fusion of heaven and earth. It was growing larger and larger, as if it was about to burst through all the bulges. Almost at the same time that Wang Bao opened his mouth, the heaven and earth in the Fire Tao world collapsed. The bulges in it broke apart, turning into countless fragments that spread out in all directions. A blood-colored vortex appeared, expanding at an even more astonishing speed. It expanded once again, as if it was about to envelop Wang Bao in reverse. The bright blood-colored light filled the void. It even refracted into the starry sky at the core of the stone-steel world, shocking countless living beings. The Moon Star Sect Patriarch and the others who were watching the battle were breathing heavily. Even the gazes outside the stone-steel world were focused. The blood-red vortex was expanding too quickly. Compared to it, Wang Bao, who was beside it, seemed insignificant. As everyone who was watching the battle focused, Wang Bao shook his head. A hint of arrogance flashed across his originally calm eyes. Then, how long can the gaze from the Emperor's true body last? As he spoke, Wang Bao raised his right hand and grabbed at the blood-colored vortex that was constantly erupting. 5 elements. Earth. As Wang Bao spoke and his right hand landed, the scattered fragments of the Fire Tao world instantly tumbled backwards. It was as if time had reversed. They gathered back together again as they scattered. However, this time, what gathered was not the originally collapsed Fire Tao world. But, as they continued to gather, and as the fragments whistled and returned, they seemed to form a stone tablet that enveloped the vortex. The vortex expanded rapidly, but the speed at which the stone tablet was pieced together was even faster. From afar, the fragments were like building blocks, rapidly piecing together at the periphery, from 10% to 30%, then to 50%, 70%, 90%. Finally, 100%. In that instant, the blood-colored vortex disappeared, replaced by a gigantic stone tablet. With a loud bang, it appeared. In the void, the Earth Tao world was formed. Again, outside the Earth Tao world, Wang Bao's sealed ears suddenly opened. His body turned into a long rainbow and entered the Earth Tao world stone tablet. Within the world of Earth Tao, a tempest raged, and endless roars could be heard. There was no heaven or earth here, only endless yellow sand that filled the entire world. Within the world, the vortex formed by the blood-colored young man was extremely violent, and blood-colored lightning bolts shot out in all directions. The vortex spun rapidly, as if it wanted to break through the yellow sand and shatter the world. From a distance, the blood-colored vortex looked like an enormous source of pollution. As it attempted to pollute everything, the air around it began to distort. Terrifying ripples spread out from within the vortex. They were so powerful that they could wipe out any universe-level cultivator within the stone-steel world. If the Xie clan patriarch and the others were here, they wouldn't even have a chance to get close to the vortex. They would go crazy, and their consciousness would collapse. It was just like how a god couldn't look directly into the vortex. At that moment, due to the Emperor's gaze within the vortex, it was a god. Even so, it was still difficult for the blood-red youth to escape. The gravel around him covered the area, causing the blood-red youth's roars within the vortex to grow more anxious. The reason for this was because There was another god in the Earth Dao world, and that was Wang Baol. There were countless gravel in the Earth Dao world. Every single one of them contained Wang Baol's will. Wang Baol's face appeared on them, and as it swept across, it seemed like it was going to drown everything. It was about to bury the blood-colored vortex. A loud boom reverberated in the sky. The yellow sand and the vortex clashed, causing the world to shake. As the world shook, a portion of the sand gathered in the sky, forming a figure. It was Wang Baol. He stared at the blood-colored vortex beneath him, a profound look in his eyes. Wang Baol knew very well that without the Emperor's gaze, it wouldn't have been difficult for his clone, the blood-colored youth, to suppress him with his current combat strength. After all, the blood-colored youth was no longer at the peak. He had been weakened by his senior brother, Xianxia. He had also sustained injuries that wouldn't heal in a short period of time. Therefore, suppressing and killing him was something that could be done. However, the appearance of that gaze made even Wang Baol wary. If he was even slightly careless, the entire stone-steel world would collapse. Such an outcome, even if he were to kill the blood-red youth in the end. It wasn't what Wang Baol wanted. He had already lost his past and future. Wang Baol didn't want to lose the stone-steel world again. Furthermore, at his current level, Wang Baol could already vaguely sense the relationship between himself and the stone-steel world. This relationship had started when his original body. During the battle between the Weiyang Dao domain and the vast Dao domain, which was the predecessor of the stone-steel world, he had been tightly bound by the Weiyang Dao domain ever since it had summoned him from the real Weiyang Dao domain. This was what the Empyrean Lord did, and it was also how he treated his injuries. Therefore, once the stone-steel world collapsed, Wang Baol himself would be greatly affected. Similarly, there was another reason why the stone-steel world couldn't collapse. That was, the stone-steel world was the only thread connecting him to the Empyrean Lord. Countless eras ago, the Empyrean Lord had been injured, and the black wooden spike that had appeared between his brows had nearly destroyed him. However, he had thought of a way to save himself. That was to split the 100,000 divine thoughts into seeds and spread them throughout the universe. The 100,000 divine thoughts formed 100,000 worlds, or 100,000 unending Dao domains. After they took shape, they performed a ritual to summon the black wood. They split the black wood spike between the Emperor's brows into 100,000 portions. Each of them was bound to the 100,000 unending Dao domains. Their goal was to use this method to destroy the suppressive power of the black wood. His method of saving himself had been successful. Other than the stone-steel world, the other 99,999 unending Dao domains had all taken shape. Within them, the unending race had been born, and the unending sun had appeared. He successfully devoured the entire world, including 1/100,000 of the power of the black wood. After that, these Xianxia fused their worlds together and became one. They returned to the true Weiyang Dao domain, to the Imperial Emperor's body, and to nourish it. As the Imperial Emperor recovered from his injuries, the blackwood spike on his forehead was also severely weakened. However, even if all 99,999 Weiyang Dao domains successfully returned, as long as one did not succeed, the black wooden nail between the Emperor's eyebrows could never be resolved. Once the black wood between his eyebrows is forcibly destroyed, the effect on him, though not fatal, will make him no longer have the possibility of reaching a higher level, and the latter is the reason why he is nailed to the black wood. Therefore, to a certain extent, it was possible to view the black wood nail as a kind of tribulation, a tribulation that one would have to face if one wanted to reach the highest realm. The black wood tribulation. Once the Imperial Emperor successfully transcended the tribulation, his realm would be able to break through. But unfortunately, the appearance of the stone-steel world reduced the possibility of him successfully transcending the tribulation. In the stone-steel world, first there was a change due to Gu and Luo, and then because of Wang Yi's father, this change was magnified infinitely. Of course, there had been the push of other unknown people with ulterior motives. In the end, the evolution of the stone tablet realm had deviated from the fate bestowed upon it by the Empyrean Lord's divine thoughts, that had led to Wang Baol's growth and the birth of his consciousness. As a result, after the Empyrean Lord had sensed it, his split-up clone, the blood-red youth, had personally arrived. To him, he had to either adjust everything and bring everything back to its original path, or he had to destroy the stone-steel world and completely sever the karmic connection between it and the Emperor. The severing of the latter would cause the Emperor to fail his tribulation. But if he didn't, the stone-steel world, due to its connection with its true form, would become the Emperor's fatal flaw. Therefore, to a certain extent, Wang Bao's appearance had caused the blood-red youth to suffer a huge loss no matter what he did if he failed. Wang Bao seemed to be a weapon that would make it impossible for the Emperor to achieve perfection, and a weapon that had flaws. Wang Bao didn't fully understand the cause and effect, but he had more than half of it figured out. To him, no matter what, the stone-steel world could not collapse. As such, what Wang Bao needed to do was to continuously weaken the power of the gaze from the Emperor's actual body. With the 5 elements reincarnation, the gaze would gradually dissipate until it could no longer affect the stone-steel world. That would be when the blood-red youth was completely suppressed and killed. Naturally, the blood-red youth had a clearer understanding of everything. That was why, in the Water Dao world, if he wanted to escape in the Fire Dao world, he would do whatever it took to break out. That was his only way out. He could either be suppressed by Wang Bao, or he could break out of the 5 elements reincarnation and destroy the stone-steel world. That way, he would be able to stop the damage to his body. Even if his actual body failed to break through, there wouldn't be any flaws. His greatest regret was that he hadn't decisively destroyed the stone-steel world before then. After all, this represented the hope of his main body breaking through. Not only was it a last resort he didn't want to, it was precisely this mindset that led to the current situation. As he stared, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised his right hand. Instantly, the entire Earth Dao world rumbled, and countless grains of sand gathered rapidly. In front of him, they formed a gigantic palm that seemed to be able to cover the sky. It descended directly towards the blood-colored vortex below. The Earth Dao world wasn't strong enough to suppress the blood-red youth. Wang Bao knew that very well. His goal wasn't to accomplish everything within the Earth Dao world. What he needed to do was to continuously drain the power of the Emperor's gaze. When the Emperor's gaze was infinitely weakened, it would be the moment when the blood-red youth was destroyed. I can win this battle. As he muttered, Wang Bao raised his right hand, causing countless grains of sand to gather. The giant hand that was as large as the earth that eventually formed was already amidst a loud rumble. It landed on the blood-colored vortex. As the sound shook the sky and earth, the blood-colored vortex contracted abruptly, as if it was crushed by Wang Bao's Earth Dao giant hand. However, it was clear that the blood-colored youth was unwilling to do so. As he roared, the blood-colored vortex exploded. The gaze from the Emperor was extremely intense as he looked at Wang Bao. With a glance, the heavens and earth rumbled. The Earth Dao hand that Wang Bao had transformed into trembled continuously. It crumbled and disintegrated into pieces. Every grain of sand within it seemed to be unable to withstand the gaze. It disintegrated and turned into dust. The giant Earth Dao hand seemed to have been wiped away. After it dissipated in the heavens and earth, the Emperor's gaze finally landed on Wang Bao. Wang Bao's body trembled. 2 different images appeared before his eyes. One was of a giant figure sitting cross-legged in a pitch-black area. The figure exuded a terrifying pressure. He raised his head. The pair of eyes that seemed to contain the entire universe was looking at him coldly. His gaze was ice-cold, and his body was like that of a god. The other image was of the blood-colored youth in the blood-colored vortex. His hair was disheveled, his expression ferocious, and his eyes were filled with madness. The 2 images of the 2 figures appeared in Wang Bao's left and right eyes. They overlapped. In the next instant, they formed a single image. The instant they formed a single image, Wang Bao's entire body rumbled. His mind was struck by an indescribably shocking force. His soul and consciousness seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the impact. At the same time, the Earth Dao world that was based on him also began to collapse. The entire world was about to fall apart. The blood-colored vortex gave off an evil look, and the blood-colored youth's ferocious look caused the vortex to grow larger and larger. It was as if it was about to completely break out of the world that was about to fall apart. At that moment, Wang Beol suddenly raised his left hand and muttered, "Origin dermic body." As soon as he said that, the air around Wang Beol distorted, and figures that looked exactly like him appeared instantly. They were the clones that he had formed previously to suppress his cultivation. As soon as the clones appeared, they shone brightly. They were like suns that burst forth with a monstrous light, charging straight at the expanding blood-colored vortex below. A loud boom rang out once again. Faced with the onslaught of Wang Beol's clones, the blood-colored youth in the blood-colored vortex had a change of expression. His battle with Wang Beol had taken up all of his attention. Furthermore, he had used a mystic technique to deepen the powers of his main body's vision at all costs. He had planned to turn the tables in one go and win the battle. That was why he was unable to divert his attention. As a result, the impact of the clones naturally affected him. If that was all, it was fine. He could barely suppress them and maintain his focus on Wang Beol, causing Wang Beol's soul to collapse under the gaze of his main body. However, after releasing a large number of clones, Wang Beol's cultivation soared the moment his clones appeared. After all, those clones were his self-seal. Now that the seal had been fully released, Wang Beol's own body instantly. An indescribable, resplendent light radiated from him. It transcended everything, as if it had become the world's first source of light. The explosion of the power of the source of light caused the blood-red youth, who had been affected by Wang Beol's clones, to be unable to maintain his original state of vision. His vision instantly became unfocused. It was this instant of unfocused vision that made everything before Wang Beol's eyes become clear again. Even though there was still lingering fear, the killing intent in his eyes was as strong as ever. He raised his right hand and swung it violently. 5 elements. Gold. As soon as he said that, nothing changed in the surroundings. It was still the same Earth Tao world, and it continued to collapse. This scene caused the blood-red youth within the blood-colored vortex to reveal a strange glint in his eyes, and the explosive power he unleashed grew even stronger. Wang Beol, it seems like your 5 elements gold is unable to support my existence. As the blood-red youth's voice rang out, the blood-colored vortex roared and swept away all of Wang Beol's clones that were charging towards it. As it expanded once again, the eyes from the Emperor's true form emitted a terrifying pressure once again. It caused the collapse of the Earth Tao world to become even more intense, as if it could collapse at any moment. That's because you don't understand what my metal Tao is. Faced with the collapse of the Earth Tao world and the blood-red youth's words, Wang Beol's expression was calm as he lowered his right hand. He didn't make much of a move, nor did he slash down. However, the moment Wang Beol's right hand landed, the scarlet youth in the vortex's expression changed drastically. This is... Before he could finish his sentence, streams of silver light suddenly appeared out of thin air around the blood-colored vortex. They gathered crazily towards the vortex. The number of these lights was hard to count clearly. One could see them with the naked eye. It was so densely packed that it seemed to have no end. It came from all directions, and in the end, it seemed to be weaving together at the 2 ends of the blood-colored vortex. It was as if it had been pieced together to form 2 gigantic silver longswords. More accurately speaking, one section was the tip of the sword, and the other section was the hilt. The middle section was shockingly the vortex itself. A crack could be seen where the vortex was connected to the tip of the sword and the hilt. The crack grew larger and larger, and countless silver threads arrived. As they gathered together, they formed the body of the sword. The moment the body of the sword was formed, the blood-colored vortex let out a roar as if it had been cut in half. One section was split in 2. It wasn't over yet. As it was cut open, the fully formed silver long sword suddenly rose and charged toward Wang Beol. It shrank in the process, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Wang Beol. When it grabbed him, it had returned to its normal size. The hand that held the sword also rose from its lowered position. Then, the long sword turned into countless silver threads that dispersed in all directions. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be shocked. That was because all of this didn't seem logical. However, if one were to look at the scene in reverse, one would realize that everything was logical. He raised his hand, and the sword gathered. He slashed, and the sword split in half. The world of metal was different from the rest. This is my metal Dao world, also known as karma. Wang Baol lowered his head and looked at the blood-colored vortex that had split in half. A deep look appeared in his eyes. As Wang Baol spoke, a loud boom rang out from within the blood-colored vortex that had been sliced open. It reverberated throughout the entire world, and streaks of blood-colored lightning could be seen flashing between the two halves of the vortex. Roars rose into the sky. If one looked closely, one could even see that the eyes of the emperor within the blood-colored vortex had also been sliced open. The face that had appeared on the blood-colored youth's face had also been sliced off between his brows. At that moment, as the number of bolts of lightning increased, the vortex seemed to be trying its best to merge back together. Wang Baol, who was observing everything, lifted his head imperceptibly. He seemed to be looking into the distance. His gaze seemed not to be looking at this world, but at the world outside the stone-steel realm. However, all of these actions were fleeting and hard to detect. In the next instant, he continued to look at the blood-colored vortex. A clear chill appeared in his eyes. He told himself in his heart that he had already used 4 of his 5 elements reincarnation. Now, only the wood Dao had yet to be used. The wood Dao was his origin Dao, his foundational Dao, and also his strongest Dao. Therefore, he wanted to create an opportunity that would allow his wood Dao to erupt completely. Now, the Emperor's gaze, which had been continuously weakened by the first 4 elements, no longer possessed the astonishing might it had previously. It was the moment he activated his own wood Dao. In the next instant, as the blood-colored vortex continued to try to merge, Wang Baol raised his right hand. The entire world rumbled, and a towering tree appeared behind him. It was Wang Baol's natal tree, the black wooden nail. The tree was pitch black, and it exuded a primeval aura. It had a feeling of endless time. It emanated from the black tree, and it could affect the void and affect the universe. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have returned to ancient times. Streaks of black lightning appeared as the black tree appeared. They spread in all directions with loud rumbles. They spread to the heavens, and they grew larger and larger. In the end, they filled the entire starry sky and replaced it. The starry sky became a sea of lightning. When one looked up, one could see that the black lightning was extremely violent. The black tree, which was surrounded by lightning, was now emitting an earth-shattering pressure. It was as if the beginning of the universe could give birth to and destroy everything. Wang Baol, who stood before the black wood, seemed insignificant compared to the entire black wood and the lightning. It was as if he no longer existed. To outsiders, it was as if everything about him had fused with the black wood. The black wood was him. He was the black wood. His aura was like a rainbow, shaking the heavens and earth. It even spread out from the empty space in the stone tablet realm, causing all the living beings in the core Dao domain to wake up from the state of calmness under the Emperor's gaze. They felt as if they had seen a god. Their minds were filled with waves of shock. No matter what level of cultivation they had, no matter what kind of lives they had, all of them trembled at that moment. This aura also spread out from the stone-steel world, causing the gazes that were watching from outside the stone-steel world to become even more solemn at that moment. Right at that moment, Wang Baol, who was standing in front of the black wood, was silent for a few breaths. Then he raised his right hand and slowly lowered it. Boom! As his right hand descended, a deafening sound came from the void. The stone tablet realm shook violently. The black wood behind him pulled the endless lightning that was centered around it and slowly descended toward the blood-colored vortex below. At a closer look, it was a gigantic black wood that was descending. However, if one were to look from afar, the black wood was like a nail. It was currently heading toward the blood-colored vortex and the blood-colored youth within it with an unstoppable force. It was an aura that could not be dodged, and it whistled through the air like a bolt of lightning. As for the blood-colored vortex, it seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. It trembled violently, and its healing power was interrupted. In fact, the vortex, which had already been cut in half, began to show signs of cracking. The blood-colored young man, who had been cut in the middle of his brow, looked terrified. He could sense an intense sensation of life and death crisis, and he could sense that death was so close to him. It was as if he were wearing a thin layer of clothing, but he was in the middle of winter in the wilderness. From the inside out, he was completely frozen, and at the same time, the memories of his original body were awakened. The scene of the black wooden spike suppressing his original body suddenly appeared in the blood-colored young man's mind. "You can't suppress me a second time," he roared. The blood-colored young man was already in a state of madness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to heal the vortex in time. He waved his hands, and the blood-colored vortex, which had been cut in half, suddenly split into two. The two blood-colored vortexes split into two, and as they rotated, they transformed into two blood-colored vortexes. The same thing happened to the two blood-colored vortexes. They split into two, and as they converged, the two blood-colored vortexes rotated at the same time, and within each of the vortexes appeared an eye from the Imperial Emperor's true form. As the two eyes appeared, the young man spared no expense, and the vague outline of his facial features appeared. From a distance, what appeared beneath the black wooden spike was an enormous face. It looked like Xianxia, and it looked like the blood-colored young man. It was the face of an Imperial Emperor, although the rest of his facial features were blurry. His eyes were filled with an indestructible might. As the blood-colored young man's roar echoed out, the Imperial Emperor's face seemed to open its mouth and let out a soundless roar toward the descending black wooden spike. The roar caused the heavens to shatter, and he unleashed his full power. It was like a life-or-death struggle, and the impact caused the black wooden spike to sway slightly. However, the force of the roar did not stop. It slammed down with a bang, reaching a distance of 30 meters above the forehead of the face. Only then did it pause slightly. It was blocked by the authority that erupted from the face of the Emperor. Suppress. The instant the black wooden spike was blocked, Wang Baol opened all his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. All his origin dermic bodies appeared around him. They gathered all their power and spoke solemnly. As soon as the words were spoken, the heavens and earth rumbled. As the starry sky shattered, the black wooden spike broke through the authority that blocked the face of the Emperor. It landed with a loud bang. However, at that moment, the face of the Emperor blurred for a moment and transformed into the blood-red youth's appearance. He was no longer as crazed as he had been in the past. Instead, he was calm as he spoke. "I am the Emperor, the greatest in the universe. At the beginning of the natural laws, those who kill me will destroy themselves." The final words were a total of 18 words. Each word caused the Imperial Emperor's face to grow dimmer. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Imperial Emperor's eyes seemed to be filled with all the power he could muster, and they grew dimmer. However, despite the dimness in his eyes, these 18 words were filled with indescribable power. The stone-steel world rumbled, and the entire cosmos shook. Within the boundless natural laws, a new Tao suddenly appeared. This was a new Tao. These words merged into the 10,000 Taos, affecting the stone-steel world, causing the stone-steel world to begin to reflect this new Tao. This had already surpassed the saying that goes with the law. This was one word to set the course. The most fundamental difference between the law of words and the law of a single word was that the laws of the former seemed omnipotent, but in reality, they were all laws that existed in the world. As for the latter, they were born out of nothing. They were forced to join, and once they joined, they would exist eternally. The two sides were like successors and creators. Although they looked the same, they were fundamentally different. The power of the Scarlet Youth's words was astonishing, and it had a great impact on the stone-steel world. It caused the stone-steel world to tremble violently. The law that had appeared out of thin air, gathered from the outside into the inside of Wang Baol's Wu Dao reincarnation world. It gathered directly into Wang Bao's Wood Dao reincarnation world. In the Wood Dao reincarnation world, a loud boom rose into the sky. The black wooden nail that was 100 feet above the face of the emperor that the scarlet youth had transformed into shook violently as well. It seemed to be unable to withstand the impact. The edges of the nail began to shatter. It was as if the spike had been destroyed, turning into a large number of fragments that spread out in all directions. In the space of a few breaths, about 70 to 80% of the spike had been destroyed. The air around the spike became hazy because of the destruction of the giant tree. The giant tree looked more like a wooden stick than a giant tree. In fact, it no longer looked like a nail, but more like a strand of wood. It was still being destroyed. It didn't seem like it would take long for the black wood to be completely destroyed and reduced to ashes. From the surface, anyone could see that Wang Bao was in an intense state of crisis and weakness. His life and death were on the line. After all, the black wood was his main body. Once the black wood was destroyed here, it would be difficult for Wang Bao to continue existing. The reversal of everything happened too quickly. Previously, in the 4 Dao worlds of the 5 elements, Wang Bao clearly had the upper hand, but now he had been completely overturned in his origin Wood Dao. Clearly, all of this was illogical. If anything went wrong, it had to be a demon. That was indeed the case. In the next moment, the blood-colored youth, who had transformed into the face of the imperial emperor, spoke. Wang Bao, in the end, you're just a remnant soul. This time, you won't be able to win. Do you know that I've been waiting for your Wood Dao reincarnation? This is the reason why I didn't use this one-word Dao-determining divine ability, 4 Dao paths before you. I've watched you unleash your reincarnation. I've watched you gain an advantage. I've watched you destroy everything. Wang Bao, I have won. The blood-colored youth who had transformed into the face of the emperor spoke. He was extremely weak, but there wasn't a hint of madness on his face. There was only calmness. It was as if the madness he had experienced before was all a lie. From the beginning until the end, when he had sensed that Wang Bao's cultivation had increased and that he had charged into the stone-steel world, everything he had done under that madness was as calm as ever. Calmness awaited the arrival of Wang Bao's Wood Dao. He had calmly displayed his strongest abilities within the Wood Dao. He had decided the victor with one move. Everything that had happened within the Wood Dao world, as well as the calm words spoken by the blood-red youth, had caused an intense commotion in the outside world. At that moment, in the starry skies of the cosmos outside the stone-steel world, gazes filled with emotions gathered from the starry skies. Due to the pressure from the person who had appeared, the starry skies around the stone-steel world seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and began to distort. The distortions grew more and more intense. They affected the stone-steel, causing it to appear as if it was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Under the gaze of these gazes, there was also the old voice of Wang Yi's father, who had let out a cold snort and destroyed the starry sky. At that moment, it was filled with a gloomy air as it spread out in all directions. Trash! The voice was cold, filled with anger, and even contained disgust. As his words echoed out, a figure suddenly appeared outside the stone steel. It was an old man in a long purple robe. His body was in a semi-illusory state, and he seemed to be able to fuse with the starry sky. However, he was faintly repelled by the starry sky. A dark expression could be seen on his face, which was not very clear. After speaking, the old man turned his head to look at Wang Yi's father, who was sitting on the lonely boat. Fellow Taoist Wang, now that things have come to this, we have given him a chance. Are you going to stop our plan? On the lone boat, Wang Yi's father raised his head. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. It was as if he was calm. At that moment, even though Wang Bao was at a disadvantage and could die at any moment, nothing had changed. He didn't say a word. That was because an even colder voice, filled with intense killing intent, suddenly rang out from within the stone-steel world. Who do you think is trash? Wang Yi's father didn't look surprised. He turned his head to look. The elder, on the other hand, was clearly taken aback. He looked quickly at the stone-steel world. In the next moment his eyes narrowed. He saw, on the giant stone stele floating in the starry sky, a face suddenly appeared. That face was Wang Baol. The elder could sense that Wang Baol had fallen into the Emperor's trap in the Wood Dao reincarnation in the Stone Tablet realm. He was in danger of being annihilated. However, the giant face before him gave him the feeling that it was even more powerful than the figure in the Wood Dao reincarnation. He even had the right to shake the elder. You? The elder's expression changed. The one fighting in the Wood Dao reincarnation is only one of his avatars. Wang Yi's father said calmly in the lone boat. You think that he is fighting with all his might against the Emperor's avatar, but in reality, the weapon in your eyes, the little friend in my eyes, has already made his guesses. That's why he is fishing, using the Emperor's avatar as bait to catch a big fish that is trying to affect his freedom. Fellow Taoist Jiu, your plan isn't enough. As Wang Yi's father spoke, the elder's expression turned even uglier. His eyes were still filled with disbelief as he looked at Wang Baol's face that appeared on the stone tablet. I don't believe it. Even though the Emperor has been suppressed and is still in a deep sleep, the telepathic thoughts that are formed by his instincts aren't something that ordinary people can fight against. Even if it's a wood essence armament, if it's just a remnant soul, it needs to use all of its strength. Therefore, it's impossible for you to have the remaining strength to manifest it while suppressing the Emperor's telekinesis. You mean him? On the stone tablet, without waiting for the elder to speak, Wang Baol's face spoke calmly, interrupting the elder's words. It was as if he was waving his hand. In the next instant, inside the stone tablet realm, the Wood Dao reincarnation was like a pearl, and outside the pearl, it was an endless void. At that moment, the void rolled and churned. In that instant, the entire void began to move, enveloping the world of the Wood Dao reincarnation. When the old man saw this, his mind trembled. From his point of view, what was happening in the stone steel world was actually an enormous hand. The so-called envelopment was actually the enormous hand, which was holding the world of Wood Dao reincarnation in its palm. There was no time for struggle. The enormous fist extended out of the stone steel world and appeared in front of the old man. From a distance, the fist on the stone steel was vast and shocking, and the fluctuations it emanated seemed to come from ancient times. At the same time, a rich life force erupted from it. Luo Zihand? You refined the stone steel realm. The old man's face fell, and he cried out in alarm. The origins of the stone tablet realm were a mystery to the ignorant. However, to Wang Baol and the supremacies outside the stone tablet, it was no secret. This place was formed from Luo's right hand. It was originally very stable. However, due to Luo's death, the seal didn't have a lasting source. It was like a rootless tree that gradually withered, causing Luo's right hand to grow dimmer and dimmer, losing its original strength. This was also the reason why Luo was able to fight against the Emperor's main body, but his left hand was only able to barely block the Emperor's clone. In the end, he even managed to avoid it. In the end, Luo's hand had lost its life force. But now, in the elder's eyes, the vast hand that extended out of the stone tablet realm was very different from what he had once seen from afar. It was no longer withering and dimming, but filled with life force. This life force obviously couldn't have come from the fallen Luo, but from Wang Baol. This was also the reason why the elder lost his voice. That was because the only way to accomplish this was to refine the stone steel world. Only by refining the stone steel world into a part of one's own body would one be able to incorporate the Luo hand into one's own body and renew its life force. This made fear rise in the elder's heart. What he was afraid of wasn't Wang Baol's cultivation. In fact, the fourth step wasn't enough to shake him. What made him afraid was Wang Baol's identity and the fishing intent he had shown earlier. The wood tribulation. The old man narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He knew the origins of the black wood. It was formed from one of the 5 original origins of the Wood Dao in the endless universe. It was the pinnacle of wood, the source of all living beings' cultivation of the Wood Dao laws. It was also a manifestation of the tribulation. This was because these 5 original origins did not have any consciousness. In other words, it was almost impossible for them to have true consciousness. Therefore, they would not affect the cultivators cultivating their Tao. They would only follow their instincts. They would bring down the tribulation of life extermination on all living beings who tried to tamper with the logic at the bottom of the universe. However, since ancient times, there had only been one person who could bring down the tribulation of life extermination, and that was the Imperial Emperor. If the Emperor succeeded in transcending the tribulation, then all living beings in the cosmos, including the paragons, would have no choice but to bow their heads. This was something he was unwilling to do, and it was also the reason why he had convinced the others to join forces with him. On the other hand, if the Emperor failed, then the 10,000 Daos that had been contained by him would return. Anyone who had reached the paragon level would have a chance to comprehend them, and at that time perhaps a new emperor would be born, a new imperial king would be born among them. Hence, under the influence of Wang Baol, the plan to use the wood weapon was born. The stone-steel world that was sealed by the Luo hand was unique in the beginning. That was why the plan was naturally carried out here. According to the original plan, Wang Baol would be a weapon that could tear apart the imperial king. If he succeeded, the imperial king would fail his tribulation and die. If Wang Baol failed, the emperor would be left with a fatal flaw. He wouldn't be able to reach perfection, and there would be a possibility of him dying. At the same time, due to the unique nature of the source of wood, it was almost impossible for him to develop a true consciousness. Therefore, the plan had added a layer of protection to prevent him from losing control. That was also the reason why he didn't pay too much attention to Wang Baol. Even though he had personally witnessed Wang Baol's growth along the way, he didn't care too much about it. To him, it was just a weapon. Even if he had a consciousness, that consciousness would still have limited growth. There was no need to worry about it. Theoretically speaking, the other party wasn't real. Furthermore, there were some other reasons as well. Even if he was standing right in front of him, it was impossible for him to see him. It was as if they were from 2 different dimensions. However, all of this had happened because of the daughter of one of the autarchs. If it had been any other autarch, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But this autarch was incredibly powerful, and was someone whom he had convinced all of the other autarchs to do the same, and yet he had tacitly agreed to this autarch's actions. This was the first deviation, and now there was a second deviation. The wood soldier had grown beyond what he had planned. He had used his Imperial Emperor clone as bait, and now he could see him. This caused a huge wave in his heart. It made him realize that his plan had gone out of control. The wood soldier had gone out of control. This is impossible. An immortal. The elder's breathing quickened. He seemed to have thought of something. When he looked at Wang Baol's face on the stone tablet again, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He understood that the reason for the loss of control might be the immortal inheritance that had existed since ancient times in this large universe. If the plan that he had started was a fixed framework that was almost impossible to break, then immortals were free and unrestrained because of their freedom. The 2 contradicted each other, and the latter was clearly stronger. What exactly is the immortal of this universe? The elder was silent. Wang Yi's father remained silent, and Wang Baol remained silent as well. Luo Ji's hand extended out of the stone tablet realm. To the elder, it was boundless and filled with life force. However, to Wang Baol that was not the case. What was spreading out from Luo Ji's hand was not life force, but dark qi. Dark qi that was extremely dense. That was because it was formed from dark qi. That was because what Wang Baol understood was not just the 5 elements. He had already understood the last 3 Tao of the 8 extreme Tao before he had perfected the 5 elements. After the 5 elements was yin-yang, and after yin-yang was carefree. Extreme yin, extreme yang, extreme carefree. However, there was a lack of extreme yang, and it was difficult for Wang Baol to obtain it. That was why extreme carefree wasn't perfected. However, he had already mastered extreme yin. It was formed from the fusion of the dark sex Tao of death. Therefore, a change that the elder and the youth couldn't predict appeared. Wang Baol's cultivation wasn't 5 Tao, but 6.5 Dao. The extra half Dao was carefree. The 6.5 Dao allowed his strongest clone to fight against the youth. At the same time, that half Dao of carefree made Wang Bail question his own existence. He wanted to know how many people were paying attention to this battle. How many people were trying to influence him. He wanted to know where his true form, the Blackwood, came from. He wouldn't believe what others said, so he wanted to fish. He wanted to use the Emperor's clone as bait to see who would come. He wanted to see. It was just like how he had struggled to see the outside world despite his limits in the Heavenly Dharma Lord's Heavenly Fate book in his previous life. It was the same for him now. He wanted to see what was going on. Therefore, Wang Bail hid his true body and silently refined the stone-steel world. He knew that no matter what he saw, the stone-steel world was his root. Therefore, he wanted to control the stone-steel world in his hands first. At that moment, he saw it. After a moment of silence, Wang Bail suddenly smiled. Under the elder's complicated gaze, he raised his hand, which was holding onto the wood Dao reincarnation, and gently pinched it. There was a cracking sound. The sound was clear and crisp, but it seemed to be able to shake one's soul. It seemed to come from the depths of the universe, and it also seemed to reverberate from here to the depths of the universe. It made the elder's heart jolt, and it also caused the void from all directions to gather, and the gazes that were focused on this place. All of them turned solemn. The reincarnation was destroyed. You wanted him dead, and I have done it. Then from this moment on, don't provoke me. Wang Bail's voice was low and deep. As it traveled into the universe, the face on the stone tablet disappeared along with Luo Ji's hand. The sound of explosions erupted in a manner that shook the void, and ripples spread wildly in all directions. The stone tablet was replaced by a giant black tree. The giant tree stood tall in the starry sky. The starry sky was silent. Wang Yi's father didn't say anything on the lone boat. The old man in the distance did the same. However, his expression changed several times at this moment. In the end, a hint of fear rose in his heart. He looked deeply at the giant tree that stood in the starry sky. He then looked at the figure on the lone boat and chose to leave. Although he left, a new person had arrived. A blurry figure seemed to sweep through the starry sky, gathering silently from all directions. Then, the figure of a man appeared next to Wang Yi's father on the lone boat. His face couldn't be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. Every strand of hair seemed like a river of stars. Other than that, there was only a corner of the figure's robes that was embroidered with the mark of a pill furnace. The 8 extreme Dao? The figure said softly as he looked at the black wood in the starry sky. It was as if he was mumbling to himself and also asking questions. The 8 extreme Dao. On the lone boat, Wang Yi's father's expression was the same as ever as he replied calmly. After a moment of silence, the figure slowly spoke. I've only heard that the 5 elements are the first 5 extremes. After that, the 2 extremes will oppose each other, and eventually sublimate. This young friend seems to have reached the pinnacle of enlightenment. As for the 6th extreme, have you seen through it? The Tao of metal has your karma. Why do you need to ask me? Wang Yi's father, who was on the lone boat, had the same expression on his face as before as he calmly replied. Although that's the case, I'm ultimately not familiar with the 8 extreme Tao. Is his 6th extreme the Tao of death contained within the fallen Luo? The figure was silent for a few breaths of time before he turned to look at Wang Yi's father. Not only that, Wang Yi's father was silent for a very long time before he finally replied in a low voice. He even fused the past into it, causing the 6th pole to be both the extreme yin and the extreme past, if that's the case. Then his 7th pole is definitely the extreme yang saint and also the future of the extreme. It might seem like 2 poles, but it's actually the 4th pole. No wonder, no wonder. The figure with the mark of a pill furnace sighed. Without saying anything else, he turned and took a step into the void. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he vanished into the starry sky. However, the moment his figure disappeared completely, his voice still rang out from the void, landing in the ears of Wang Yi's father, who was on the lone boat. Brother Wang, The 8 Extreme Dao was created by an immortal ancestor. Does this senior's immortal have the same origin as little friend Bael's immortal? It seemed like a question, but the words that came after he left. Clearly, he didn't want an answer. Or rather, he didn't need an answer. Wang Yi's father, who was on the lone boat, raised his head slowly. He didn't speak, but his eyes were even deeper. It wasn't until a long while later that he looked back at the black wood in the starry sky. The depth in his eyes disappeared, replaced by gentleness. He could sense that his daughter was about to walk out. As he waited, inside the black wood, in the stone-steel world, Wang Bael walked in the starry sky. He looked at the universe that he once thought was boundless. He looked at the countless stars and incalculable lives in the universe. Wang Bael sighed softly in his heart. I don't have a past, and I don't have a future, Wang Bael murmured. His past and future had turned into destiny, and he had given it to little Missy. At the same time, it had also become his Tao. The Tao needed to be carried. Just like how the Tao of the 5 elements needed to carry the Tao, the past and the future needed to be carried as well. That was why he had turned the Tao of dark death into the carrying of his past. The vastness of this Tao, to a certain extent, stemmed from Luo, the shocking cultivator's obsession with death. As for the extreme future, I also need to carry the Tao. This thing, I already have a guess, Wang Bael muttered softly to himself. He lowered his head to look at the starry sky, his gaze becoming gentle. Therefore, the only thing I have now is the present. And my world. As he spoke, Wang Bael had already walked into the black wood, the most mysterious region in the stone tablet realm. There was a planet called the Fated Star. There was a god that had been created known as the Exalted Heavenly Dharma. The Exalted Heavenly Dharma had a book. It was called the Fated Book. Step by step, Wang Bael walked into the Fated Star. He walked to the mountaintop where he had come all those years ago. There, the Exalted Heavenly Dharma sat cross-legged, meditating. His eyes opened, and a smile appeared on his lips. He stared at Wang Bael's figure as he gradually approached. From the moment I was born with consciousness, a voice told me that, one day, I would see a true God descend. That voice told me that when I saw a God, I would be free. I've been waiting, Guru Heavenly Dharma said softly. Then, he stood up and bowed deeply towards Wang Bael. As he bowed, his figure blurred, and so did the entire Fated Star. Gradually, the star disappeared, turning into a gigantic book that floated in the starry sky. The Heavenly Dharma Master disappeared as well. He turned into an old ape and bowed towards Wang Bael. Then he disappeared again, as if he had left the place. At the same time, the fated book vibrated. It floated slowly in front of Wang Bael, as if it was waiting for him to take it. Instead of picking it up immediately, Wang Bael stood in front of the Book of Destiny. He turned to look at the starry sky and spoke softly. Will you, from this day forward, be mine? It was faint, but when it came out, it reverberated through the world of Blackwood, in every star, in every consciousness of life. Everything that existed in the stone-steel world was sensed at that moment. It turned into a roar in their hearts and shook their souls. In their minds, they all recalled Wang Bael's entire life. They saw Wang Bael's happiness, saw his growth, saw his sadness, saw his madness, and saw his determination to protect this world. This was the only beautiful thing that could belong to him. After a long while, the responses of all living beings came from within the stone-steel world. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, be it plants or cultivators, be it mortals, beasts, mountains, rivers, or even stars, all living things were responding. Streams of consciousness continued to come and gather, causing the heavenly fate book that Wang Bael was into. It gradually emitted a bright light. Amidst the light and the countless responses, Wang Bael heard the voices of his family and friends from the solar system. He heard the excitement of his master, and he heard the excitement of his childhood friend. Among them were Zhao Yaming, Zhui Yifan, Lin Tianhao, and Du Min. It wasn't just the solar system. It was the same for the left Dao, the side sect, and the central region. There were people he was familiar with, and there were people who were originally hostile towards him. However, at that moment all of them were responding. In the end, the Xia clan patriarch and the Seven Spirits Dao patriarch were silent. Then they sighed softly and responded. As they spoke, the entire stone-steel world erupted with resplendent light. Finally, the fallen land also responded. All of the voices within the stone-steel world fused together. It turned into an ancient and vast voice. It was the voice of all living beings and also the voice of the world spirit of the stone-steel world. I do. The moment the voice appeared, the stone-steel world disappeared. Everything turned into rays of light that flowed from all directions into the heavenly fate book. Within the pages of the book, they became words. The book was naturally made up of words. This book was this world. Wang Bao's eyes also shone with determination at that moment. Slowly, he extended his right hand towards the heavenly fate book. His palm was facing upwards. In that instant, the heavenly fate book turned into a stream of light and shot towards Wang Bao's palm. It became smaller and smaller until it finally landed on his palm. It replaced Wang Bao's palm lines and completely fused with it. In the next instant, Wang Bao's right palm gripped it carefully. It was as if he was holding a treasure. He raised his head. What he saw in his eyes was no longer the starry sky, nor was there any godly spirit. There was only an endless void, like a black hole without any suction force. In this void, other than him, there were several other figures. From afar, at a height lower than his, they were looking at him silently. The few figures were led by little Missy. Beside her was the Moon Star sect ancestor, as well as an old ape and a fox. After a long while, Wang Bao lowered his head. He didn't look at little Missy's figure. Instead, he looked at his palm. Within that 3-inch palm there was his mortal world. After the end of the volume, the next volume was opened on Monday. I am not an immortal. There is no God 3 feet above the head. 3 inches in the center of the palm is the mortal world. Wang Bao raised his head and lowered it again. He stared at the mortal world in the center of his palm. His gaze fell on every corner of the palm print, on every living being. The entire stone tablet realm was in his eyes. He saw familiar figures. There were his family, his teachers, his lovers, his friends, and those who had once been enemies with him. He could see their past, and he could also see the limited future that lay within the stone-steel world. In the end, all of that was written in the words of a book. The words of a book. Perhaps it wasn't just the book of destiny. Perhaps there was an even larger page of the book. That wasn't important. What was important was that the emotions contained within it contained the memories of his entire life. These memories flashed through his mind like images. From birth, from this moment on, all of his emotions, all of his battles, all of his complex emotions, all of his memories. In the end, they stopped on an airship. In the cabin restaurant of the airship, there was a little fatty who was holding a chicken drumstick and happily biting it off. Back then, losing weight was his lifelong pursuit. Back then, becoming the Federation president was his lifelong dream. Back then, a high-ranking official's autobiography was the life principle that he believed in. There was a time when he no longer needed to lose weight. There was a time when he lost his dream. There was a time when the high-ranking official's autobiography was already covered in dust in his storage bag. There was a time when I was no longer me? Wang Bao muttered. He sighed softly, raised his right hand, and waved it gently in front of him. The wave of his hand scattered the images in his mind. The wave of his hand blurred the memories of the past. The wave of his hand buried everything that had once existed. Similarly, the wave of his hand dispersed the fog in front of him. A new horn seemed to sound in the shattered void. The wave of his hand planted a new hope. What was buried in the raging fire was the youth of the past. What was to be reborn within it would definitely be the undying phoenix. The burning of the wings was voluntary. That was because as long as I had my heart set on it, I would still be able to fly in the blue sky. I would be free and unfettered. Wang Bail raised his head once again. With a wave of his hand, the void around him disappeared. The black wood that he had transformed into also disappeared. What appeared before Wang Bail's eyes was the great universe that he had longed for previously. A true universe. A universe that could allow him to be reborn and pursue even higher aspirations. The starry skies were deep, and the stars shone brightly. Countless laws of law pervaded every corner of the universe. It was different from the stone tablet realm. The laws here were more stringent, and the laws here were even more supreme. The Tao here was more complete. Wang Bail took a deep breath. To be precise, what he was inhaling was not his breath, but the Tao marks from the great universe. The Tao marks formed by the laws of law flowed into his mouth as he breathed, fusing into his body. They seemed to resonate with the Tao within his body. In an instant, the Tao of the 5 elements shone brighter and brighter on his body, as if they were becoming more complete. Faintly, they formed a huge vortex around him. The vortex spun slowly, becoming more and more majestic. Within it, Wang Bail, with a firm mind, took the initiative to welcome everything. From afar, it looked as if it had turned into a spirit sea. Within the spirit sea, Wang Yi stood silently, staring at Wang Bail. Beside her, the moon star sect ancestor, the elder ape, and the fox were all staring. However, compared to others, the fox's gaze was filled with respect and awe. No one spoke. The fox didn't dare. The elder ape closed his eyes. The moon star sect ancestor's gaze was complicated. As for little Missy Wang Yi, she wanted to say something but hesitated. This was the first time she had met Wang Bail after they had parted ways. In the end, she didn't know what to say. She could only choose to remain silent. The spirit sea was silent. Only the figure on the lone boat outside the spirit sea had a nervous look in his eyes. Even if he was a paragon, even if his cultivation was at the pinnacle amongst paragons, even if his coldness could seal the starry skies, he was still a father. A father who had waited here for countless years in order to save his daughter. And now, it was time for everything to be revealed. Therefore, even he, like a mortal, was worried about gains and losses. That was because he knew that the critical moment had arrived. He had waited for the long years to come. However, even though it was about to end, every breath that passed was extremely long for him. Time passed like that. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Bail, who was standing at the center of the spiraling but quiet spirit sea, raised his head resolutely. The aura on his body had become erratic. It wasn't a mix of explosive power and concealment. Instead, it was like a cloud of smoke that could be blown away by the wind. It was carefree and didn't require words. Those who stared at it felt their hearts rise. The Tao of the 5 elements in his body had undergone a shocking transformation as it fused with the Tao marks of the universe. It seemed to be undergoing a transformation. The Tao of the stone tablet realm was incomplete. Even though Wang Bail was the most complete of them all, and his consciousness had spread into the universe in his previous life, fusing with the outside world in the end, compared to the true Tao of the universe, he still had some flaws. However, at that moment, this flaw was rapidly being filled up. The missing parts were rapidly being filled up. He no longer needed to suppress his cultivation. At that moment, his body was vast and shocking, and his cultivation was rapidly exploding. However, this explosion was not at its peak, but at its foundation. With the 5 elements as the foundation, it was getting thicker and thicker. This incomparably thick foundation gave him an even greater expansion in the Tao of the extreme past. Similarly, in the extreme future, it was the same. The extreme yin and the extreme yang were the same. On the whole, it was 6.5 paths, but it was actually 8.5 paths. More importantly, at that moment, the carefree aura around Wang Bail became more and more obvious. It might be said that he was carefree, but in reality, it was his immortal aura. As his foundation became more and more solid, it naturally erupted and surpassed the past. As the immortal aura continued to spread, Wang Bail's hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His white robe fluttered even more elegantly, and his entire aura, Gradually, it gave the bystanders a sense of detachment. It was as if he was not human. Indeed, not human, Wang Bail muttered as he raised his head. After a long separation, for the first time, he looked at little Missy and the woman who had accompanied him in his previous life. Then, under Wang Yi's hesitant expression and the complicated emotions in her eyes, Wang Bail smiled. He had white teeth, long hair, and was dressed in white. His smile was as warm as the sun. "Let me save you." As he said that, Wang Bail raised his right hand and gently sent him off. This send-off was about his past. This send-off was about his future. This send-off was about his fate. This was a deal with his father, but he was willing to do it. No complaints. No regrets. What exactly was Wang Yi's injury? Why did it come from? And why even the powerful father of the king couldn't treat it? Only immortals could. Wang Bail wasn't sure about this, but he had some guesses. Maybe it has something to do with Luo, Wang Bail thought to himself. There was no answer to this unless his father told him. However, Wang Bail didn't believe that his appearance in the stone-steel world was really a coincidence. That was because, if Wang Yi hadn't arrived and his father hadn't appeared, even if the stone-steel world had been formed by Luo's right hand, it would have been difficult for him to win the battle against the divine thoughts of the emperor. There was a high probability that he would be the same as his senior brother, Xianxia. At the same time, even if there was a low probability that he would be able to successfully defeat the divine thoughts of the emperor, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to escape the path of becoming a weapon. Could be said that other than the stone-steel formed by Luo hand, the biggest variable here was the arrival of Wang Yi and her father. Therefore, Wang Bail didn't believe that it had nothing to do with Luo. He already knew that Luo Shou had returned to the Weiyangdao domain after the battle with Gu. He had fallen during the battle with the emperor. Then, was it possible that he had already gathered more than half of the immortals before the battle with the emperor Luo, who had reached his peak state, had left behind a prelude? This prelude was the origin of Wang Yi's injuries. It was also the prelude that allowed Wang Yi's father to come here to search for immortals even after he had fallen countless years ago. This was to plant a trail of killing intent in the emperor's heart a few years later. Wang Bail didn't know if that was the truth, and he didn't want to know. That wasn't important. No matter what, Wang Bail's treatment of Wang Yi was a choice that he had no regrets or complaints about. With a wave of his hand, his body shook slightly, and a blur appeared. Soon, a figure walked out of his body. It was Wang Bail, but he looked younger. If one looked closely, it was as if one could see the entire process of the growth of infants, youths, and youths. At the same time, it contained everything from his previous life. It was as if everything that had moved forward from this point in time had gathered in this figure, eventually causing it to become blurry, like a black ball of light. Wang Bail turned his head to look at his body that represented the past. He stared at it for a long time before finally smiling. He raised his right hand, and an illusory long sword suddenly appeared above his head. This sword was the ancient bronze sword that had pierced into the sun. However, as the stone-steel world fused into Wang Bail's palm, this sword had also changed. "Go ahead," Wang Bail said softly. As soon as he said that, the ancient green bronze sword slashed down abruptly, landing between Wang Bail and his past self. It seemed like it was slashing into nothingness, but what could be severed was all the karma between Wang Bail and his past self. There seemed to be the rumbling of thunder and the explosion of lightning. The surrounding starry skies trembled violently, and the whirlpool paused. Wang Bail's body trembled slightly. When he looked over, his past self was no longer connected to him at all. With a wave of his hand, his past body turned into a ray of black light and charged towards Wang Yi, who was biting her lower lip. Wang Yi wanted to dodge, but she couldn't. At that moment, she seemed to exist, but in reality, everything about her was in a pearl. As the black light representing Wang Bail's past body arrived, Wang Yi's illusory body that had appeared outside disappeared. Revealing the pearl, the black light instantly fused into the pearl. The next moment, the pearl shattered, A body that was made of flesh and blood was slowly taking shape under the nourishment of the black light from Wang Bao's past body. Finally, what appeared before Wang Bao's eyes was the real body that little Missy had been molded into. It was perfect and flawless. However, it was more like a painting that lacked life. Wang Bao took a deep breath. In the next moment, overlapping shadows appeared once again in his body. Very quickly, a second figure walked out. The moment this figure appeared, the white light shone endlessly. It was the future. Countless illusory images flashed past. Some were happy, some were sad, some stood tall in the sky, and there was a sigh of being buried in the 9 netherworlds. These countless images flashed continuously, causing the figure to become even more dazzling and radiant. He looked at his future body. It was obvious that the amount of time he spent staring at the future was much less than the past. It was as if Wang Baol didn't care about the future. It was as if he cared more about his past than the future. He quickly retracted his gaze, raised his right hand, and struck once again. A loud boom sounded again. The long sword slashed down, breaking the future. Wang Baol's body trembled once again. His face was slightly pale. He recovered quickly, but his body seemed to have become much thinner. He raised his head and saw his future body turn into a white light that charged towards little Missy's real body. It enveloped her and slowly fused into his body, slowly bringing life to Wang Yi's body. Wang Baol smiled and looked deeply at Wang Yi. In his eyes, at that moment, in Wang Yi's body, his past and future were intertwined, but they had not fused. There was a consciousness from Wang Yi's original body that seemed to be doing its best to stop and repel. This heart is enough. Wang Baol's smile was filled with joy. He slowly pressed his palms together in front of him and said softly, "Fate!" As he spoke and pressed his palms together, in an instant, Wang Yi's past and future erupted and fused together in an instant. 2 rays of light, one black and one white, fused together, but they didn't turn gray. Instead, they were colorful and beautiful. That was fate. Fate wasn't unchangeable. Fate wasn't as it had always been. As the 2 colors fused, they were infused with Wang Baol's obsession, keeping him alive and brimming with life. They also contained an immortal charm. "Here you go," Wang Baol said softly. A 5-colored glow erupted from Wang Yi's body, enveloping her entire body. A wave of soul energy rippled throughout her body. The Moon Star sect ancestor, who was standing beside her, had mixed emotions in his heart. However, he was also excited. As he sensed the soul energy rippling from the little lord, he understood that the little lord was about to awaken. The old ape and the little fox were silent as well. The former was silent. When he looked at Wang Baol, his eyes were filled with emotion, while the latter was filled with shock. However, after about 10 breaths, the soul power fluctuations on Wang Yi's body grew stronger. But she didn't wake up. There were even signs that she was about to stop. This scene made the Moon Star sect ancestor anxious. "She doesn't want to wake up." Wang Baol sighed softly. His gaze grew gentler. He raised his head to look at the void behind Wang Yi. There, a lone boat was slowly approaching. The figure standing on it was gradually revealed. "Master!" The Moon Star sect ancestor immediately lowered his head and bowed deeply the moment he saw the figure. The old ape and the little fox lowered their heads as well. The figure lifted his feet and walked out of the lone boat. He first nodded at the Moon Star sect ancestor and the old ape and the little fox. Then he stood beside Wang Yi. He raised his right hand and touched the center of Wang Yi's brows lightly. "Yi, are you still not waking up?" Wang Yi's body trembled. Her eyelashes fluttered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She opened her eyes slowly after a long while. The first thing she saw was not her father, but the figure in white in the distance. Father Wang didn't care. He caressed his daughter's head lovingly. When he turned to look at Wang Baol, his expression was solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed to Wang Baol. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. Senior, you're too kind. I'll take my leave first." Wang Baol lowered his head and spoke softly. He turned and walked into the starry sky, his figure lonely. There was no past, no future. He had his senior brother, but his senior brother had died. At that moment, he seemed to have nothing other than the world in his palm. Wang Yi's body trembled slightly as she watched Wang Bao's back. She was about to open her mouth when her father spoke softly beside her. Bao, I saved your senior brother Xianxia's soul before it broke apart. Now that his nurturing has ended, do you wish to personally paint his soul face and reincarnate? Wang Bao, who was walking into the distance, trembled violently. He turned abruptly and looked at Wang Yi's father. His body trembled as he bowed deeply towards him. Thank you, senior. These 4 words were filled with tremulous sounds, indescribable emotions, and endless gratitude from Wang Bao's heart. There were many people in Wang Bao's life who could influence him. However, among these people, the one who had the greatest influence on him, his senior brother, was definitely one of them. From the moment they first met, all the way to the middle stage experience, coupled with the conflicts in the later stages and the eventual relief, all of this had already elevated the relationship between the two of them as fellow disciples, and it had sunk deep into their memories. It filled their memories. They were both senior and junior brothers, and they were also fellow Taoists. They were fellow Taoists. Therefore, after hearing Father Wang's words, the shock he felt for Wang Bao was extremely strong. The feeling of recovering what he had lost was like a storm. He had lost his past and future, and his personality had become silent. Deep within his heart, a new wave had emerged. It was as if ripples had appeared on the surface of a calm lake. It was as if the frozen mountain had melted. The ripples and melting reached its peak when Father Wang received Wang Bao's bow. With a wave of his hand, a bead that contained a soul flew out and headed straight for Wang Bao. It eventually floated in front of him. Wang Bao looked at the bead in the midst of the peak. His gaze seemed to travel through time. It was a bead that was filled with 7 colors. There seemed to be 7 colored strands of smoke swirling within it. There were many colors, but they could not cover Xianxia's soul, which was sitting cross-legged and meditating in the spiraling smoke. He had his eyes closed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. The 7 colored wisps of smoke outside his soul seemed to be nutrients that nourished his soul. Every time it passed through his soul, it would visibly strengthen his soul. Wang Bao had seen such a pearl before. Wang Yi's soul had been in a similar pearl before. It was obvious that this was a supreme treasure. Only such a supreme treasure could possess such heaven-defying powers. It could contain the soul that had dissipated, and nourish it to make it more lively. As for the 7 colored wisps of smoke inside, with Wang Bao's current cultivation, he could already tell that each wisp contained rules and laws. Each wisp contained endless life force. To be more precise, it was 7 Tao paths. 7 Tao paths that were specially extracted from the universe in order to repair Xianxia's soul. Such a feat was already shocking, and one could see how important it was. After staring at it for a long time, Wang Bao reached out and gently placed the pearl that contained Xianxia's soul into his palm, fusing it into his world. When he raised his head, Wang Bao looked at his father, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply once more. The stone-steel world is not complete. If you want it to be complete, you will need a long period of baptism. Therefore, your senior brother's soul is like a reincarnation in the stone-steel world, and his future is limited. As for him, he possesses the potential of a Tao seed, and his future is limitless. Father Wang glanced at Wang Bao. He spoke slowly. He needs a more complete world with a more comprehensive Tao. For example, my hometown. Father Wang turned and walked towards the lone boat. The old ape, the fox, and patriarch Yuxing immediately followed. Only Wang Yi stood there, looking at Wang Bao as if she wanted to say something. Father Wang's voice was heard before she could speak. Wang Yi was silent. She lowered her head and walked towards the lone boat. When she stepped onto the lone boat, she mustered her courage and suddenly turned to look at Wang Bao. Fatty, are you coming or not? This form of address left Wang Bao in a daze. It had been a long time since he had heard little Missy call him that. After a few moments of silence, Wang Bao laughed. Is there enough space on the ship? Even though he said that he had already taken a step forward. He walked towards the lone boat and leaped onto it. The ripples in the starry sky spread out. The lone boat moved slightly and headed towards the distant starry sky. It seemed slow, but as it moved forward, the air around it distorted. Illusory images flashed. From those images, one could see stars, and universes. Is this the great universe? Wang Baol sat on the lone boat and turned his head to look outside the boat. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. He knew very well that the boat wasn't slow. When its speed reached an unimaginable level, it was impossible to differentiate between fast and slow. What could be decided was no longer oneself, but a reference. Father Wang, who seemed to have sensed Wang Baol's thoughts, didn't turn his head. Instead, he spoke calmly. You've only understood a part of it. You can try to understand it again. What exactly is moving? Wang Yi blinked and suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. A look of deep thought appeared in her eyes as she scanned the starry sky outside the boat. Wang Baol was stunned. He first looked outside the boat, but he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the boat he was on. Gradually, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He realized that the ship he was on had not moved at all from the beginning to the end. What's moving is not the ship, but the universe. As he mumbled, Wang Baol raised his head abruptly and looked at Wang Yi's father's back. His heart was already in a state of shock. He couldn't imagine what kind of realm he had reached to be able to make the universe move in front of him, allowing his speed to reach an indescribable limit. There is a limit to a cultivator's speed. Many times, when you realize that you can actually jump out and look at things from a different perspective, you will realize that cultivation is actually very simple. Father Wang's voice reached Wang Yi and Wang Baol's ears. The former had a confused look in his eyes, as if he didn't understand it yet. However, the latter had a strong glow in his eyes. It was as if a huge door had suddenly opened in his mind. As it opened, Wang Baol's mind trembled. The Tao of the 5 elements shone on his body. The Tao of the past and the Tao of the future might have been empty, but at that moment, they had also turned into black and white light that enveloped his surroundings. The 5 elements were unimportant. The past and the future were unimportant. The dark Yin and the Yang sage were equally unimportant. These were all narrow-minded. True cultivation was, everything in the world is for my use. Wang Baol suddenly raised his head and said in a low voice, becoming the source is the foundation of stepping on the heavens. Once you realize what you've said and achieve it, you've reached the 5th step of cultivation. Father Wang turned his head. He looked at Wang Yi, who was still in a daze. He sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at Wang Baol with admiration in his eyes. What about the 6th step? Wang Baol asked immediately. The 6th step. Father Wang's gaze was deep as he looked into the distant void. Every mighty figure who has reached the 5th step has a different 6th step. Some create the universe and set their own 6, 7, 8, or 9 steps from the dimension. They are flashy and flowery. I don't like them. Some transform into a world, with protection as their Tao heart. Although everyone is present and only he disappears, as long as his story is spread, he will always exist, live in the past, and cultivate endlessly. Some use extinction as their source, and if all things are not destroyed, their Tao will be incomplete. However, the more incomplete they are, the more they want to reincarnate and continue their pursuit. Naturally, they will walk further and further away. There are also some who use karma to enter the myth. Contrary to the past, they live in the future, with no beginning and no end. What about the emperor? Wang Baol thought for a moment and asked. The emperor? His father smiled. If we were to compare our universe, which was formed from countless universes, to a table, some people would study how to create the table, some would study the past of the table, some would study how to destroy the table, and some would study the future of the table. Then, the emperor would like to become the table, solidifying it so that researchers cannot study it, and the exterminators cannot be exterminated. Those who occupy the past and future would be chased away by the emperor. At the same time, he would like to devour these people and become a part of himself. Wang Bao's eyes narrowed. After a moment of silence, he could not help but ask the last question. Then, Senior, what about you? Me? Wang Yi's father smiled. Take a guess. Wang Bao had a strange expression on his face. He hadn't expected that the seemingly stern father before him would have such a side to him. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in an uncertain tone. Flip the table? Hearing Wang Bao's words, Wang Yi glared at Wang Bao. As for her father, he started laughing loudly. It was as if his daughter had recovered, making him more intelligent than before. As he laughed, he turned around. He no longer looked at the two juniors behind him, but Wang Bao and Wang Yi heard something else. If you can't revive Yi, and if flipping the table can do that, then I will flip the table. I will kill whoever stands in my way, no matter who it is. Even if the emperor is already at his peak, if he stands in my way, I may not have fought him. But how do I know that I can't kill him? My Dao is only based on love. Wang Bao was silent. He stared deeply at the back of the emperor. The emperor's answer made him think deeply. At that moment, a wave of emotions rose in his heart. He was thinking, what would happen if he were the emperor? I'll kill all those who stand in my way, Wang Bao murmured to himself. A glint appeared in his eyes. His choice was similar to that of his father. He didn't care about whether there was a table or not, nor did he care about who it belonged to. What he cared about was freedom and freedom. It was obvious that the way the current Supreme Emperor existed had become an obstacle to his Dao. No matter what, he and the Supreme Emperor were ultimately enemies. Even if Wang Bao could give up, once the Supreme Emperor woke up, he would definitely suppress him. That was because Wang Bao's true form had become the source of the obstacle to his Dao. From the moment the Emperor wanted to become the great cosmos, when the essence of wood landed between his brows and transformed into the black wood tribulation, karma had already existed between the two of them. The passage of countless years didn't wash away the karma. Instead, it grew stronger. That was because, even though time was passing by, the confrontation between them was happening all the time. It was the same regardless of whether it was the confrontation between the Emperor's true form or the transformation of the realm with his 100,000 divine thoughts. I can't be free without killing the Emperor. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and slowly withdrew the sharpness in them. In the end, he closed his eyes completely. Wang Yi, who was standing at the side, still didn't understand the conversation between her father and Wang Bao. She felt that she knew every single word in the conversation between the two of them. However, when they were put together, they became extremely profound. She was at a loss as she listened. This wasn't the first time she had felt this way. In fact, in her memories, there were many times when she had been with her parents. However, in the past, there hadn't been anyone else around her, so there was no comparison. This made her feel less strongly. She even thought that it was the profoundness of what her parents had said. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to understand it. But now it was different. The proud her couldn't take it anymore. She noticed that Wang Bao had his eyes closed. So she put on a look of understanding and chose to close her eyes as well. However, Wang Bao was deep in thought. He was digesting the Tao contained in his father's words and determined his own path. As for Wang Yi, with her eyes closed, she didn't know what she was thinking either. All of this fell into his father's perception. He sighed in his heart, and a look of doting helplessness appeared on his face. Just like that, as countless illusory images flashed around the ship, the movement of the universe reached a level that was almost imperceptible. An unknown amount of time passed, as if a breath had passed, or as if a century had passed. In the large universe, countless small universes and starry skies had passed. Finally, the movement of the universe slowed down. When it returned to normal, Wang Bao heard Father Wang's voice beside his ears. "We're here." The moment he heard the voice, Wang Bao opened his eyes. When he looked at the starry skies, even with his cultivation and mental fortitude, he was shocked by what he saw. His eyes widened. Stars don't always exist in the sky. From the reflection of his pupils, Wang Bao could clearly see that what lay before him was an indescribably vast continent. The continent is so large that the stele-like boundary is only 1/1000th of its size, and it does not stand still, but moves at such a high speed through the starry sky that its edges remain hazy and dreamy. That wasn't all. There were countless stars of all sizes around it. There were many of them, and they were all revolving around the continent. It was obvious that the continent had been moving through the universe for a long time. It was a planet. At the same time, an indescribable, majestic life force was being emitted from the continent. It was like a mountain fire in the dark night, dyeing the night sky red and illuminating the universe. Wang Baol swept his gaze across the continent. The impact of the extremely dense life force brought with it information that caused Wang Baol's mind to buzz. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. What shocked Wang Baol was that there were 9 extremely special stars floating on the vast and earth-shattering continent. They were like the sun, surpassing the sun and suppressing the stars. They also enveloped the entire continent. Every single one of them gave Wang Baol the feeling that they were on par with him. There were even 2 that gave him a faint sense of danger. At the center of the 9 suns was a gigantic statue that stood tall on the ground. It was so tall that it could shake the heavens and earth. The statue that was carved on it was the father of the king before him. What shocked Wang Baol was all of this. What shocked Wang Baol was the 11 gigantic bridges that existed in front of the gigantic statue. Each bridge was bigger than the last, and each bridge was taller than the last. They were rooted in nothingness and existed between reality and reality. From afar, they looked like steps advancing layer by layer. They were vast and earth-shattering. The 11 bridges exuded an ancient and primeval aura. They seemed to exist with the heavens and earth, and with the universe. Time passed within them, and not a single trace of decay could be left behind. Starlight filled them, and not a single mark could be left behind. They had a name that resonated throughout the entire universe. They had a name that spread throughout the universe. This is the Sky-Treading Bridge. It collapsed before the passage of time. I repaired it and rebuilt it from the 9 bridges into 11 bridges. The 9 bridges that cross are the Sky-Treading Bridges. With every additional bridge from now on, your cultivation will take an additional step. Father Wang's voice seemed to contain a law that reverberated in all directions, causing the 11 bridges to shine brightly one after another, as if welcoming his return. As the light from the heavenly treading bridge shone, Wang Baol's mind was in turmoil. Wang Yi, who was beside him, spoke softly. "Little fatty, welcome to my hometown, the land of immortals. An unfamiliar starry sky, an unfamiliar sky, an unfamiliar land, an unfamiliar human world." The 9 suns shone brightly in the sky. However, the land didn't become scorching hot because of the 9 suns. The 4 seasons of the year seemed to be very distinct here. That was because the Immortal Dipper continent was simply too big. It was so big that even the 9 suns couldn't shake it in the slightest. It was as if compared to the sun itself, it was a truly eternal existence. The sun, on the other hand, revolved around the world. This caused Wang Baol's understanding of the stone tablet realm to be subverted. Very quickly, he realized that the vast celestial light continent was divided into 72 regions. There were 8,000 territories in each region. The size of each territory varied. The big ones were larger than the stone tablet realm, and the small ones were about half the size of the stone tablet realm. Therefore, it wasn't inappropriate to use the word vast to describe the starry sky. At the same time, in each territory, there were over 100 cities. These cities were like giant beasts that were hibernating. Each of them had a different appearance. Each of them was lifelike, as though they were real. It was just that they were hibernating, but once they woke up, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In the legends, each of these giant beasts were actually alive. They were captured by the experts of the Immortal Dipper continent and sealed in Immortal Dipper, turning into cities. Such an astonishing continent didn't contain countless living creatures, but it was still an astronomical figure that was difficult to calculate. The vast base of numbers and the richness of the spirit chi made cultivation common here. Powerful figures naturally emerged from such a base of numbers. Due to the passage of time and the accumulation of history, the number of powerful figures naturally increased. The most representative was the 9 suns in the sky, 9 great heavenly venerates, Wang Baol murmured. His voice reverberated on a lone mountain outside the first city in the 8,000 territory of the first domain. It had been 2 years since he had arrived on the Immortal Dipper continent. 2 years ago, he had followed Wang Yi and her father to this continent. He had been invited to Wang Yi's home. It was an ordinary-looking mountain with a cave abode at the peak. There seemed to be a world within the cave abode. This was Wang Yi's home. Wang Baol saw Wang Yi's mother there. She was a very gentle woman. Her eyes seemed to speak, and she was very gentle towards Wang Baol. Her gaze, which was filled with kindness, became even gentler when it landed on him and Wang Yi. There, Wang Baol learned that Wang Yi had an older brother. He had left home for many years and had been training outside. He hadn't returned. All of this made Wang Baol think of his parents and his younger sister. Thankfully, they were all there. Even though they were in the palm of his hand, they were all safe and sound. After staying at Wang Yi's home for a period of time, Wang Baol rejected the arrangements made by Wang Mother and left alone. He wanted to find a suitable place for his senior brother to reincarnate. At the same time, he also wanted to walk around and see more in this unfamiliar world. He always remembered what Father Wang had said to him before he left. The current you may already have the qualifications to step on the heavens, and you may even have the combat ability to step on the heavens. However, your Tao heart and obsession aren't complete. Once you've made all the preparations, you can come find me. I'll open the path to step on the heavens for you. Wang Baol bowed deeply and bid farewell to the mountain, the cave, and the members of the Wang family. He had walked through this world. However, the Immortal Dipper continent was too big. Even with Wang Baol's current cultivation, it would be difficult for him to see everything in 2 years. Therefore, after passing through the continent like a passing horse 10 months ago, he had chosen this place as the place where his senior brother would be reincarnated. Here, he had personally drawn the face of his senior brother's soul from his previous life. He had used his own Tao arts to initiate the cycle of reincarnation and sent it into the city below the mountain, where he would be reincarnated. Due to the mystery within the womb, his senior brother's memories from his previous life could only be restored after his cultivation had reached a certain level. However, Wang Baol wasn't in a hurry. He sat on the mountain peak every day. As his thoughts drifted, his divine perception remained focused in the city. He was in the home of a wealthy family. He sensed the reincarnation of his senior brother in his mother's body. His aura gradually stabilized. This seemed to have become a habit of Wang Baol's during this period of time, and it had also become his sustenance. At the same time, he was also comprehending the Tao that was omnipresent on the Immortal Dipper continent. In his eyes, within the vast and endless Immortal Dipper continent, there were dozens of astonishing whirlpools. The strongest 9 of them were the suns that hung in the sky. Each of these 9 suns possessed the power to step on the heavens. The 2 suns in particular gave Wang Baol an obvious sense of danger. The other vortexes were scattered across the land. Their cultivation didn't seem to be at the 4th step, but they were all at the peak of the 3rd step, reaching the quasi-4th step. However, there were exceptions. They didn't hang high up in the sky, but were the strongest vortexes. In Wang Baol's eyes, there was an existence in the northern part of the Immortal Dipper continent that was no weaker than the strongest sun in the sky. This person was also the 4th step. 10 of them. Wang Baol raised his head and looked at the 9 suns in the sky. These people were clearly mighty figures from the Immortal Dipper continent. Each and every one of them was surrounded by shocking Tao marks. It was as if they were being enlightened, breathing in and out, and drawing all the Tao in the universe towards them. This action was the origin of the whirlpools. Wang Baol had long since understood that the so-called universe grade in the stone-steel realm was only the 3rd step on the Immortal Dipper continent. There were many such 3rd steps on the Immortal Dipper continent. Wang Baol stared at the 9 suns in the sky. They looked like suns, but they were actually vortexes. Wang Baol knew very well that in the perception of these mighty figures, he had also turned into a vortex. That was because, in a sense, his cultivation was already at the fourth step. There was even some distance to go in this fourth step. The only thing that was missing was the universe's support for it. A Tao that reached its end and became its source was the fourth step. The so-called support was actually a kind of magnification. It could magnify the combat strength of those who were below the sixth step in the vast universe. There were many ways to achieve this, and stepping on the heavenly bridge was one of them. Therefore, Wang Bail knew very well that once he stepped on the heavenly bridge, his cultivation would definitely rise, and his battle prowess would increase even more. However, he also understood that Father Wang was right. His Tao heart and obsession were indeed not the same. He wanted to accompany his senior brother and walk another stretch of the road of life. He wanted to accompany his parents in the world of the palm of his hand and have another round of family happiness. There was also Zhao Yaming, Zhou Xiaoya, and Li Wan and little sister. These were all things that he was not completely certain of. And the immortal Dipper continent had given him a sense of stability, making all of these things possible. Moreover, the people here did not have any xenophobic intentions. On one hand, it was because he was a guest, on the other hand, it was because his father had brought him here, and on the other hand, it was because he understood that he had saved Wang Yi's life, so from the beginning to the end. The will of this continent and the many experts were filled with goodwill toward him. At the same time, in the past 2 years, other than Wang Yi's frequent visits, there were also many experts on this continent, including the sun in the sky. They appeared in various ways in front of him, and in each of their eyes. There was more or less a hint of curiosity and profound meaning. It's like watching a son-in-law come to visit. Especially one of them, in the storm, came many times. For example, right now, the sky is clear, and suddenly it's raining. A heroic voice, as the rain fell, came from afar with a smile. Cheapskate immortal Gang Tian Dao, is not that year scolded you? As for so many years, every time I appear, you have to rain to welcome? This voice was incomparably heroic, and contained a domineering air that could not be concealed. It was as if a single word spoken could cause the heavens and earth to tremble. As the rain fell, a figure walked over from afar. This figure was very tall and sturdy. He wore a purple royal robe, and did not wear a crown on his head. Instead, his long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. There was a casual air about him. His face was rough, but his eyes were like the stars, causing people to ignore everything when they looked at him. They could only remember his bright eyes. When he walked over, there was clearly rain above his head, but not a single drop landed on him. It was as if wherever he was, even the pouring water wouldn't be able to touch him. Wang Bail couldn't do that. That was originally impossible. At Wang Bail's current level, not to mention the rain, even his divine might wouldn't be able to stop him. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator could block the rain from the mortal world. However, the rain that appeared around him, even if he circulated his cultivation and isolated himself from the outside world, still broke through all obstacles silently. It seemed to have nothing to do with his combat strength. It was caused by the difference in his cultivation realm. From this, it could be seen that the burly man, who had come several times in the past 2 years, was definitely not at the fourth step. At the same time, the rain was not ordinary. In fact, if one were to look at the mountain peak that he was currently at from afar, they would be able to clearly see that there was only rain falling within a few thousand feet of him. However, there was not a single drop of rain a few thousand feet away. Therefore, Wang Bail, who was in the rain, had his hair and clothes wet. It was useless to block anything. However, a year ago, when the other party had first arrived and he was drenched in the rain, Wang Bail seemed to be deep in thought, without any thoughts of stopping him. He raised his head to look at the burly man who was walking over and stood up to bow. "Greetings, Senior Situ." As he spoke, rain flowed down from his hair and gathered on his chin along his cheeks, forming a rain line. Some landed directly on the ground, while others flowed into his collar. "Ha, little fatty, we meet again." As Wang Bail spoke, the burly man who was walking over laughed and hugged Wang Bail. "It's only been a month," Wang Bail said with a smile. After the burly man released his warm embrace, He wiped the rain off his face and shook his hand. A month is a long time. Come, 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 little fatty. Last time I let you win on purpose. This time, I want to fight you seriously. As the burly man spoke, he sat in front of Wang Baol. With a wave of his hand, a chessboard landed. He quickly took out a chess piece. As if afraid that he would be the first to win, he immediately placed it down. Wang Baol smiled. To be precise, Senior Situ had come 7 times in the past 2 years. When he first came, he chatted with him for a moment, as if he was just here to see how he looked. Then, before he left, he asked him if he knew how to play chess. Wang Baol didn't know how to play chess. The chess game in the Stone Steel world was indeed different from here in terms of rules. Therefore, he asked curiously, and in the end, when the two of them met for the first time, one of them was in high spirits while the other was learning and playing, and he actually won. This made Situ somewhat indignant. Hence, the second, third, and fourth time came. Every time, Wang Baol won. He himself found it unbelievable. Perhaps it was because he had a talent that he had never discovered before, or perhaps it was because Senior Situ's chess skills were too poor. Just like that, the 7th time had come. At that moment, Wang Baol did not care about the rain flowing down his face. He picked up the chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Then he waited respectfully. Based on his past experience, Senior Situ's chess playing speed was extremely slow. As expected, it was the same this time. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Situ finally placed the chess piece. Wang Baol didn't show any signs of impatience. He picked up the chess piece and placed it down again before continuing to wait. Just like that, 3 days passed. Seeing that more than half of the chessboard was covered, Situ took even longer to think. Wang Baol raised his hand to wipe the rain off his forehead. After feeling it for a while, he spoke softly. "Senior, you seem to have missed another move." Situ stared at the chessboard for a long while. He hesitated, not knowing how to make his move. Gradually, a look of regret appeared on his face. He raised his head to look at the sky. "Have you played enough? Disperse for me." As his words were spoken, the sky rumbled, the sky rippled, and the clouds churned. It gave Wang Baol the feeling that at that moment, the sky was filled with joy, as if it had played enough tricks. As the clouds dissipated, the rain finally stopped. Seeing that the rain had finally stopped, Wang Baol's cultivation changed. His clothes and hair were no longer wet. He stood up and bowed deeply to the burly man before him. "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The burly man pursed his lips, waved his hand, and put away the chessboard. "I'm not in a good state this time. I'll fight you when I wake up after I go back to sleep." With that, the burly man stretched lazily, got up, and was about to leave. Wang Baol took a deep breath and bowed again. "Senior, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness." "Great kindness?" The burly man was stunned. "Senior, there's no need to hide it. I've known about it since your second visit," Wang Baol said softly, his eyes filled with sincerity. "What do you know?" the burly man asked in surprise. "Senior, you've been here 7 times and reigned 7 times. This reign is extraordinary. It can transform one's own viciousness, resolve one's own karma, nourish one's spirit, and calm the mind of a junior. If I still don't understand at this point in time, this is a blessing given by Senior. It will help me achieve my Tao heart and obsession. Then, I am no longer worthy to play chess with you. In fact, the effect of this reign is truly astonishing. I have now sunk into peace, and my understanding of the Tao is deeper than it was 2 years ago. Vaguely, I have some thoughts on how to achieve my Tao heart." Wang Baol's words were sincere. He bowed once again. Hearing Wang Baol's words, the burly man was at a loss at first. Then, he blinked and coughed. "That's right. That's how it is. You're really something, kid. I've already hidden it so well, but you can still understand my good intentions so quickly." As the burly man coughed, a strange feeling rose in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he laughed, showing that this was how things were. He had an unfathomable expression on his face. "Thank you, Senior. I was able to understand it because E used this method to help me many times when she was in my hometown, Wang Beol said with a sigh. This time, the strange feeling in the man's heart couldn't be concealed. It surfaced on his face. He subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the cave abode where the Wang family was. He muttered a few words that only he could hear. Then, he coughed dryly and was about to say something. However, at that moment, the sound of a baby crying could be heard faintly from the distant city. The sound was nothing in the bustling city. Furthermore, the city was too big. If one didn't pay attention to it, it would be difficult to distinguish it. However, Wang Beol had always focused a strand of his consciousness on a family in the city. Therefore, when he heard the sound, Wang Beol's body jolted and he looked over. Vaguely, he saw a baby being born in that household. Senior brother? Wang Beol stared at it. After a long while, a happy smile appeared on his face. Waka, I would like to recommend a book to everyone. The Tao Lord of the 9 Prefectures. It's the work of our painstaking team of deputy moderators. The silent and sleepless fellow Taoist. You can go to the collection to read. Support. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. There was a city in the first region of the Immortal Dipper continent. From afar, it looked like a gigantic snail. Divine might filled the air, and the shell on the back of the snail was all that was left of the city. It seemed to possess gravity, so the shell seemed to be erect. However, to the people living in it, everything was as usual. The sky was still the sky, and there was no difference. In such a large city, the addition of a Taoist temple shouldn't have attracted too much attention. After all, its scale was very small, and the Taoist temple itself was extremely important to many people. In the Immortal Dipper continent, most families would send children at the right age into the Taoist temple to undergo the enlightenment of cultivation. For the Immortal Dipper continent, cultivation was already a normal state, just like the academy in the Stone Monument realm. After a certain age, the children here would go to the Taoist temple for enlightenment. The existence of the Taoist temple was to screen out those with good aptitude and send them to higher level sections. They would progress step by step and eventually contribute their own value to the development of the Immortal Dipper continent. During this process, there were too many inspirational stories that spread continuously throughout the Immortal Dipper continent. Every year, children of the right age would go to various cities to go to places like the Taoist temple for enlightenment. It could be said that the existence of Taoist temples was actually the first place that most cultivators came into contact with in their lives of cultivation. After all, almost all the Taoist temples in the Immortal Hill continent were built by major sects, and their cultivation methods were authentic. Therefore, unless the parents themselves had a certain amount of resources and strength, otherwise even cultivators would choose to send their own children into a Taoist temple. There were also advantages and disadvantages between Taoist temples. Everything was decided by the number of seeds cultivated. Therefore, the more famous a Taoist temple was, the more families would naturally send their children. In this snail-like city, the Taoist temple that appeared 5 years ago was naturally not too surprising. However, 3 years ago, among the first batch of children sent out from this Taoist temple, there were actually dozens who had been accepted by the first sect in this territory. The reputation of this Taoist temple spread in all directions in an instant. Every territory in the Immortal Dipper continent had numerous sects, and each territory had 8,000 cities. There were many people, so being accepted by the first sect showed how excellent they were. This was especially true for the first sect of this territory, which had its own annual income of disciples. There were strict requirements, so there were not many spots. Therefore, the fact that dozens of people had been accepted at one time naturally attracted attention. This was especially true for those who had not been accepted by the first sect, who had also been accepted by the first 3 sects of this territory as if they had been divided up. This immediately caused a stir. This was because this was already a record of 100% recruitment. If it were any other Taoist temple, it would be too difficult to achieve this. There were even rumors that the cultivation seeds from this Taoist temple were originally intended to be taken by the first sect in the first region. However, the other sects were uncharacteristically red-eyed, so they split some of them up. In comparison, what made the Taoist temple even more famous was that one of the children from 3 years ago was the personal disciple of the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple. He had actually been taken in by the supreme sect of the first region, the Shen sect. This caused a huge sensation. Countless people were completely shocked. Therefore, in the next 2 years, every year countless families would fight to send their children into the Taoist temple. At the same time, more and more cultivators began to investigate the origins of the temple. The temple was very strange and was different from the other 3 or 5 Taoist priests. There was only one Taoist priest in the temple. To be precise, there was only one master inside and outside the temple. This person was known as Taoist priest Wang. No one knew his exact name. His origins were mysterious, and his cultivation base was mysterious. It seemed that everything was very mysterious, and no matter how many curious people tried to find out about him, they were unable to find out anything about Taoist priest Wang. It seemed like everyone who knew about him was very secretive and wouldn't talk about it. Even if they did talk about it occasionally, the people who heard about it chose to keep their mouths shut. Gradually, the temple became even more mysterious. The Taoist priest Wang who was in the mysterious temple was naturally Wang Baol. 5 years ago, when he realized that his senior brother had been born, Wang Baol had left the Lone Peak and arrived in the city. He had bought a courtyard not far from his senior brother's house and built the temple. He understood the significance of the Taoist temple on the Immortal Dipper continent. His original plan was to wait until his senior brother grew up and bring him here to personally enlighten him and teach him the dark art. He had taken in other children as he pleased. The group of children from 3 years ago had been divided up by the great sect. There were countless rumors circulating, but Wang Baol knew that it was the patriarchs of the great sects who had found out about his existence. That was why they wanted to form a good relationship with him. That included the supreme great sect of the first domain, the Dark Sky sect. Their patriarch's cultivation was already at the 4th step and was one of the 9 suns in the universe. That was what he had thought as well. Even though these things had disrupted his peace, Wang Baol didn't pay too much attention to it. Since he had arrived on the Immortal Dipper continent, he didn't refuse to leave behind some karma here. At that moment, in the small Tao temple, after sending away all the children who had come here for enlightenment, Wang Baol, dressed in a Taoist robe, raised his head calmly and looked at the parasol tree outside the main entrance of the Tao temple. The half-green and half-red leaves on the tree crown swayed in the wind, occasionally falling down. They seemed to be attracted by the Tao temple. Many of them floated into the courtyard and spun around on the ground. They seemed unwilling to leave and gathered around Wang Baol. Wang Baol did not look at the fallen leaves. His gaze did not change. Vaguely, he could see the family in the distance. The cold wind blew, and not only did it bring autumn, it also brought the sound of children playing and laughing in the distance. Listening to the sound, Wang Baol's expression became gentler. He held the broom and gently swept the fallen leaves that had fallen into the Tao College into the corner of the yard. As the broom swept across the ground, the rustling sound continued to be heard. The entire world seemed to become more and more peaceful. A Tao charm was faintly discernible on Wang Baol. It was peace and tranquility. Days like this passed by one after another. Autumn slowly passed. It wasn't until dusk, when the first snowfall fell, that Wang Baol, who was sweeping the snow in the yard, felt a surge of emotions. He raised his head. Knocking sounds came from the entrance of the Taoist temple. Outside the Taoist temple, a young man and woman were holding initiation rites in their hands. They were holding on to a 5-year-old boy and standing there nervously. Taoist priest Wang, this junior is Chun Yunluo. This is the youngest, Chun Qing. He wishes to enter the Taoist priest temple and be enlightened by the Taoist priest. I hope that the Taoist priest will grant him his wish. As the entrance of the Taoist temple opened, Wang Baol's figure fell into the eyes of the family of 3. The youth pulled his wife beside him and bowed deeply to Wang Baol. Only the boy widened his eyes and looked curiously at Wang Baol. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but his father beside him glared at him and pulled him down. Wang Baol turned sideways and avoided the boy's bow. He stared into the boy's eyes and revealed a warm smile. He spoke softly, and only the boy could hear his words. I'm very willing to enlighten you in this life. Wang Baol murmured softly. Chun Yunluo and his wife could not hear his voice. Only the child looked at Wang Baol in surprise. He could hear it, and although he did not understand it, for some reason, in the depths of his heart at that moment, a heat current that was both unfamiliar and familiar appeared. The heat current was very hot, filled his heart, his body, and his soul. It was as if at that moment, the first snowfall of the year that had fallen between heaven and earth had become warm. It was as if the Tao elder before him made him feel safe and at ease. It was as if the figure before him made him miss and want to be by his side. Amidst the warmth, Chun Yunluo and his wife also felt Wang Baol's kindness and recognition. They were also affected by the warmth that permeated the surroundings. They were delighted. They bowed gratefully to Wang Baol and left with Xiaotong. Before leaving, Xiaotong, who was held by his father, turned his head 3 times. Finally, when he turned his head for the 3rd time, Xiaotong could not help but speak loudly to the figure in the Taoist temple. "Taoist priest, have we met before?" His sudden voice made Chun Yunluo and his wife nervous. However, the reprimanding gaze from his father and the nervous expression from his mother did not make Xiaotong turn around. He continued to look at the Taoist temple as if he was waiting for an answer. "Greetings?" Wang Baol smiled and nodded heavily, muttering to himself, "In your previous life." "All right." The child's eyes were a little lost. However, he was still a child and he quickly recovered. With his parents' apology and Wang Baol's gentle smile, the family of 3 walked further and further away. Vaguely, Chun Yunluo's lecturing voice could be heard in the wind. From afar, the sky was gray. More and more snowflakes fell on the city. It was as if the city had been dressed in a long white robe. It was elegant and elegant. Outside the Taoist temple, Chun Yunluo's family of 3. Their figures slowly blurred in the snowstorm. In the Taoist temple, Wang Baol stood by the door, holding a broom in his hand. He raised his head and stared. The smile on his face gradually grew. When the snowflakes covered the world in front of him, his body and soul seemed to sublimate in the snowstorm. The snowstorm lasted for a month. To the mortals of some worlds, a month of continuous snow might cause disasters. However, to the immortal Dipper continent, this was a very normal occurrence. The snow continued to fall, but it didn't hinder the children's enlightenment. Every morning, the children of the Taoist temple would rush over within a limited time to listen to the Taoist priest's sermon in the Taoist temple. Chun Qing was one of them. He liked his companions by his side, the 2 girls at the next table, but he liked the usually gentle Taoist priest even more. Wang Baol's sermon wasn't much different from that of the other Taoist temples. It was all about the insights gained from cultivation. These truths were difficult to describe with simple words that the children could understand. However, his body was constantly exuding Tao charm. Under the influence of this Tao charm, even if these children were unable to fully understand it, they were still in a state of confusion, leaving it deep in their memories. In the future, as they grew up and cultivated, the insights gained from enlightenment and the Tao charm would become a bright lamp for their cultivation. This bright lamp was exceptionally bright in Chun Qing's heart. He was very curious as to why his fellow Taoists didn't understand what he was saying. From what he could hear, the gentle Taoist priest seemed to be able to understand every single word he said. And so days passed. 1 year went by in the process of enlightenment. Chun Qing was now 6 years old. Compared to the other children, from that year onward, Chun Qing would frequently ask his own questions, and the gentle Taoist priest would answer them, his eyes shining with encouragement. This filled Chun Qing with anticipation for his cultivation. At the same time, he gained more and more enlightenment regarding the Tao rhythm. At the same time as his companions, the other children also benefited. "Tao Master, why is there spiritual energy in heaven and earth?" "Because plants, animals, you, me, heaven and earth, and all living things have spiritual energy. Therefore, this universe naturally has spiritual energy. This spiritual energy is its aura." Taoist priest, what is the Tao? The Tao is not important. For example, Chun Qing, you can go home. There are many paths to take, and each path can be different. For example, the Tao is different. Going home is the most important. Therefore, the Tao, from what I understand, is the path you choose after you have a direction. Taoist priest, what if the direction you choose doesn't have a path? Wang Baol looked deeply at Xianxia and replied softly, then, open up a path for yourself to return home. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought. He still had many questions. Time passed and another year passed. Xianxia was already 7 years old. After all the questions in his heart had been answered, on the day of his 7th birthday, he became spiritually enlightened. The ultimate goal of a child's enlightenment was to become spiritually enlightened. It was as if they had grasped a strand of the aura of the universe and made it a part of themselves. Generally speaking, most children would be spiritually enlightened when they were 7 or 8 years old. They would be spiritually enlightened in the Taoist temple. The time of day and night didn't actually represent their aptitude. Xianxia's spirituality was also slightly different. During the 2 years of enlightenment, Wang Baol had already left the dark Tao in his heart. His future choices would depend on Xianxia's own choices. It was the same day that Wang Baol gave Xianxia a birthday present. It was an illusory ball of 9 suns and a similarly illusory mark. The mark was like the moon. It floated beside Xianxia. It was also winter on this day. Just like when he had first arrived, the first snowfall had begun. Amidst the snowstorm, Xianxia looked at the 9 suns and moon marks around him. Confusion appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wang Baol. Choose one. It will be your first path in this life. Xianxia was silent. He looked around, then at Wang Baol. He hesitated for a moment. Can I follow you? Wang Baol smiled. He patted Xianxia's head and said softly, but I have something to do very soon. So, choose one first and wait for me to return. Xianxia nodded happily. He swept his gaze across the 9 suns and the moon seal around him. He grabbed the moon seal in his hand. Then I'll pick this one first. As he made his choice, a long laugh rang out from the heavens. Situ's figure materialized in the sky and walked over step by step. Amidst the clouds behind him, 9 vast figures could be seen. They sighed and nodded at Wang Baol. After Wang Baol returned the greeting with a smile, they left one after another. Only Situ took large strides and landed beside Wang Baol and Xianxia. He laughed heartily. Baol, Xianxia's judgment has far surpassed yours. I haven't taken in any disciples in many years. I barely managed to take in half of them back then, and I managed to produce a supreme being just SOSO. Situ's laughter was loud and clear. Wang Baol laughed as well. Then, his expression turned serious as he bowed deeply towards Situ. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Don't worry, I'm here. Xianxia, let's go. As he spoke, Situ waved his hand, sweeping Xianxia up into the sky. Taoist priest. Xianxia's reluctant voice rang out from the sky. In his eyes, the Taoist temple was shrinking, and so was the city. Only the gentle Taoist priest, who had waved his hand, remained. Don't be reluctant, kid. Your junior brother has something to take care of. He'll probably be back soon, Situ said with a smile. My junior brother? Xianxia was taken aback. That's right. I don't dare be your number 1 master. I can only be considered half of one. You're a disciple that Wang Baol accepted on behalf of his master. He's willing to make you his senior brother. So, kid, you have to work hard in your cultivation. Xianxia was once again at a loss. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze landed on a city that was already imperceptible and growing further and further away. In the Tao Temple, the wind and snow were still blowing. Wang Baol stood there and stared at his senior brother's disappearing figure. The snowflakes that fell from the sky and landed on the ground seemed to have landed in Wang Baol's heart as well. They formed circles of ripples that gradually spread out. It enveloped his body and soul. After a long time, Wang Baol's smile grew warmer. He turned around and walked into the distance, one step at a time. In my previous life, you stood in front of me, shielding me from the wind and rain at the beginning of my cultivation. You prevented the cold wind from freezing my body and the rain from drenching my soul. No matter how I walked on the path of my life, your figure would always be at the top, silently watching me. You would reach out in times of crisis and dissolve into nothingness, allowing me to walk very smoothly and happily. Because I am your junior brother. Because you are my senior brother. Your tall figure in my eyes is like a big tree. Most of the time, you are not even like a senior brother, more like a master, but also more like my true elder brother. I cannot forget your first appearance. A green robe, a gourd of wine, a wooden sword. In the elegant long hair, like a sword, like an immortal out of the mortal world, extraordinary. I could not forget the back of your departing figure. Your green robe had turned black, the gourd had become tainted wine, and the wooden sword had spots. Everything was bleak and desolate. I looked at you, and you melted into nothingness. I knew that you were seeking your own Tao, and also testing the path of destruction for your worthless junior brother. As I looked at you, my mind unconsciously recalled the path of cultivation in that life. There was your love for me, your protection for me, your kindness for me, and your smile for me. Chun-Ching, Chun-Ching. In this life, I will protect you in this life. I will bring you into the Tao in this life. I will still be your junior brother. He walked between heaven and earth, between the 4 seasons and through life. Wang Baol walked forward step by step. The more he walked, the calmer his heart became. The more he walked, the calmer his soul became. The more he walked, the deeper his gaze became. Time passed. The wind and snow turned into wind and rain. The moon replaced the sun, and the day turned into night. In this cycle, Wang Baol didn't know how many territories he had walked through, how many domains he had walked through, how many mountains he had crossed, how many seas he had crossed. Then, one day he saw a bridge. A gigantic bridge appeared before him. It was as tall as the sky, and it was vast and boundless. The simple carvings, unknown runes, greenish-black bricks, and the surrounding of auspicious beasts made the bridge seem as if it had been personally created by the universe itself. It wasn't exquisite, but it was rough, and it exuded a supreme air of dominance. The aura was overwhelming, causing Wang Baol, who was standing in front of the bridge, to feel his heart thump. At the same time, there was a sense of vicissitudes. It was as if a wind that had blown over from ancient times had filled Wang Baol's surroundings. It was as if it had brought him back to ancient times in his dreams. In the desolate wilderness, amidst the whimpering of the wind, he felt as if the lonely voice of the Chang flute was reverberating. As the whimpering echoed, Wang Baol saw figures appearing on the bridge. These figures were mostly cultivators, and each of them possessed a cultivation that could shake the heavens and earth. They appeared on the bridge at different times in different years. They walked towards the bridge. After a long while, the figures on the bridge gradually faded away. When the bridge reappeared in Wang Baol's eyes, he muttered, "Stepping on the heavenly bridge." The person who said those 3 words wasn't Wang Baol, but Father Wang, who had appeared beside Wang Baol at some point in time. Father Wang was dressed in white and had a head of white hair. His gaze was calm as he raised his head to look at the heavenly bridge. Then he looked at Wang Baol, who was cupping his fists to greet him. "Baol, are you prepared to come here?" Wang Baol thought for a moment, shook his head, and said softly, "Senior, please wait for me for a little longer. My Tao heart and obsession are still a little incomplete." "It's fine. I'll wait for you here." Father Wang looked deeply at Wang Baol and nodded. He sat cross-legged in front of the bridge and closed his eyes. Wang Baol bowed again and sat cross-legged in front of the bridge. He raised his right hand and looked at his palm. He looked at the human world within and slowly closed his eyes. His soul returned to his hometown. As a junior brother, he had to repay his senior brother's kindness. This was Wang Baol's intention and his reason. Similarly, as the son of the man, filial piety was important. Therefore, before stepping onto the heavenly bridge, Wang Baol's physical body remained. His soul had entered the human world in his palm, entered the stone-steel world, and entered the solar system. He had entered Earth. His parents were already old. The disaster in the stone-steel world did not affect the Federation, but as time passed, it still took away his parents' black hair and left wrinkles on them. Wang Baol's return made the 2 elders very happy. As for Wang Baol's younger sister, she had already married and lived an ordinary life. although Wang Bao's existence made them different from ordinary people, overall. Happiness was good. Seeing his parents happy and his younger sister happy, Wang Bao was happy as well. Time passed slowly. In the stone-steel world, on Earth, Wang Bao's return seemed to have turned into an ordinary mortal. He accompanied his parents and walked the final path of his life. Day after day, his parents' white hair grew more and more. In the end, they held Wang Bao's hand. Amidst his father's lamentation, his mother's exhortation, and Wang Bao's soft words of comfort, the two elders closed their eyes. Wang Bao did indeed have a way to turn things around. He could even allow his parents to have the greatest chance of living in the stone-steel world forever in this lifetime. However, this suggestion was rejected by his parents. He could feel their wishes. They only wanted to spend the rest of their lives in peace. Then they could reincarnate and start a new life. Everyone needed to have the right to make their own decisions in life. Even if they were the son of a man, they should not force their own wishes on him. If that was the case, it would not be filial. His mother's only request was that after her reincarnation, she and Wang Bao's father would still be lovers. They would experience romance in different lives, and they would be together for the rest of their lives. Wang Bao's father was about to say something when he heard this request. However, after being glared at by his wife, he shut his eyes obediently. This was not death, but a new journey. Therefore, he could not be sad. He needed to be blessed. Wang Bao could not hold back his tears. However, there was a smile on his face. He personally drew the faces of his parents' souls, arranged their marriage, and sent them into the cycle of reincarnation. Just like when he sent his senior brother away, after his parents were born in the next life, Wang Bao's smile became even more gentle as he looked at them. As for his younger sister, Wang Bao had made similar arrangements. It was up to his younger sister to decide. After doing all this, Wang Bao felt calmer. On Earth, he walked in Ethereal City. Rain began to fall from the sky, and there were not many pedestrians on the streets. The sky and Earth looked a little hazy. In the rain and in the haze, Wang Bao took one step at a time. When he was about to cross the street, he stopped and turned to look behind him. At the corner of the street behind him, a beautiful figure stood there. She was holding a red-striped umbrella and wearing a long white dress. She was staring at him. Their gazes met for 3 breaths. A smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the figure. The beautiful figure was silent. She put away the umbrella, revealing Li Wan Air's beautiful face. She allowed the rain to fall on her body. Across the street, she bowed to Wang Bao and bowed. After bowing, the two of them turned and walked further and further away. Wang Bao walked out of Ethereal City and arrived at Ethereal Dao College. In the back mountain of the Dao College, there was a tree-lined path with peach blossoms blooming on both sides. It was very beautiful. The rain seemed to have stopped here as well. It didn't want to disturb them. Yafeng was mischievous and continued to come. Many of the petals were swept up and flew around a beautiful figure. It was as if they were competing with her for the fragrance, unwilling to leave. As the peach blossoms filled the air, Wang Bao walked over. He looked at the innocent face, and memories of the past surfaced. It was Zhou Xiaoya. Are you saying goodbye? Zhou Xiaoya asked softly. Yes. Wang Bao replied softly. I want to say goodbye. Zhou Xiaoya said loudly after a moment of silence. Goodbye. They would meet again. Goodbye. Wang Bao smiled and nodded heavily. As the peach blossoms danced in the air, he didn't clasp his fists. He turned and walked away, leaving Ethereal Dao College. He bade farewell to his master, the Blazing Flame Patriarch, and his other old friends. Finally, he arrived at a mountain. It was a beautiful mountain. It was located at the polar region, and it was filled with snow. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. It was crystal clear, and it gave off a holy feeling. There was a wooden house at the peak of the mountain. As the snow fell, it looked as if the wooden house had been dressed in a pure white wedding dress. In the wooden house that looked like a wedding dress, there was a woman sitting cross-legged in meditation. Her expression was determined, as if cultivation was the eternal path of her life. Her name was Zhao Yaming. When Wang Bail walked over, Zhao Yaming opened her eyes. A smile that resembled a blooming flower appeared on her beautiful face as she spoke softly. Bail, what is a Tao partner? The path of cultivation is a lonely one. One has to work hand in hand along the way and walk to the end of the path. They are fellow Taoists, teachers, friends, and partners. They are kindred spirits and kindred spirits. Wang Bail replied with a smile. Good. Zhao Yaming smiled. Her smile was elegant, and her gaze was calm. Good. Wang Bail smiled as well. He sat beside Zhao Yaming and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was no longer on earth. Instead, his soul had returned to the celestial sphere. He looked at his father, who was meditating under the bridge. Wang Bail's eyes lit up as he spoke softly. Senior, you've waited a long time. Junior is ready. Father Wang, who was sitting cross-legged under the sky-treading bridge, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Bail calmly and nodded. He remained seated cross-legged on the spot. He raised his right hand and waved casually at the sky-treading bridge behind him. With that wave of his hand, the sky changed, and the wind and clouds swirled. A loud boom spread in all directions, and the first sky-treading bridge instantly shone brightly. There was even a stone tablet next to the bridge. It gathered from an illusion until it became tangible. The ancient aura grew stronger, and the feeling of the passage of time spread out even more clearly. As it reverberated in all directions, a vortex appeared around it. The vortex was extremely large and vast, as if it covered the entire sky. However, at that moment on the Immortal Dipper continent, when he raised his head to look, the sky remained the same. There was no change at all. It was as if everything was an illusion. The vortex, which no one could see, was spinning with a loud rumble. Wang Bail, who was at the core of the vortex, was also distracted. However, he quickly calmed down and looked at the stone tablet before the bridge. Words were slowly appearing on it. They were unknown words. Wang Bail had never seen them before. However, as he looked at them, the words appeared in his mind as if he had instinctively known what they meant. Stepping on the heavenly bridge, exterminating the Tao in space, immortal soul, all beings worship. Each of the 12 words exuded a supreme meaning. It shook Wang Bail's soul, causing him to feel that the wind around him seemed to grow stronger. The vortex seemed to spin faster, and the aura of time and vicissitudes of life grew stronger. As the 12 words stirred his mind, the world rumbled once again. On the other side of the stone tablet, a second stone tablet gathered with a loud rumble. It looked no different from the first stone tablet, but its divine might was stronger. The moment it appeared, the entire Immortal Dipper continent seemed to tremble. There were also 12 words on it. Supreme Will, Reincarnation, Universe Spirit, Myriad Tao Kowtow. Seeing the 12 words on the second stone tablet, Wang Bail felt a storm in his heart once again. Vaguely, he seemed to see an image. In the image, there was a familiar figure who had raised his hand in front of the bridge countless years ago. He absorbed a strange power from the universe and gathered it into a stone tablet. Then, he used his finger as a pen and wrote the 12 words. Every word he wrote caused the starry sky to tremble. When the 12 words were written, the starry sky erupted with an intense light. The universe seemed to be in turmoil. The person who had written the 12 words turned his head at that moment. In Wang Bail's eyes, this person was Father Wang. The image disappeared in that instant. Wang Bail's breathing quickened. He looked at Father Wang, who was sitting cross-legged at the side. He saw his father's calm eyes. He recalled what Father Wang had said several years ago, when he had just arrived on the Immortal Dipper continent. When he saw the 11 bridges in the starry sky, Father Wang had said those words calmly. This bridge collapsed before the passage of time. I repaired it and rebuilt it from the 9 bridges into 11 bridges. One of the 9 bridges is the sky-treading bridge. After a long while, Wang Bail retracted his gaze and looked at the first bridge again. His eyes shone brightly. Without saying anything, he moved and headed straight for the first bridge. His speed wasn't fast, but he only took 6 steps before he reached the bridge. When his 7th step landed, Wang Bao's right foot was already on the first bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, Wang Bao's eyes were filled with emotions. He could clearly feel that at that moment, his body and soul seemed to have been sublimated. There was a large amount of laws of heaven and earth, and the charm of the Tao gathered from all directions. It came from the universe, descended from the starry skies, and spread out from the bridge. It surged crazily towards his body. Wang Bao had never experienced such a feeling before. The boundless Tao charm and the fusion of the laws caused Wang Bao's mind to set off a shocking storm at that moment. Within the storm, his understanding of all the laws rose at an unimaginable speed. The 5 elements in his body became even more perfected, and his aura became even more violent. Countless different Tao essences. They continued to collide within his body, fusing with the 5 elements. There was also a sense of warmth that formed and spread throughout his body. It gradually enveloped the parts of his body that were initially unnoticeable, but were filled with frost and imperfections, causing his entire body to feel extremely warm. It was just like before. He looked complete, but in reality, both his body and soul had some flaws. There were some missing fragments, but now, these missing fragments were rapidly replenishing themselves. All of this caused Wang Bao to stand at the head of the first bridge the moment he stepped on it. His eyes were shut and he didn't move. This process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Wang Bao gradually adapted to the influx of Tao charms and laws in his body. When he opened his eyes, the shadow of the starry sky seemed to appear in his eyes. The aura on his body also rose at that moment. It rose. It grew stronger and stronger. In his senses, it was only a step away from the bridge, but it gave Wang Bao the feeling that he was a different person on the bridge. Under the bridge, he might be strong, but there was a limit. On the bridge, he understood all the laws and fused countless Tao charms. It was as if there was no limit, so he was stronger. This made Wang Bao lower his head and look at the heavenly bridge under his feet, a strange look appearing in his eyes. This is the heavenly bridge? As he muttered, a glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He took a step forward and walked forward on the first heavenly bridge. With each step, his senses deepened, and his comprehension increased. His body also became more relaxed, and more importantly, his soul became more transparent as he stepped down. Just like that, he walked faster and faster on the bridge, and his aura became more and more shocking. In the end, when he reached the end of the first bridge, the aura on his body was already overwhelming. It shook the surroundings, causing the whirlpools around him to spin faster and give off a stronger aura. That was because the gift from the first bridge, the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the augmentation of countless Tao charms, had already been imprinted in Wang Bao's mind and could not be erased. More importantly, at that moment, Wang Bao's body appeared to be one entity, as if it was perfect. This was the first bridge to heaven treading. Its purpose was to allow cultivators to sense all the laws and Tao charms in the universe in advance. Even though it was just a superficial experience, it was enough to expand a cultivator's Tao intent. It was as if it would turn the limit into infinity. To Wang Bao, the first bridge had another gift, and that was to supplement the Tao. Wang Bao came from the stone-steel world after all. In that world where the Tao and laws were incomplete, even though he had achieved perfection and had come to the universe to supplement, he still lived in the stone-steel world after all. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, there were still some minor flaws that were difficult to fix in a short period of time. At that moment, as he walked to the end of the first bridge, his body had become a Tao body, and his soul had become a Tao soul. Everything was perfect. Wang Bao's body trembled. He stood at the end of the bridge and raised his head. He looked into the distance. He could see the second bridge in front of him, as well as the numerous gigantic bridges behind the second bridge. They were like rainbows. Wang Bao took a deep breath. His body swayed, and he walked down the first bridge. He flew toward the second bridge. Looking from afar, be it the second bridge or the third, fourth, or even the 11th bridge, there were some illusory figures on it. However, these figures became fewer and fewer as they went on. There were 10 figures on the 9th bridge, and there were only 2 on the 10th bridge. As for the 11th bridge, there was only 1. These figures were all very blurry. The further they went, the more blurry they became. Wang Baol stared at the illusory figures. He knew that these might be the Dao shadows left behind by the people who had crossed the bridge before. After this bridge will also have one of my Dao shadows. Wang Baol muttered to himself. His figure turned into a beam of light and sped forward. The distance between the first bridge and the second bridge didn't seem to be very far. However, in reality, the distance between them was huge. Furthermore, this distance contained the Tao of space. Therefore, even with Wang Baol's cultivation, he still flew for several days. Only then did he arrive at the second bridge. As he got closer, the second bridge appeared before Wang Baol more clearly. Compared to the first bridge, the second bridge was much larger. It was several times larger, and it was even more majestic. At the same time, Wang Baol, who was standing under the bridge. Compared to it, it should be insignificant in terms of size. However, as he stood there, the aura emanating from his body seemed to be even more vast than that of the second bridge. That was because he was different from all the other cultivators who had come to the second bridge. When the others had arrived, they hadn't stepped into the sky. They needed to use the bridge to complete the final step. However, Wang Baol was different. His combat strength was already on the verge of stepping into the sky. What he needed was the support of the bridge to increase his combat strength. That was why Wang Baol, who was standing in front of the second bridge, had a figure that shook the heavens and earth. He even had a faint sense of perfection after crossing the first bridge. The aura on his body resonated with the second bridge, causing loud rumbling sounds to ring out. He is indeed extraordinary. In front of the first bridge, Father Wang, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, raised his head to look at Wang Baol, a look of admiration in his eyes. Beside him, another figure appeared. It was Wang Yi. She was also staring at Wang Baol, who was standing in front of the second bridge in the distance. Her eyes were filled with concern, and she turned to look at her father. Father, this second bridge. The second bridge shouldn't be any hindrance to him. It's not time for me to give him the good fortune that I want. Father Wang sighed and explained. As the father and daughter spoke, Wang Baol lifted his feet and stepped onto the second bridge. The moment his feet landed, his body buzzed. As if there was an invisible force, it swept across his entire body, as if it was inspecting him to see if he was qualified to step onto the bridge. Divine thoughts erupted from the second bridge, enveloping Wang Baol's soul. It was inspecting him to see if his body, spirit, and Tao were complete. Wang Baol frowned slightly. He didn't like being inspected from the inside out. However, he had to consider that he was a guest on the Immortal Dipper continent and that the bridge was extraordinary. It was a sacred existence on the Immortal Dipper continent. Therefore, even though he didn't like it, Wang Baol suppressed his emotions and allowed the bridge to sweep past him. However, as the bridge was inspected, a repulsive force suddenly erupted from the second bridge. It gave Wang Baol the feeling that even his body, spirit, and Tao were intact. However, as he wasn't a cultivator from the Immortal Dipper continent, he didn't have the right to step onto the sky. As he was repelled, waves of terrifying explosive power spread out from the second bridge, heading straight for Wang Baol's right foot, as if trying to lift it up. Wang Baol raised an eyebrow. His right foot was like a boulder, standing there without moving an inch. He turned around and looked at the father and daughter of the Wang family, who were standing in front of the first bridge in the distance. Senior, this bridge. Wang Baol didn't finish his sentence. If there are obstacles, what should we do? Wang Baol's father replied calmly under his father's deep gaze. Kill. Wang Baol, who was standing on the bridge with one foot, had a fierce look in his eyes. If you don't agree, what should we do? His father asked again. Kill. Wang Baol didn't hesitate. As he replied, the light in his eyes grew brighter, and he spoke again. Senior, I understand. However, I didn't finish what I wanted to say earlier. What I wanted to say was, if this bridge was accidentally destroyed by me, I hope Senior won't blame me. When Father Wong heard this, he laughed loudly. His laughter spread in all directions, and his expression was filled with joy. It was as if he hadn't laughed as loudly as he did now for many years. If you can do it, it's fine. When Wang Yi heard this, she seemed to recall some bad memories. Her eyes widened, and she quickly grabbed onto her father's clothes. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that her father did not seem to care, she hesitated for a moment. She did not say anything. The moment Father Wang said the words, "It's fine," Wang Bao's aura exploded. He turned around, ignoring how the second bridge repelled him and resisted him. After his right foot stepped onto the bridge, he walked onto the bridge completely. As he took a step, the second bridge rumbled. The repelling force was even stronger, like the impact of waves. However, it did not affect Wang Bao in the slightest. Even though the pressure increased and the explosion was shocking, he still strolled leisurely, one step at a time. He walked on the second bridge. With every step he took, the second bridge trembled violently. It was as if every step Wang Bao took suppressed it. Cracks began to appear beneath Wang Bao's feet. At the same time, the repulsion of the bridge erupted. It was as if a huge force was pressing down on Wang Bao, who had perfected his body, spirit, and Tao on the first bridge. It was as if he had been refined. As he walked forward step by step, his aura grew more and more majestic. It grew larger and larger, stronger and stronger. In the end, the heavens and earth rumbled, and the entire Immortal Dipper continent was in an uproar. Ordinary people had to be respected to cross the bridge. Extraordinary people had to be respected to cross the bridge. If you don't agree with me, I'll suppress you. If you obstruct my path, I'll kill you. What is freedom? It's not hiding from the world. It's not compromise. Only with absolute power can one achieve absolute freedom. This was unfettered. This was immortal. Amidst the rumbling, Wang Bao's figure appeared in the sky above the immortal realm. Everyone could see his body and the bridge beneath him. The second bridge in that instant was like a foil. Even though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. The aura around Wang Bao grew more and more shocking. However, the second bridge didn't give in, and its rejection continued to erupt. At that moment, the entire celestial Dipper continent appeared within Wang Bao's divine thoughts. This was the unique enhancement of the second bridge. The enhancement of the divine thoughts, or more accurately, the enhancement of the will. The greater the coverage of the divine thoughts, the more information it would receive. The stronger the will, the more it would be required to stabilize the mind. At that moment, in Wang Bao's divine thoughts, the appearance of the celestial Dipper continent had changed. The 72 domains had transformed into 72 golden armored giants. They were staring solemnly at the sky. Within each of the 72 giants, there were 8,000 universes that were spinning with a loud rumble. In each of the universes, there were 108 ferocious beasts that looked different. They were roaring at Wang Bao. More accurately, it sounded like they were screaming and pleading. It was as if they had sensed Wang Bao's telepathic thoughts. They were pleading with Wang Bao to release them and set them free. At the same time, the cities on the Immortal Dipper continent trembled violently, causing countless cultivators to fly out from their spots. They stared at Wang Bao's figure in shock. The ground trembled even more violently, and the images of giant beasts appeared one after another. They materialized from every city and howled at the sky. This scene was not unfamiliar to the cultivators of the Immortal Dipper continent. Soon, some of them began to cry out in alarm. Someone is stepping on the heavens. I've finally seen someone step on the heavens once in my life. Who is this person? Why is he so unfamiliar? To the cultivators of the Immortal Dipper continent, such a scene was rare, but it had happened several times over the years. However, it had happened too long ago, so most of them didn't react immediately. Soon, cries of surprise spread across the entire continent of immortal enlightenment. Wang Bao didn't pay attention to the commotion on the continent of immortal enlightenment. He sensed the power of his divine thoughts and the determination of his will. He walked faster and faster, his aura exploding to the extreme, and the light in his eyes seemed to shake the heavens and earth. He was in a good mood. He was about to let out a long cry, but in the next moment, as his feet landed, a loud boom reverberated throughout the entire Immortal Enlightenment continent. The bridge collapsed. All the living beings on the Immortal Enlightenment continent fell silent in an instant. Everyone who was looking at the sky widened their eyes and stared in shock. Even the ferocious beasts who were begging and screaming immediately stopped. Fear appeared on their faces. They withdrew their heads, as if they didn't dare to shout anymore. Wang Baol scratched his head. He looked at Father Wang, who was standing in front of the first bridge with a guilty conscience. He felt a little awkward. "Senior, you really made it collapse." His father was silent for a moment before sighing. Wang Yi, who was beside him, blinked and coughed. She didn't say a word. Senior, I didn't do it on purpose." Wang Baol felt a little guilty. He thought that perhaps he had been too happy previously, which was why he had walked a little faster, causing the bridge to collapse. At the same time, he felt depressed. He had never expected that the second bridge would be so weak. In reality, it wasn't that the second bridge wasn't strong. In the end, it was because Wang Baol's current combat strength had long surpassed that of the fourth step. Therefore, the rejection of the second bridge naturally caused his body and mind to instinctively suppress it. This formed a confrontation. It was as if he was fighting against Wang Baol and now he had been defeated. "Continue walking." Father Wang sighed and waved his hand. Immediately, the collapsed second bridge turned into countless fragments. It was as if time had reversed, and they flew in from all directions. They were pieced together rapidly, and in that instant, they were restored to their original state. From afar, the second bridge in the sky was still magnificent and majestic. No matter how one looked at it with the naked eye, it did not seem to be any different from before it collapsed. However, if one were to take a closer look, one could still sense that the aura of the restored second bridge seemed to have weakened slightly. Wang Baol could sense that the regenerated second bridge did not reject him as much as before. It was as if it had been subdued. It suppressed its own strength and allowed Wang Baol to stand on it. This time, Wang Baol was much gentler. He lifted his feet gently and walked carefully to the end of the second bridge. Seeing that the bridge did not collapse again, Wang Baol heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the even more majestic third bridge in the distance and was about to step down from the second bridge. However, at that moment, Wang Baol's body suddenly trembled. A thought suddenly appeared in the depths of his heart and rapidly magnified. The thought came from what he was looking at. In the distance, there were more and more astonishing sky-treading bridges. Whether it was the third, fourth, eighth, ninth, and finally the 11th bridge, the bridges seemed to at that moment. They became illusory and they became farther and farther away. As Wang Baol looked on, he seemed to become infinitely small, and the distance between him and the bridges seemed to be infinitely magnified. It was as if the bridges were giant mountains that could not be climbed, and he was too far away from the bridges. He could not control his mind, and the thought of stopping appeared in his mind. The thought was magnified to the extreme, and it turned into a strong impulse that spread throughout his body. It was as if when a person did not want to do something, he would automatically find countless reasons for himself. That was what happened to Wang Baol. It was as if countless voices were exploding in his mind. They were telling him to stop moving forward, to leave this place, to give up on the path to heaven, and to stop there. At that moment, Wang Baol stood at the end of the second bridge. He could have stepped down, but he stood there, unmoving. There seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking his path, making it difficult for him to take that step. Under the first bridge, Father Wang looked over. Beside him, Wang Yi also had a worried look on her face. Countless figures on the Immortal Dipper continent had seen what was happening. When Xian, Father Wang said softly. He knew very well that this was the test of stepping on the heavenly bridge. It was also the reason why he had reminded Wang Baol to perfect his Tao heart. He knew that if he couldn't pass this test, then no matter how high his cultivation was or how strong his combat ability was, he wouldn't be able to cross the heavenly bridge. Time passed slowly. After a long while, Wang Baol, who was standing at the end of the second bridge, slowly raised his head. He looked at the 3rd and 11th bridges in the distance, then lowered his head to look at his feet. Suddenly, he smiled. "My heart is free and unfettered. Why do you need to ask?" As he spoke, he lifted his right foot and stepped out of the second bridge, crossing the second bridge. He walked toward the 3rd bridge in the distance, step by step. As he took his first step, ripples appeared around him. As he took his second step, the ripples grew larger and larger like ripples. When he took his 3rd and 4th steps, the 3rd bridge in the distance became blurry. It was as if the world he was in had become illusory at that moment. However, Wang Baol didn't stop. He closed his eyes and continued taking the 5th step, the 6th step, the 7th step. His surroundings became more and more blurry. When he took the 8th step, everything disappeared and turned into endless nothingness. There wasn't even the slightest sound. It was as if a pause had been pressed. Amidst the silence, Wang Baol took the 9th step. The moment he took that step, it was as if he had passed through a layer of separation. He had walked through a period of time, stepping from one world to another. The pause that had been pressed was suddenly activated. Countless sounds came from all directions in an instant. They came from all directions. Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. He heard the buzzing sound, the whistling sound, the sound of the rain, and the clamor around him. Countless sounds scrambled to appear in Wang Baol's mind. He quickly drew up a picture. Other than the sound, a large amount of light gathered on his eyelids. It grew brighter and brighter, as if a dazzling scene had appeared outside his eyelids. At the same time, the fragrance of meat entered his nose. He was familiar with it, and he could also smell the fragrance of the ice spirit water. All of this was extremely familiar to Wang Baol. He even remembered it. Even though he hadn't opened his eyes, he could feel that this was the scene from his memories of the cruiser heading to Ethereal Dao College. At the same time, Wang Baol also understood the cause and effect of the 3rd bridge. The 3rd bridge tested one's Dao heart. In theory, it was to turn one's memories into a mental demon. If one's Dao heart was firm, one would be able to walk all the way. Even if one's entire life appeared in his mind, he would remain unperturbed. Then, he would definitely be able to walk on the 3rd bridge. Once he opened his eyes, his emotions would stir. It was obvious that the possibility of walking on the 3rd bridge would decrease. What era is this? The mental demons are outdated. In what should have been a heartwarming scene, Wang Baol sighed and muttered. Furthermore, this kind of test might be useful to cultivators who haven't reached the 4th step, but to me, it's useless. Wang Baol was slightly disappointed. He shook his head and was about to ignore everything and continue walking forward. However, just as he was about to raise his feet, an idea suddenly occurred to Wang Baol. Since this bridge can bring up memories similar to the Heavenly Fate book and the deity statue I met back then, should I borrow it as well? Wang Baol was tempted at the thought. After some thought, while Father Wang Yi, and the people from the Immortal Dipper continent were still in a daze, Wang Baol actually took a step back. He retreated 9 steps in an instant, and then he took another 9 steps forward. Wang Baol didn't seem satisfied. He did the same thing over and over again. He retreated and moved forward multiple times. The scenes that he experienced kept changing. The past few lives in the stone-steel world appeared one after another. He even saw things that happened even further back in time. He saw the battle between the immortals and the ancients. He saw the scene of the black wood descending. He even saw the scene of the black wood nails falling and piercing into the true origin space Dao. However, Wang Baol wasn't satisfied. He wanted to see more. He wanted to see his true form. He wanted to see deeper memories. Wang Yi's expression was strange, and his father looked helpless. The spectators on the Immortal Dipper continent were all stunned. Suddenly, Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. A smile appeared on his face. It's done. As he spoke, Wang Baol's eyes snapped open. What he saw was no longer the cruiser from Ethereal Dao College. It was a vast universe. This place didn't look like the center of the universe, but more like the end of the universe. That was because there was a huge hole in the distance. If the universe was likened to a ball, with the celestial dipper continent, the emperor, and the boundless starry skies within, then what the whole led to was beyond the universe. Here, Wang Baol stared at everything around him. His eyes instantly narrowed, revealing a flash of brilliance. His current cultivation was already extraordinary. Coupled with the appearance of the scene before him, it could be said that he had taken the initiative to guide him here. Therefore, while his mind was clear, he knew very well that everything that had happened at that moment had actually happened countless years ago and existed deep within his memories. Or to be more precise, it existed in the memories of his true form. After all, compared to his true form, the Blackwood Spike, his memories were like a long river. As for himself, he had only awakened at the end of the long river. Therefore, the memories that belonged to his consciousness were only a drop in the ocean when compared to his true form. However, as his cultivation base increased, he had the qualifications to trace back to his ancient memories. With the power of the heavenly bridge, everything became easier. What appeared in front of him now was the ancient memories that were nearing the end. Wang Baol could already sense that the tracing of the heavenly bridge was the pinnacle here. He could no longer trace back to the distant past. At the same time, Wang Baol, who had walked out of the stone-steel world and stepped onto the heavenly bridge, gained a more accurate understanding of the entire universe after the years of comprehension and understanding he had spent on the immortal Dipper continent. This universe might have had a name in the past, but it was now forgotten. In terms of address, it was more simply known as the Great Universe. This great universe seemed to be infinitely vast and boundless. The land of immortals was only an insignificant part of it. The same was true for the Tao space in the origin universe where the Emperor resided. At the same time, there was the homeland of immortals and the ancients, as well as the realms of even more mighty figures. Even though each of these appeared to be a complete universe, in reality, they were all within this great universe. This large universe didn't really have no boundaries. When he was at Wang Yi's house, Wang Baol had asked his father about it. He had learned from some ancient texts and his own senses on the immortal Dipper continent that this large universe had borders. There were even other large universes outside this large universe. The universe we are in is like a leaf floating in a lake. Other than the leaf, there are many other leaves besides the more majestic lake water. At the edges of each leaf, there is an almost indestructible barrier. That was what Father Wang had said to Wang Baol at his home back then. They didn't talk much, but Wang Baol had a feeling that Father Wang had left the leaf, gone into the lake, and even gone into other leaves. A barrier? Huh! Wang Baol thought as he raised his head. He looked at the huge hole in the starry sky in the distance. It was obvious that this was where the barrier at the edge of the universe was. The hole seemed to have been blasted open by some kind of force, either from the inside or the outside. Then, why did this image appear in the ancient memories that I traced back to my original body? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Could this hole have something to do with my original body? Or was it created by my original body? Then, did my original body blast open the barrier from within the universe, or did it blast in from outside the universe? Wang Baol thought he couldn't calm his mind. As his mind churned, his body flashed and he appeared beside the hole. He spread out his divine thoughts and extended outwards through the hole. However, in the next moment, an indescribable sense of danger erupted, causing Wang Baol to fall back abruptly. His face was filled with bewilderment. He had a feeling just now that there was an earth-shattering danger beyond the hole. However, Wang Baol wasn't willing to leave just like that. After a moment of silence, determination appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand abruptly and swung it forward. Waning Moon! With Wang Baol's current cultivation and realm, the power of the Waning Moon technique was much stronger than it had been in the past. Amidst the rumbling, the river of time materialized and enveloped the entire area. Countless images appeared within it, each one of them. They were all of this region. With the help of the power of the sky-treading bridge, Wang Baol had managed to trace back to the ancient memories of his original body, which had been difficult for him to touch. However, the power of the sky-treading bridge had also reached its end. Therefore, theoretically, it could no longer give Wang Baol any more power to trace back. However, Wang Baol himself was also extraordinary. As the waning moon unfolded, he was able to trace back the time in the area once again. Even though this kind of tracing couldn't be compared to the power of the sky-treading bridge in terms of time nodes, it was just like walking 1,000 feet. He had already walked 990 feet. The last 10 feet might not be long, but it was extremely important. That was why when the power of the waning moon was unleashed to the extreme, and even Wang Baol's figure in the area began to turn illusory, as if he couldn't take it anymore, the river of time formed by his waning moon technique had been traced back countless years. In the countless identical images, suddenly, a different image appeared. In that image, there were no holes in the area. Wang Baol's figure was already half blurry. However, when he saw the image, he perked up and immediately focused his attention. In the next instant, the world before him was completely replaced by that image. In the image, the area where the hole had been was still the same a moment ago. However, in the next moment, ripples appeared and cracks appeared. Streaks of red light shot out from the cracks. Before Wang Baol could see clearly, a loud, earth-shattering sound rang out from the spot where the cracks had been. In that instant, the area that had been filled with cracks collapsed, forming a huge hole. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Wang Baol was shocked to see that within the hole, there was a giant red tree. It crashed into the hole. The giant tree was too big. The red light emanating from it illuminated the surrounding starry skies, making it look like blood. In the next moment, as the rumbling intensified, the giant tree followed the hole and entered the great cosmos. It headed towards the distant void, and as it charged in, it immediately caused the myriad Daos in the great cosmos to rumble. It was as if it wanted to merge into the Tao and become one of the Daos. As it disappeared into the distance, the giant tree's red light dissipated rapidly. It became faintly transparent, as if it was about to disappear into the starry skies. This is from outside the cosmos? Wang Baol's heart trembled violently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief and even shock. With his current cultivation and mental fortitude, it had been difficult for him to experience such emotions. However, now that the giant tree had completely entered the cosmos, as it flew into the distance, its full appearance was revealed. As its transparency increased, he saw with shock and even fear. Within the giant tree, there seemed to be a corpse. The corpse was disintegrating rapidly. As the giant tree merged with the Tao and the starry skies, the corpse merged with the giant tree. The black wood wasn't a wooden board, nor was it a wooden nail. It was a coffin with a corpse lying on it. A coffin with a mysterious corpse lying on it. A coffin from outside the cosmos. Wang Baol's mind buzzed. The scene before him disappeared in an instant. When everything returned to normal, he was standing on the third bridge. It wasn't the end of the bridge, but the end. However, his expression kept changing, and his breathing was extremely rapid. The awakening of the Black Wood's consciousness, or the rebirth of that corpse. With the help of the heavenly bridge and the power of the waning moon, what he saw caused a huge storm in Wang Baol's mind. It was difficult for him to calm down. That was because before this, in his judgment and consciousness, his actual body was just a huge piece of black wood. It was the wood essence of the universe. It was then used as a weapon and turned into a black wooden nail that landed in the origin universe Tao space. It was nailed between the emperor's brows. During this process, he had no consciousness. To be more precise, his consciousness had yet to be born. It was the same for the black wooden nail as the emperor resisted and turned into 100,000 divine thoughts. It was as if an opportunity had been triggered, giving birth to 100,000 wisps of consciousness within the 100,000 black wooden nails. Wang Baol was only one of them. Looking at it now, he was the only one. That was why he was qualified. He had reached this stage and he was qualified to investigate the true origins of the black wood nails. However, he had never expected that at this moment, everything that he had previously judged. A huge turn of events and endless possibilities had appeared. I am still the awakening of the consciousness of the blackwood nails. Then who is the corpse in the coffin if I am not the awakening of the black wood, but the rebirth of the corpse? Then, who am I? Wang Baol fell silent. With his current knowledge, he was rarely confused. However, at that moment, his eyes were still filled with confusion. He stood at the end of the third bridge and raised his head to look at the starry sky. He was not looking at the other footbridges, he was not looking at this space-time. Instead, he was looking at the black coffin that was gradually dissipating in his memory. He could still clearly feel it. As he looked at the coffin grew further and more transparent. As it gradually merged into the void, the rapidly melting corpse within became clearer. At a certain point in time, it became clearer. This clarity made Wang Baol even more confused. That was because the gaze was a part of the senses of a mighty cultivator. Could be real. It was like a line that connected him to the corpse with the gaze. At the moment of connection, an indescribable sense of familiarity was transmitted from the coffin. Wang Baol traced it back to its source. He could sense that the sense of familiarity came from the coffin. It also came from the melting corpse within. It was as if he had seen another version of himself. The appearance of the corpse was difficult to recognize. He could only vaguely make out that it was a man. At the same time, as their gazes connected, a strong sense of regret and sorrow followed Wang Baol's gaze from within the corpse. It fused into his heart. If one were to compare a person's heart to a lake, then at that moment, this sense of regret and sorrow was like a drop of ink that fell into the lake. It stirred up ripples, and it also seemed like it wanted to dye the lake. It affected Wang Baol's entire mind. He stared until the black wooden coffin completely melted into the starry sky. As the corpse within melted, the coffin seemed to be sealed, and finally, it turned into a black wood. The black wood seemed to have formed a close connection with the universe, turning into a strand of the source of the great Tao within. Wang Baol stood at the end of the third bridge, silent, as his memories faded. Father Wang was also silent. However, there was a strange glow in the depths of his eyes. Wang Yi, who was beside him, looked at Wang Baol, who was on the third bridge, confused. Then, she looked at her father and asked softly, "Father, what happened to Wang Baol?" "He surprised me as well," Father Wang said softly. Surprised? Wang Yi was stunned. She understood her father and his status in the cosmos. She also understood how her father spoke. That was why she was surprised that her father had said that he was surprised. He had even added the word surprised. "He reminds me of someone." Father Wang didn't continue. The confusion in Wang Baol's eyes had disappeared as he stood at the end of the third bridge. He walked across the third bridge and towards the fourth bridge further away. He walked step by step. As his feet landed, the distance between him and the fourth bridge grew closer and closer. Wang Baol's steps became more stable, and the confusion in his eyes grew less and less. It doesn't matter if I'm the consciousness of the black wood. It doesn't matter if I'm the rebirth of the unknown corpse within it. None of that matters. I've already given the past and future to E. Then who am I? Where did I come from? What can I do? I am Wang Baol. My Tao is carefree if that's the case. Why bother? Wang Baol muttered to himself. His feet landed, and he crossed the distance in front of him. With a loud boom that reverberated throughout the entire immortal cloud continent, he stood at the end of the fourth bridge. His eyes had completely regained their clarity, as if they were filled with determination. They were like flames in his pupils, burning unextinguishable. What a heart-searching, what a heavenly bridge treading. Standing at the end of the fourth bridge, Wang Baol took a deep breath. There were no restraints in his heart, and he didn't hesitate at all. It was as if his entire mind had been cleansed. He became even more determined in his heart. He took a step forward and walked on the fourth bridge. At this moment, his silhouette seemed to grow larger and larger. His steps were steady, and his aura erupted forth once again. In the eyes of all the living beings in the immortal Dipper continent, the bridge in the sky was merely a foil. The most eye-catching scene appeared once again. As he continued forward, His aura rose up once again, becoming more and more shocking. The rumbling sounds from the Immortal Dipper continent grew even more violent, until he reached the end of the fourth bridge. The fluctuations from his body caused the starry sky to distort. Amidst the blurriness in all directions, an extremely bright light erupted from his body. It was as if another sun was about to be born on the Immortal Light continent. At the same time, 8 of the 10 suns before the Immortal Light continent became blurry, as if they couldn't compete with his brilliance. All of this completely shook the entire Immortal Light continent. Countless cultivators lost their voices. Wang Baol had already crossed the fourth bridge. With one step, he crossed an endless distance and stepped onto the fifth bridge. His body shone even brighter. As he stepped forward, he walked towards the end of the fifth bridge. As he neared the end of the fifth bridge, the glow around Wang Baol grew even more blinding. The 11th sun that had been born on the continent of celestial light grew clearer and clearer. When Wang Baol reached the end of the fifth bridge, the continent of celestial light trembled violently. Countless ferocious beasts roared, and countless cultivators felt their minds reeling. The 11th sun shook the heavens and earth, shining in all directions. "This kid isn't simple." Father Wang's eyes lit up. He murmured softly, his admiration for Wang Baol reaching its peak. "The truth has been revealed. Next, it's time to attain the Tao." Ever since the existence of the Bridge of Heaven Treading, it had always been mysterious and majestic. After all, in the vast cosmos, there were no items that could be used to verify the heaven-treading realm. However, there were definitely no more than one palm. As for the Bridge of Heaven Treading, it was naturally shocking. At the same time, there was something even more special about the Bridge of Heaven Treading. Not only could it verify the cultivation base of heaven treading, but it was also like an amplifier. It could amplify the Tao of the cultivator who stepped onto the bridge, and could form a resonance with the Tao of 10,000 Taos. It would greatly increase the battle prowess of the almighty cultivators who crossed the bridge. As for the principle behind it, it wasn't that no one knew about it, but even if they did, it would still be very difficult to imitate it. The only person qualified to do so was Wang Yi's father. That was because he had rebuilt the bridge that had collapsed. Furthermore, he had built 2 more bridges from the original foundation. The former's actions were extraordinary to begin with, and the latter's actions were even more shocking. That was why, in the vast universe, his father's understanding of the sky-treading bridge was unparalleled. He knew very well that the first bridge allowed cultivators to comprehend all the Tao in the universe. It was like a pioneer, allowing the cultivator to become more and more perfect. Anyone with a certain level of cultivation had the right to step onto this bridge. However, it was different from the second bridge. Only those with the bloodline of the Grand Celestial Continent had the right to step onto it. That was why the main point of the second bridge was the test. To a certain extent, the threshold was similar. That was why Wang Baol had been strongly rejected here previously. If it had been anyone else from the Immortal Colony continent, they would definitely have been stopped here and wouldn't have been able to continue forward. However, Wang Baol himself was extraordinary. Therefore, under his will and footsteps, even if the second bridge collapsed on its own, there was nothing he could do to stop it. In the end, he had no choice but to acquiesce to his qualifications, allowing him to truly ascend to the heavens. This was the first miraculous appearance of the heavenly treading bridge, one Xian. Only those with a perfected Tao heart could walk down the second bridge and onto the third bridge. Only those with a firm Tao heart could walk across the third bridge and onto the fourth bridge. Furthermore, only those with a perfected Tao heart and a firm Tao heart, with the possibility of sublimation, could walk down the fourth bridge and onto the fifth bridge. Wang Baol had done all of this. His cultivation had continued to rise and explode after crossing multiple bridges. His combat strength was the same, and the aura on his body was overwhelming. Could even be said that at this moment he was. Compared to him who had not stepped onto the bridge previously, the two of them seemed to be at the same level. However, the latter was able to suppress the former even though it was not enough to suppress the former. That was because the former was only the power of one person, while the latter was the power of the 10,000 Taos of the universe. It resonated with the universe and could borrow all the power for its own use. Even though this kind of borrowing power was still somewhat difficult. However, this was no longer an ordinary method of the fourth step. This was already considered the power of the fifth step. So what if it was a source? Borrowing the power of the 10,000 Daos of the universe would naturally be able to suppress it. However, this wasn't something that every person who stepped onto the fifth bridge could do. Normally speaking, stepping onto the fifth bridge would only allow a single sun to rise up on the Immortal Dipper continent, according to what the Immortal Dipper continent called it. It was only the Grand Heavenly Venerate. It wasn't the fourth step, but an infinitely close one. However, Wang Bao's foundation was too strong, so his fifth bridge was naturally different from others. Not only was it the 11th sun that appeared on the Immortal Dipper continent, but its own brilliance had also reached an unbelievable level. This was also the reason why Father Wang had said that it wasn't simple. He, who had personally reshaped the Heavenly Treading Bridge, knew very well whether it was the first Heavenly Treading Bridge with a perfected body, the qualification certification for the second bridge, or the third bridge to the fifth bridge when Xian. All of this was actually just a refinement of a cultivator's foundation. The deeper the foundation, the greater the refinement. The amplification had already begun at this stage. The refinement of the foundation, the amplification of everything, was ultimately for the explosion of the next few bridges. The first 5 bridges were all accumulated power. The last 6 bridges were the ascension. The deeper the accumulation of power, the stronger the ascension. The former asks the heart, the latter verifies the Tao. Wang Bao, let me see exactly how many bridges you can reach. Father Wang's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Wang Bao, who was at the end of the 5th bridge. Tao verification, begin. As Wang Bao raised his head and took a step forward, the entire 5th bridge immediately roared. Wang Bao, who was between the 5th bridge and the 6th bridge, seemed to be bursting with light. As he reached this point, he had already figured out how to walk on the heavenly bridge. Gold! Wang Bao's eyes flashed as he muttered. As his words reverberated in the air, an earth-shattering law of gold erupted from his body. The law was no longer invisible, but had turned into countless golden threads that surrounded him in an instant. From afar, one could see. These threads formed the outline of an object. That object was a silver ingot. It was clearly silver in color, but it was emitting a golden glow. This strange contradiction caused everyone who saw it to feel their vision blur to varying degrees. At that moment, the entire universe was shaken. Countless golden laws reverberated and resonated. They seemed to be augmented, causing the golden laws around Wang Bao to become even more majestic. Amidst this majestic aura, Wang Bao took a step forward and crossed the void, appearing at the middle section of the 6th bridge. At this point, the aura around his body erupted once again. The power of the golden laws seemed to have sublimated. One could see the silver ingot was melting. Everything happened in an instant. In the next instant, the silver ingot completely melted. It became one with Wang Bao. The world rumbled and the universe rippled. A huge vortex appeared outside the Immortal Dipper continent. The mighty figures in the large universe sensed it from afar. Their divine thoughts enveloped the area, as if they were observing the Tao. As countless gazes and divine thoughts gathered, Wang Bao, who was standing in the middle section of the 6th bridge, frowned slightly. He lowered his head to look at his feet. He realized that he was unable to lift his feet. The Tao of metal, as I am not the true source of the Tao, is unable to support me to walk the entire bridge. It doesn't matter. A light flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a mist spread in all directions, dyeing the sky and enveloping the entire Immortal Dipper continent. From afar, it looked like a drop of water. More accurately, it was a tear. As the mist spread, the laws of water descended with a loud bang. It was instantly reinforced, melting its original form. Just like the laws of metal, it merged with Wang Bao. Then he lifted his feet and landed. His figure, walked across the 6th bridge and stood between the 6th bridge and the 7th bridge. Next, it's the Tao of Earth. The Tao of metal and water had crossed the 6th bridge. It wasn't that the Tao wasn't strong. It was that Wang Bao's comprehension hadn't reached the level of the source. In reality, it was basically impossible to cultivate the Tao of the 5 elements to the source. This didn't conform to the rules of the universe. The 5 elements were the fundamental logic of the universe. They weren't something that cultivators could control. At most, they could reach the level that Wang Bao was about to go through. It might seem like the source, but in reality it was only one of them. They were not the only part. The difference between these 2 points was the difference between the false source and the true source. Wang Bao, who had reached this stage on the heavenly bridge, was well aware of this. Therefore, he was not surprised. Although he was standing in the void between the 6th and 7th bridges, with a wave of his right hand, the Tao of Earth suddenly descended. It descended with a loud bang. Around him, a huge stone tablet materialized. It solidified rapidly from its illusory state. The law of the Tao of Earth also spread in all directions at that moment, causing the starry sky to rumble. Very quickly, the stone tablet melted like golden water and gathered towards Wang Bao, as if it wanted to completely merge with him. At the same time, it seemed to transform into countless threads that spread across the universe. It seemed to be connected to the earth essence of the universe. It was as if one side was a lake and the other was the sea. There was a difference in size and depth between the 2 sides. A tunnel appeared between them, and the water of the sea surged towards the lake. In the end, not only would the lake grow stronger, it would also become one entity after it grew stronger, with no distinction between the 2. This was the attainment of Tao. It was the same for the metal Tao, the water Tao, and now the earth Tao. Therefore, during this process, Wang Bao's earth Tao rose rapidly, absorbing and growing stronger. His footsteps finally stopped, and as if with a new force, he walked forward step by step. 30 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The rules of the earth Tao in the great cosmos rumbled as they continued to support and fuse with Wang Bao. Wang Bao's figure grew taller, heavier, and more terrifying. As he walked forward, the aura on his body naturally erupted continuously. The 11th sun that appeared on the Immortal Dipper continent also grew brighter, until all eyes were focused on it. Wang Bao walked step by step to the 7th bridge. The moment he stepped on it, the 11th sun of the Immortal Dipper shone brightly. Everyone who looked at Wang Bao's figure felt their hearts pounding. The 7th bridge. He has stepped onto the 7th bridge. Everyone was shocked. Wang Bao, who was walking on the 7th bridge, had a glint in his eyes. He could sense that his metal Tao, water Tao, and earth Tao had completely fused with his body as he stepped on the heavenly bridge to attain Tao. This was fusion, and it was also a transformation. From the 5 elements Tao in the stone tablet realm, it had transformed into the 5 elements of the universe. It made him realize that he and the 3 Tao were no longer separate. His 5 elements Tao had also fused with the 5 elements of the universe, becoming one of its origins. Even though it was just one of the 5 elements, it was still considered to have reached the limit that a cultivator could reach. His cultivation was different from before, and his battle prowess was different as well. That was because at that moment he was not only able to unleash his own power against the metal Tao, water Tao, and earth Tao. He was also able to unleash the power of the 3 elements in the universe. They were all under his control. What a heavenly bridge! Wang Bao's gaze grew brighter. No one disliked the feeling of being stronger and stronger. Wang Bao was naturally the same. He wanted to be stronger because that was the only way he could be more carefree. Therefore, when he reached the middle section of the 7th bridge and realized that he was running out of energy, Wang Bao suddenly waved his right hand. Tao of fire! As soon as he said that, the towering flames around him exploded. The flames were endless, but they didn't emit high temperatures. Instead, they exuded a sense of immortality, as well as an inheritance. That was because it was immortal fire, and it was also Xianxia. Even though this fire was only one of the endless Tao of fire, it was still fire. As soon as it appeared, It immediately resonated with the 5 elements fire in the universe. They connected instantly, and the scene of the 3 elements appeared instantly. Looking around, the sea of fire on the heavenly bridge spread, and the starry sky beyond was the same. However, the sea of fire was bright, but it couldn't hide Wang Baol's figure. It was as if the sea of fire was just a foil to Wang Baol's figure. It became even more majestic. As the sea of fire completely fused with his body, he lifted his feet once again and walked toward the end of the 7th bridge. His speed wasn't fast, but his steps were steady. The same was true for the explosive power of his cultivation. Under countless gazes, Wang Baol finally reached the end of the 7th bridge. He was just 1 step away from walking down. There was a special characteristic of the sky-treading bridge. It was that any bridge that could be stepped on and walked across was completely different in terms of strength. Therefore, at that moment, the gazes that gathered on Wang Baol became even more solemn. However, this solemnity was meaningless. That was because Wang Baol, who had walked to the end of the 7th bridge, did not stop at all. He took 1 step forward and easily walked across the 7th bridge, walking towards the void between the 8th bridge and the 7th bridge. There was a sound of loss of voice and a cry of shock. It instantly erupted in the entire Immortal Dipper continent. He's about to walk towards the 8th bridge. How far can he reach? Father Wang stared at Wang Baol's figure with anticipation in his eyes. At the same time, all the grand heavenly venerates on the Immortal Shield continent had similar guesses. Wang Baol himself felt the same way. He stood in the void between the 7th bridge and the 8th bridge. He raised his head to look at the 8th bridge in the distance and murmured softly, "If the 4 elements of metal, fire, water, and earth can support me through the 2 bridges, how much can Would Tao support me through? Would Tao?" In the next instant, Wang Baol raised both his hands and murmured. The moment his voice rang out, the 7 sky-treading bridges behind him shook. This was unprecedented. It was as if the first 7 sky-treading bridges could not withstand it. Even the 8th bridge trembled. Only the 9th bridge didn't change much. However, the land of immortals beneath Wang Baol rumbled violently. The roars of the countless ferocious beasts on it came to a sudden halt, because at that moment, the sky began to distort. That was because at that moment, ripples appeared in the starry sky. That was because at that moment, most of the universe was shaking. The divine senses of the almighty beings were filled with shock as they gathered rapidly from all directions in the universe. As they arrived, they could clearly see that in the starry sky outside of Immortal Dipper continent, a gigantic tree had appeared. It was about the same size as Immortal Dipper continent, and it was a gigantic tree. There were countless threads around it, forming a huge net that covered the entire universe. It made the tree an inseparable part of it, and every thread on the net was shockingly a law. When he looked at the tree again, it was pitch black, like a coffin. It exuded an indescribable pressure, along with a sense of regret and sadness. As the tree appeared, it filled the starry sky. The only source of wood in this universe. His father looked up and said softly. At that moment, the starry sky beyond the Immortal Dipper continent was filled with a vast, boundless net. The net was so vast that it seemed to envelop the entire universe. It appeared in all regions within the universe. This net was a law. Every single thread within it was either thick or thin, but they were all a law. As for the area around the Immortal Dipper continent, the black wood in the net was even clearer. Even the wooden patterns on it could be seen with the naked eye. The pressure emanating from the black wood caused the minds of those who sensed it to tremble. In fact, even the rules and threads on the net around the black wood couldn't compare to it. It was like a foil to the black wood, causing it to tremble in all directions. At this moment, the black tree began to sink downwards, as if it wanted to touch the Immortal Dipper continent. Everyone who saw this was naturally shocked, and their bodies trembled violently. Within the Immortal Dipper continent, the almighty experts represented by the sun in the sky were all the same. To them, the black tree that appeared outside of the Immortal Dipper continent was incomparably real. and the power it exuded was even more real. In fact, to them, the moment the black tree fell, the entire Immortal Dipper continent, it would turn pitch black. This, we have to stop this wood from falling. Exclamations of shock and astonishment rang out continuously throughout the Immortal Dipper continent. Even Situ, who had been playing chess with Wang Baol, appeared beside Father Wang, his expression extremely grave. At the same time, within the 11 Yang of the Immortal Dipper, the two existences that were even more dazzling than Wang Baol's current son emerged from their respective cave abodes. They stared solemnly at the sky, feeling immense pressure. Based on what they knew, this tree contained an intense threat. It would definitely affect the entire Dipper Immortal realm once it landed. At that moment, there were only two people on the entire Dipper Immortal realm who had a clear mind and remained calm. One of them was Father Wang. He looked calmly at the black tree in the sky. After muttering a few words, he spoke a second sentence. Unfortunately, it's incomplete. Incomplete. Situ, who was beside his father, was stunned. With his current cultivation, the black wood that appeared in the sky was both real and integrated. There was no sign of it being incomplete at all. Yes, it's just an illusory projection that looks real, his father said softly. Projection. Situ was even more shocked. At the same time, Wang Baol, who was standing in the void between the 7th and 8th bridges, sighed softly in his heart. The black wood was formed from his wood essence. That was why he could clearly sense that the black wood that had appeared outside the Immortal Dipper continent wasn't a real existence. That was why his heart was clear and his expression was calm. However, he could sense it clearly because of the unbreakable connection between him and the black wood. His father was clearly different from him. From that point of view, one could see how terrifying the latter was. If this is just a projection, then where did the real wood come from? Under the first bridge, Situ suddenly spoke. Then, he seemed to be deep in thought as he looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the starry sky, looking in one direction. That's the place. As the king's father spoke calmly, Wang Baol, who was standing in the void between the 7th bridge and the 8th bridge, also turned his head, using his subconscious senses to look at a certain location in the universe. Almost at the instant he looked, there was a seemingly endless red fog in the area where he was looking at. The fog continued to churn, as if it had never stopped for a long time. Within the fog, there were 108 figures. Each of them was vast and earth-shattering, and within each of them was a different starry sky. The 108 figures surrounded each other, forming a pattern. If one stood at a higher position, they would be able to clearly see that the pattern was a human figure. At the center of the human figure was the Dantian region. That place was the core of the red fog. Vision and divine sense could not penetrate it, as if they could isolate everything. In that isolated region was the 109th figure. The person was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His face could not be seen clearly, and his entire body was surrounded by the red mist. Only the area on his forehead could be seen clearly. Shockingly, there was a black wooden spike stuck in the center of his forehead. The power of the black wooden spike distorted the area, causing the red mist to be unable to submerge the area. Could only be seen from the outside. However, the red mist seemed unwilling to do so, kept rolling about trying to cover up the area. Perhaps it was the surging fog at the core that caused the boundless red fog outside the starry sky to keep rolling and rolling for countless years. Where the real body is located. Wang Baol retracted his gaze as he stepped on the heavenly bridge on the astral Nova continent. He was silent for a few breaths before he lifted his head again. Determination appeared in his eyes. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. As he lifted his foot, the projection of the black wood in the starry sky descended at an astonishing speed. As the crowd from the Immortal Dipper continent was in a state of shock, Wang Baol lifted his foot and took a step forward. The black wood landed completely. It landed on the Immortal Dipper continent, the heavenly bridge, and Wang Baol's head. The earth and mountains didn't shake as expected. The sky and earth shook. Countless people exclaimed in shock. The moment the black wood made contact with Wang Baol, it silently merged with his body. Wang Baol's body was insignificant compared to the black wood. The black wood was as vast as the Immortal Dipper continent, but at that moment, it seemed to affect both his senses and his gaze. In the blink of an eye, the massive black wood, it merged into Wang Baol's body. In the next moment, Wang Baol's footsteps landed completely. He stepped through the void between the 7th and 8th bridges, the head of the 8th bridge, and the end of the 8th bridge. It even crossed the void between the 8th bridge and the 9th bridge, and directly crossed the entire bridge. It landed on the 9th bridge, and not at the head of the 9th bridge, but at the end of the 9th bridge. Wang Baol's figure appeared clearly at the end of the 9th bridge. At that moment, the entire world was shocked, and countless voices erupted. The 9th bridge. One step across a bridge. Not across a bridge, but from outside the 7th bridge, directly to the 9th bridge. Amidst the uproar, Wang Baol, who was standing at the end of the 9th bridge, felt a sense of regret. He understood that the black wood that appeared was only a projection and not his real body, so it could not allow him to move in an instant. When he reached the end of the 11th bridge, he could only stop there. At that moment, even though he was standing at the end of the 9th bridge, Wang Baol could feel that there was a huge obstacle in front of him. It made it very difficult for him to continue moving forward. "Father, is he going to stop?" Beside the first bridge, Wang Yi asked softly. "I haven't given him my gift yet. Naturally, he won't stop." Father Wang's expression was calm from the beginning to the end. The 9th bridge was both sacred and awe-inspiring to all living beings on the Immortal Dipper continent. From ancient times until now, only 4 people had ever made it this far. One of the 4 was the Lord of the Immortal Dipper continent, while the other 3 were the 3 most powerful great heavenly venerates. But now there was one more person. At the same time, the 11th yang on the Immortal Dipper continent shone brightly once more. Its light was dazzling, as if it wanted to envelop the entire world in its light. Wang Baol, who stood at the end of the 9th bridge within the 100,000 feet of light, also had a glint in his eyes. He could feel the resistance in front of him, and his body seemed to be frozen, unable to take another step forward. It was as if his path to heaven was about to stop here. "It won't stop here," Wang Baol muttered softly. He raised his head slowly, and the light in his eyes changed abruptly. A dark glow appeared in his pupils, as if a drop of ink had fallen into the water and was melting rapidly. It spread in all directions. In that instant, his eyes turned black, and an aura of death spread out from his body. It enveloped the surroundings, and due to the strangeness of the aura, Wang Baol, who was standing there, he no longer looked like a living person, but a corpse. The aura of death churned again. The black fog spread out from the pores all over Wang Baol's body. It spread rapidly and filled the surroundings, bringing with it decay and death. This was Wang Baol's Tao of the Dark. At that moment, all the lords who were looking at Wang Baol felt waves of emotions rise in their hearts. As the black fog spread, the black fog in the sky above the 9th bridge formed a gigantic statue. This statue was exactly the same as Wang Baol. However, it was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression on its face. There wasn't a hint of emotion in it. It held a book in one hand, as if it controlled death in the world. Looking from afar, it was filled with an ominous feeling. The embodiment of the Tao of Death. Legend has it that, after mastering the Tao of Death and becoming one of the origins, one can become the Dark Lord. Could it be the body of the Dark Lord? Just as the cultivators from the Immortal Dipper continent were shaken, the figure of the statue formed by the black fog took a step forward. This step shook heaven and earth, causing the starry sky to rumble, and the entire universe to shake violently. This step shook everything in all directions, causing the minds of countless people who were looking at it to be filled with thunderbolts. This step was like walking from the mortal realm to the immortal realm. It was the completion of the 4th step, and it was the sign of walking to the 5th step. At that moment, booming sounds filled the sky. The sky turned pale, and the wind and clouds tumbled backwards. Cracking sounds that could not be covered came from the sky. It was as if some barrier had been broken, and the statue. It crossed the end of the 9th bridge and appeared in the void between the 10th bridge and the 9th bridge. As it landed, the figure seemed to have exhausted all its remaining strength, could no longer maintain itself. It was as if a gust of wind had blown over and reduced its existence back into fog. It dissipated, revealing Wang Bao's figure within the gigantic statue. Is it the completion of the 4th step? Standing in the void between the 9th bridge and the 10th bridge, Wang Bao's expression was calm. He sensed his current state. He had an accurate feeling that the current him only needed one finger. He could destroy his past self with just one finger. The difference between the two was too great. The past him was also an 8 extreme Dao, and to a certain extent he was also at the 4th step. However, the wood Dao was the only Dao that had a natural origin because his original body was himself. However, the other Dao seemed to have a source, but in reality they were not. They only had their own power. The current him was the source of metal, earth, water, and fire. Even though he was only one of the 5 elements' origins, and there were others who shared it with him, this was already the limit that a cultivator could reach in the 5 elements. Under normal circumstances, no one could monopolize any one of the 5 elements. However, Wang Bao's wood Dao could, coupled with his dark Dao, which was connected to the Dao of death in the universe, and his incarnation as the Dark Lord at this moment, although he was also at the 4th step, he was able to suppress almost all the 4th steps. Most others were at the same origin, but Wang Bao was at the 5 origins. Together with the true origin of the wood Dao, the 4th step could only be suppressed before him. Could be said that at that moment Wang Bao was the strongest 4th step. He was unrivaled. However, this was still not the end of Wang Bao's path. He stood between the 9th bridge and the 10th bridge. He raised his head and looked at the 10th bridge. At his current level, he could already see that on the 10th bridge. There were 3 figures. He wasn't unfamiliar with these 3 figures. The 2 who stood at the head of the 10th bridge were the 2 most powerful grand celestials in the entire immortal cloud continent who had given Wang Bao a sense of danger. Standing in the middle of the 10th bridge was Situ, who was playing chess with him. There was no one at the end of the bridge. There was still no one at the 11th bridge. There were 2 meanings to this. Perhaps no one had walked past it, or perhaps they had walked past it completely, which was why there was no one left behind. Regardless, there was no one behind the middle of the 10th bridge in Wang Bao's eyes. Can I walk onto the 10th bridge? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that the 9th bridge represented the 4th step, and the 10th bridge represented the 5th step of cultivation. As long as he walked onto it, it meant that he was already at the 5th step. Reaching the middle stage meant that he had already cultivated half of the 5th step. If he could reach the end, it meant that he had reached perfection in the 5th step. However, Wang Bao wasn't confident. His Dao had been exhausted. Even though he still had the Dao of the Yang Sage left, he didn't have anything to carry the Dao with him. It was the same for Carefree. What a pity! Wang Bao sighed softly. However, at that moment, Father Wang, who was sitting cross-legged beside the first bridge, suddenly spoke. Bao, keep walking. Wang Bao's eyes flashed when he heard those words. He seemed to be deep in thought. His body swayed suddenly and he walked forward. As he walked forward, the aura around his body changed abruptly, and the dark aura dissipated. A strong life force erupted from his body. This was the opposite of the dark energy Dao, the Dao of the Yang Sage. This Dao was the most powerful and most sacred Dao. As soon as it appeared, it was filled with a majestic aura. It surged into the sky, and the light was so bright that it suppressed all light. The life force was so strong that it suppressed all death. However, it was a pity. There was only an illusory aura and no physical body. It was like a rootless water, like a willow catkin. It seemed powerful, but in reality, it seemed like it only had a superficial layer. That was because in Wang Bao's 8 extreme Dao other than Carefree, there was only the Dao of the Yang Sage. There was nothing that contained the Dao. He hadn't found it in the stone tablet realm, which meant that he couldn't perfect it. However, at that moment, the moment Wang Bao's Tao of the Yang Sage spread out, Father Wang, who was under the first bridge, slowly raised his right hand. An irregular stone appeared in his hand. The stone was only the size of a fist. It exuded a sense of grandeur. It wasn't big, but it gave off a feeling that it was infinite. If one looked closely, one could see that there were a large number of glowing imprints on it. The material seemed to be of the same origin as the heavenly bridge. This is the remaining bridge stone that I used to build the 11th bridge. I'll give it to you as an item to carry the Tao. As he spoke, Father Wang waved his hand casually. The bridge stone immediately erupted with a strong light and shot towards Wang Bao. It flew forward. It closed in on him in an instant and instantly fused with him. Wang Bao's body trembled violently. The Tao of the Yang Sage erupted with a loud bang. The Tao of the Dark was known as the Extreme Yin. It was the Tao of death in the world. Those who controlled it had a title amongst the countless Ians, and it was also the only title. That was the Dark Lord. He controlled death, reincarnation, and the Tao of death. Similar to the great Tao of the 5 elements, the Tao of death couldn't have a single source. Even if a mighty figure cultivated it to the extreme, it could only become one of the sources. That was how Wang Bao's Tao of the Dark was now. With the enhancement and amplification of the sky-treading bridge, it was forcefully connected to the Tao of death in the universe. It was as if the water surfaces of different heights were connected to form a balance. That was how Wang Bao's Tao of the Dark became one of the sources. Now, the Tao of the Yang Sage was the same. Originally, as the Tao didn't have anything that contained the Tao, everything was empty. There was only an aura and no substance. However, after Father Wang brought the stone over, everything was different. The stone itself was extraordinary. It was a part of the 11th bridge. To be able to use it to create the heavenly treading bridge, there was no need to explain how mysterious and terrifying it was. After all, once the 11th bridge was completed, it would be a proof of the 6th step of cultivation. Such a realm was extremely rare in the entire universe. Any one of them. They basically had the qualifications to compete for the position of Universe Lord. Therefore, the value of the bridge stone used to create the 11th bridge was unimaginable. It was also extremely suitable for Wang Bao to use as a Tao carrier because of its extraordinary nature. Using the treasure of the 6th step as the carrier for the 5th step of the Tao, Situ, who was beside Father Wang, had a deep look in his eyes as he spoke softly. How generous! You're really willing to part with this item. His 5th step should be stable. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't be able to take the 5th step. Situ sighed. It was because he understood all of this that he was even more impressed by how generous this fiend, who he had watched rise all this while, was this time. The gift was not a bridge stone, but a step in cultivation. This was an opportunity that countless people dreamed of. I owe him one, so he deserves it. Besides, Father Wang raised his head and looked at Wang Bao, who was in the void between the 9th and 10th bridges. He was originally between the 4th and 5th steps. Although the stone steel realm Tao that he was previously in was incomplete, preventing his combat strength from reaching what it should be, he has already reached his realm. Since that's the case, why should I be stingy? Father Wang replied calmly. Situ seemed to be deep in thought as he nodded. In fact, when he first saw Wang Bao, he had already noticed Wang Bao's condition. To put it simply, at that time Wang Bao was already at the level between the 4th and 5th steps. His realm was already at the level between the 4th and 5th steps. However, due to the incomplete Tao, he was unable to unleash his combat strength. As for stepping on the heavenly bridge, it was actually to complete it and allow him to obtain the true combat strength of the 4th step. Coupled with the bridge stone at that moment, Situ could imagine that very soon, there would be one more mighty figure of the 5th step among the few mighty figures in the universe. The 5th step, everything in the universe will be used by me. As Situ muttered to himself, Wang Bao, who was in the void between the 9th bridge and the 10th bridge, began to merge with the bridge stone. The glow on his body grew more and more shocking. As the light spread, an indescribably powerful life force seemed to sweep across half of the universe. It came from all directions and gathered around him. A strong, masculine and powerful aura erupted. As it erupted, an illusory bridge appeared in the sky above Wang Baol. The bridge didn't look any different from the heavenly bridge. It stood there with a towering aura, causing all the living beings on the Immortal Dipper continent to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Wang Baol raised his head as well. As he felt the perfection of his Tao of the Yang Sage, he stared at the bridge that he had conjured. This wasn't the heavenly bridge. It looked exactly the same, but its function wasn't the reinforcement of the heavenly bridge. To be more precise, this bridge was both a carrier of Tao and a connection. The Tao of the Yang Sage that carried him was connected to this Tao at one end, and at the other end, it was connected to the Tao of life in the vast universe. Similar to the Tao of death, the Tao of life couldn't be mastered alone. However, with the support of the bridge stone, Wang Baol's Tao of the Yang Sage had successfully turned into one of the sources at the moment of connection. As the Tao was completed, an unprecedented sense of power emerged in Wang Baol's heart. It was as if everything in the world had changed in his eyes. It was no longer as real as it seemed, but an illusion. At the end of the Tao, everything is empty? Wang Baol mumbled. He lifted his foot and walked towards the 10th bridge. As his foot landed, the shadow of the bridge in the sky above him gradually descended towards him. When the shadow of the bridge completely fused with his body, Wang Baol's aura erupted once again. The 5 elements revolved around him, and life and death depended on each other. In the blink of an eye, his foot landed once again. Wang Baol crossed the void between the 9th bridge and the 10th bridge. With one step, he appeared at the end of the 10th bridge. He didn't stop. With another step, his figure crossed half of the bridge and appeared at the middle of the 10th bridge. It seemed like he was about to take another step, but this step he couldn't lift it no matter what. "I've reached my limit," Wang Baol muttered. The world rumbled, and waves rose in the sky. Ripples spread through the starry sky. The universe seemed to be shaking. All living beings had to lower their heads. In the entire universe, they could raise their heads. Only those who were at the same or transcendent realm looked at him. Others were not qualified. The current me is still unable to cross the 10th bridge. Wang Baol was silent. He could sense that his current state was very different from before. Before stepping onto the 10th bridge, the Tao that he could control was the 5 elements, death and life. It was life. But now, everything in the universe, all the Tao in the universe, could be used by him. Even though he couldn't use it perfectly, he could easily suppress any mighty figure at step 4 in front of him. This was a form of suppression. It was the suppression of one's cultivation realm, as well as the suppression of Tao. As he sensed himself for the first time, Wang Baol could clearly sense the divine thoughts gathering in the universe. He raised his head and looked at the starry skies of the universe. He saw a continent in the distance. It was similar to the Immortal Dipper continent. A figure seemed to nod slightly at him. That figure exuded an indescribable sense of destiny. But it wasn't his destiny. It was as if his existence was a part of the Tao of destiny in the universe. Other than that, in another direction, Wang Baol saw a piece of paper. There was a strong sense of karma on it. A youth dressed in a luxurious robe sat cross-legged on the paper, smiling at him. Wang Baol immediately understood that the item that carried the Tao of gold in his body had something to do with it. At the same time, he also saw a figure. That person's gaze was complicated. It was as if he was sighing and sighing. He was looking at him as well. There weren't many of these figures. There were only 8 of them. After looking at them one by one, Wang Baol's gaze finally landed at the center of the large universe. There was a thick red fog that covered everything. It blocked karma, but it couldn't be suppressed. A sense of familiarity and connection emanated from within. My true form is right there. The Empyrean Lord's vast Tao domain, or rather, the origin universe Tao space. Wang Baol stared in that direction. That was where he was going next. He had a feeling that with this sense of familiarity and connection, he only needed one step to enter the starry sky that was covered by the red fog. The starry sky was isolated from everything. For countless years, no one had been able to step into it. It was like a forbidden zone within the universe. But at that moment, as he stared, Wang Baol could clearly sense two familiar feelings. In silence, Wang Baol closed his eyes. A strong premonition rose in his heart. It was as if as long as he took a step in that direction, his body and spirit would fuse together. This fusion was a complete fusion. It was as if as he walked, he would become a part of the starry sky. The reason for this was that the two familiar feelings were like the most precise coordinates in the universe. One came from his actual body and the other came from the stone-steel world that he had fused with himself. The stone-steel world used to be called the unending Tao domain. It was one of the 100,000 divine thoughts that the emperor had split into. Therefore, to a certain extent, whether it was the stone-steel world or the emperor's clone within it, they were all part of the emperor. According to the emperor's normal plan, the emperor's divine thoughts that were born within the unending Tao domain would fuse with the unending Tao domain, eventually turning into something similar to a jigsaw puzzle, returning to the origin universe Tao space. It would fuse into the body of a true emperor. This was the key to the emperor's recovery. Wang Baol had been an accident. However, no matter what, there was still a close connection between him and the emperor. This connection made it difficult for Wang Baol to accurately pinpoint his identity. He was both a strand of the Black Wood's divine thoughts and a part of the true emperor. After a long while, Wang Baol, who was standing on the 10th bridge, opened his eyes. He gave up on the idea of lifting his feet and stepping forward. If he were to go over like this, it would be too ostentatious. The moment he entered, he would immediately attract the emperor's instinctive attention. As in the dark, suddenly appeared the flame, too conspicuous. Such conspicuous appearances were not beneficial to Wang Baol. On the contrary, it would cause a series of bad things to happen. Even though the emperor was in a deep sleep, his instincts were still there. Wang Baol was not sure that after he had entered in such an ostentatious manner, whether will trigger some mechanism, causes the emperor in the deep sleep, the instinct to make things right, carries on the devouring and the fusion to oneself. So, the surest way is to enter the source space in the most secretive way possible. At the thought of this, Wang Baol lowered his head. The figure standing on the 10th bridge slowly blurred in the next moment. However, at the same time, under the first bridge, in front of Wang Baol's father Yi and Situ, his figure was slowly appearing. The blurring and appearing were happening at the same time. It was as if two hands, one holding an eraser and the other holding a paintbrush, were doing it at the same time. This scene didn't seem that strange. However, in the entire universe, there were very few who could do it. This involved the use of multiple Daos, including space and time. It involved life and death, as well as the manifestation of at least 6 Daos. Each of them required the power of the source. To be able to use multiple Daos to accomplish such a seemingly simple task, only a mighty figure with the power of the 5th step could accomplish it so easily. The 4th step was to control the source of one Dao. The 5th step was to use all the Daos in the universe. Just like that, when Wang Baol's figure on the 10th bridge disappeared completely, Wang Baol's figure appeared completely under the first bridge. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards his father the moment he appeared. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." Wang Yi's eyes lit up. She wanted to say something, but she looked at her father and uncle beside her and didn't say anything. As for Situ, he glanced at Wang Baol with a faint smile. Then at Wang Yi, he coughed and didn't say anything either. Father Wang's expression was as calm as ever. His gaze landed on Wang Baol, and with one glance, he seemed to have seen through Wang Baol's entire body. Wang Baol was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and didn't try to block his gaze. After a long while, Father Wang nodded slightly and said calmly, "When are you going?" The question was abrupt, but Wang Baol understood that he was asking him when he was going to the origin universe Dao space. He pondered for a moment before replying in a low voice, "I plan to head there in the near future." "How?" Father Wang asked again. "I have a friend by my side. If I go now, he must have been sent out from the origin universe Dao space using the 5th step technique. Therefore, there must be traces of him going back. If I follow the traces, I should be able to head there. Wang Bail didn't hide his thoughts. He spoke slowly. Father Wang shook his head. The method used by others isn't safe. After a moment of silence, he raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a green jade slip appeared out of thin air. He pointed it at Wang Bail and headed straight for him. Wang Bail grabbed it and looked at Father Wang. This method uses dreams to enter the Tao. To a certain extent, a cultivator's dreams can come true. It's suitable for traveling in secret, and it's even more suitable for concealing one's qi. The person in the sky of the origin universe Tao is the strongest cultivator born during the first epoch in the cosmos. Compared to him, we are all latecomers. When we first reached the Tao, he was in a deep sleep. He is still in a deep sleep. I have never been to the place where he is. There is karma between you and him. As a result, it is useless for others to participate. This is your own matter, and it is your Tao. You need to resolve it yourself. Success. You will be free and unfettered from now on. After the king's father finished speaking, he stood up and turned around, walking into the distance. Situ, who was standing beside him, smiled at Wang Bail. He was about to speak when the king's father, who was standing in the distance, spoke slowly. Situ, the wine is warm. It won't taste good if we go back late. Situ laughed when he heard that. He walked towards the king's father. Under the first bridge, there was only Wang Bail and Wang Yi. Bail, Wang Yi said softly. Little missy, will you accompany me for a walk? Wang Bail smiled as he looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at Wang Bail, and gradually, a smile appeared on her face as she nodded. Where are you going? I want to go and see. Senior brother, I'll accompany you. The setting sun, as the heavenly treading bridge regained its calm, slowly drew back the gazes of all the living beings on the immortal Dipper continent. Even though their emotions were still fluctuating intensely, they knew that the heavenly treading bridge was over. Under the first bridge, which they couldn't see, Wang Bail and Wang Yi gradually walked into the distance as the setting sun shone on them. It was a beautiful scene. The golden afterglow brought warmth to the scene. The ancient sky-treading bridge seemed to have become a part of the background, serving as a foil to everything. The two figures weren't very close to each other, as if they were gentlemen's friends. However, as they disappeared into the distance, the shadows in the afterglow continued to grow longer and longer, as if they were connected, gradually far away. In the 17 domains of the immortal Dipper continent, there were more than 100 mortal kingdoms in the 39th territory. It could be said that every city in this territory was in fact a kingdom. With a kingdom, there would naturally be a sovereign. And with a sovereign, there would naturally be a lord. However, compared to other kingdoms, the 43rd city in the 39th territory, which was called Zhao, was different from other kingdoms. There was only one lord here. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the emperor changed, the duke had never changed. No matter which generation the emperor ascended to the throne, he would still maintain this tradition and treat the duke very politely. Even if he was invaded by other countries, causing the royal bloodline to be replaced, as long as he didn't seek death by changing the country's name and still chose the state of Zhao, then everything would be normal. Therefore, there was a saying that had been circulating in the 43 cities since ancient times. It was better to go against the power of the royal family than to offend the Situ residents. The lord's residence was Situ's residence. Although it did not occupy as much land as the imperial palace, it was not too far off either. The carved railings and jade walls were extremely luxurious. There were many guards and even more maids. This was especially true for the singers and dancers. The lord of the mortal country loved to watch dance and music, so the number of them surpassed the number of guards and maids. This also caused the lord's residence to be filled with beautiful women. They were like birds in the wind, and it was the happiest place in the world. Although the master was not around, the entire mansion was still filled with laughter, singing, and dancing. The person they were dancing with was a young man sitting in the main hall. The main hall was like an imperial palace. It was supported by 99 huge coiling dragon pillars. Every one of them was golden in color, and the dragons carved on them were lifelike. If one was close enough, one could even faintly hear the roars of dragons. As for the ground, it was shockingly made of stone bricks made of supreme-grade immortal jade. When spread out, immortal chi surrounded the great hall, not to mention the source of light in the mouths of the dragons among the 99 coiling dragon pillars. Those sources of light were shockingly precious pearls. These pearls contained a shocking aura. One could imagine that if they were outside, any one of them would probably cause countless cultivators to go crazy. But here they were merely sources of light. The entire hall looked vast and majestic. At the same time, the young man sitting at the head of the hall had a helpless expression. This young man was dressed in luxurious clothes. He was frowning as he sat on a luxurious chair made of gemstones. Below him were 2 rows of guards. Each of their expressions were firm, and their cultivations were extraordinary. Their eyes shone with a cold and fierce light, and they were decisive in their killing. However, if one looked closely, one could see that they were all paying close attention to the youth. It was as if, with just a word from the youth, they could draw their swords for him and kill him in all directions. And in the middle of the 2 rows of guards, in a large hall, there were hundreds of singers and dancers dancing. There were also hundreds of musicians playing beautiful music. All of this made this place only have the word extravagant in it. Extravagant. However, no matter how moving the music and dance were, the young man's brows were still tightly furrowed. Seeing this, the guard standing at the very front turned his head to look at the singers and dancers and said calmly, "Change? Change." As soon as he said this, the singers and dancers bowed and retreated. Then, another group of people came from the outside like fairies descending from the mortal world and continued to dance. Seeing this, the young man let out a long sigh. He was Chun-Ching. After following Situ to this place, Situ taught him a divine ability. This divine ability did not have a name, but according to Situ, it needed to go through all the trials of the secular world before it could be cultivated to its full potential. Thus, from the second day after he came, the trials began. There was a rare wine in the world, the best food in the world, countless beauties in the world, endless wealth, and the power to decide the life and death of others with a single word. Everything that countless people dreamed of was placed in front of him, waiting for him to cultivate. At that moment, while he was cultivating helplessly, no one in the grand hall noticed that 2 figures had appeared out of nowhere. One was a man and the other was a woman. They were Wang Baol and Wang Yi. The expressions on their faces were strange to varying degrees. "Baol, your senior brother's cultivation is a little special." Wang Baol didn't know what to say. After some thought, he forced himself to speak. "Senior Situ must have had his reasons for doing this. Perhaps this is a test of his Tao heart." "You seem to be very envious?" Wang Yi asked seemingly casually. "It's all just an illusion." Wang Baol smiled calmly. His gaze swept past the singers and dancers, and he looked at the youth sitting in the distance. His eyes were gentle. After a long while, he retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. "Let's go. Aren't you going to meet him?" Wang Yi followed behind and asked. "We'll meet eventually." Wang Baol smiled and walked out of the grand hall. Wang Yi smiled as well. She turned to look at the youth sitting on the chair, then turned to leave with Wang Baol. Just as they walked out of the grand hall, the youth, Chun-Ching, suddenly raised his head and looked at the empty entrance of the grand hall. There was clearly nothing there, but for some reason he had a vague feeling. It was as if someone very important to him was leaving into the distance. Wang Baol left. Accompanied by Wang Yi, they walked on the Immortal Dipper continent and went to the mountain in the far east. There, they watched the sunrise, went to the sea in the far west, and watched the sunset. They went to the forest in the far north. There, they picked a green vine called Soul Guide. Then, they went to the plains in the far south, where they planted a flower seed called Dream Circle. Finally, they returned to their starting point, which was under the first bridge on the Immortal Dipper continent. Wang Baol wove the Soul Guide green vine into a corolla and placed it on Wang Yi's head. "Take good care of yourself. My past, my future, and the fate I will weave are all in your hands." Wang Yi was silent. She stared at Wang Baol for a long time before nodding. Wang Baol waved his hand, and she turned and walked into the distance. She took more than 10 steps, and when she turned around, she saw Wang Baol sitting cross-legged in meditation. She took more than 10 steps, and when she turned around, it was the same. She walked for 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 10,000 steps. She turned her head many times, until her vision became blurry. Wang Yi sighed softly, touched the soul-guiding ivy above her head, and gradually disappeared into the distance. Under the first bridge, there was only Wang Baol sitting cross-legged. He held a jade slip in his hand, which recorded a divine ability. This technique was called the Tao of Dreams. For cultivators at the third step, the Tao of Dreams was mysterious and difficult to comprehend. For cultivators at the fourth step, it was easier. As for cultivators at the fifth step, which could be used for all techniques, they only needed an instant to cultivate this Tao. In an instant, Wang Baol understood. A hazy feeling slowly appeared on his body. It became illusory, as if he was in a deep sleep, as if he was dreaming. The world of the dream was a starry sky. There was a red fog in the starry sky, and there were 108 universes in the fog. One of them was the place where his dream had begun. To the countless civilizations in the countless galaxies in the universe, Wang Baol had come to a place that they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. It could be said that almost 99% of the living beings in the universe would never know that in the universe they lived in, there was a region called the Origin Universe Daokong. This was because it was too ancient. The time contained within it could be traced back to the beginning of this universe, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. Only a small number of civilizations that were similarly ancient and ran through the history of the origin of the entire universe had hidden bits and pieces of obscure records in their collections. If one had the ability to put together the records of these ancient civilizations, then they would be able to draw out a barely complete trace of the Origin Universe Tao Space Master from these clues. The first life form born at the beginning of the universe. It roamed the starry skies, suppressing one after another of the Paragon Masters that were born after it, becoming an existence attached to it. It was powerful and invincible. It was domineering and crazy. The Origin Universe Tao space where it was located was like a prison. The Paragon Masters that were suppressed by it were unable to leave it for their entire lives. They could only obey its orders and weave their own universes within it, forming 108 starry skies. These 108 starry skies weaved together as a whole, becoming a part of the Prime Universe Daokong Master. No one knew why the Prime Universe Daokong Master sealed the 108 Supreme Being experts that appeared after he was born into his own universe. Although there were guesses, most people believed that this might have something to do with his cultivation technique. As for what the truth was, few people truly knew. These were all descriptions of this Imperial Emperor and his cosmic origins Tao space in the ancient records of different civilizations. And these records were all stopped at the same time node. That node was precisely this Imperial Emperor's madness. He wanted to fuse with the laws of this universe's pillar, and thus the 5 elements with tribulation descended. At that point, the rumors about him were gradually buried in the passage of time. The starry domain of the Prime Universe Daokong slowly disappeared from the memories of all living beings. From then on, only those who had reached the 5th step in Cultivation Base would be able to know about this region and its history. Only they would be able to sense the Prime Universe Daokong, which existed in the central region of the cosmos, in the realm where all the 10,000 Daos of the cosmos were used. That was because there were no natural laws, and no Tao marks. It was as if it was completely empty. Similarly, even if they could sense the area and find traces of it, from ancient times until now, no one had ever walked out alive after the Imperial Emperor was struck by the 5 elements with tribulation. No one. The red mist isolated everything, and all who stepped into it disappeared. Those who had the ability to step into it and walk out of it were few and far between. To them, the Origin Universe Tao space belonged to this ancient powerhouse. There was no reason for them to enter it. They didn't want to cause unnecessary conflict, so they didn't go there easily. That was because once there was a conflict, the universe would no longer exist. Today, Wang Baol had used a unique dream Dao technique to descend from the immortal Dipper continent into this mysterious and ancient origin universe Dao space. He had come from the dream Dao, which was very different from the traditional way of stepping into it. It seemed illusory and real. As the dream Dao technique was unleashed, Wang Baol's consciousness traveled through the starry skies. As he floated into the origin universe Dao space shrouded in red fog, the world he saw was different. It was no longer the gigantic figure he had seen when he had stepped onto the heavenly bridge and looked at the universe formed by the 108 mighty figures. Instead, it was a star chart formed by countless stars. The boundless stars reflected in Wang Baol's perception. It was just like looking up at the sky at night on Earth. However, most of the stars here were dim, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. Only a few of them had faint lights that seemed to continue to glow. If one looked closely, they would see that there were only 5 of these lights, and the brightness was considered normal. This caused Wang Baol to hesitate. He focused his senses for a long time. After cultivating the dream Dao, he had a basic understanding of the stars that he was currently sensing. The dream Dao has entered this place, so at this moment, I am not my real body. I am just a wisp of consciousness. Therefore, I have no sense of touch, hearing, or even sight of the outside world. And these so-called stars are not real stars. They are dreams. Each star is a living creature's dream. The brighter the light, the more stable the dream. In order to truly enter this origin universe Dao space, I need to fuse into a dream. I need to find the dreamer in the dream, lock onto his location, and then wake him up. The moment he wakes up, the moment the dream is shattered, the moment the illusion and reality intersect, I will be able to completely descend here. Deep in thought, Wang Baol looked towards the countless starlight senses. Those that were dim were immediately abandoned by him. Such a dream was at risk of being destroyed at any moment. There was even a high chance that he would be destroyed the moment he entered. The dream realm would be unable to withstand it. That way, he wouldn't have enough time to find the Dream Lord, and he wouldn't be able to lock onto the other party. Therefore, such destruction was ineffective. Once it failed, the wisp of consciousness would also dissipate. The 5 most stable ones were Wang Baol's first choice. However, just as his senses were spreading and he was about to choose one of them to fuse with, Wang Baol's mind suddenly jolted. His senses were locked onto one of the stars that wasn't dim. It didn't seem like it would last for long. The light from the star gave Wang Baol a sense of familiarity. Little Five's aura? The moment Wang Baol scanned the light from the star, he sensed Little Five's aura. This meant that the Dream Lord had something to do with Little Five. More accurately speaking, he had Little Five in his dream. Wang Baol fell into deep thought. After some thought, he gave up on the 5 dreams that seemed to be the most stable. Instead, he focused his senses on the starlight that had Little Five's aura. In an instant, he extended his senses and merged them all into it. An unknown amount of time passed. Felt like a breath, like a lifetime. His lost sense of touch slowly returned. Wang Baol felt the cool breeze blowing on his skin. Following that was the return of his sense of smell. He smelled the refreshing fragrance of heaven and earth after the rain. Following that was the sound of hearing, footsteps, raindrops, and bustling sounds. All sorts of mixed sounds gradually filled his ears, from far to near, from low to high. Finally, Wang Baol opened his eyes. He saw the setting sun in the sky being obscured by dark clouds. He saw the rain falling from the sky, drenching the small puddles on the ground one after another, creating countless ripples. He saw many pedestrians, holding umbrellas. They rushed past in front of him. As the world in front of him became clearer and clearer, finally, a huge city entered Wang Baol's mind. There were many people in the city, and even though the rain was falling, it was still bustling and lively. At that moment, he was standing on a street in the city, holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand. After a long while, Wang Baol took a deep breath and extended his left hand out of the umbrella's range. He felt the icy coldness when the raindrops touched his skin. He raised his head and saw the imperial palace in the distance. On it was a huge totem. This totem was a lifelike parrot. The mystic Dust Empire. Wang Baol murmured softly. Wang Baol had learned of the name of the Mystic Dust Empire from Xiao Wu many years ago. He had searched for it for a long time. To be more precise, the Mystic Dust Empire had once existed in the Stone Tablet realm. But the Mystic Dust Empire was not this Mystic Dust Empire. He had taken a long detour and arrived in the real Mystic Dust Empire in this manner. He looked at the totems of the Imperial Palace in the distance, and at the bustling crowds on the streets, even in the rain. Wang Baol felt a wave of emotions in his heart. He saw people in the crowd, some of them alone, some men and women leaning against an umbrella. There were people hurrying on their way, and there were also people who seemed to be enjoying their stroll. He saw the peddlers who were still doing their business, holding up their tents. He saw the singer in the pavilion window, covering her mouth with a fan and looking at the passers-by. He saw the mother in the courtyard in the distance, tugging on the ears of the naughty child. He also saw a team of guards walking past in the distance. There were also people lying in the alleyway, awakened by the rain but not getting up. Instead, they were muttering to themselves as they turned around and went back to sleep. There were also people in the crowd with shifty eyes, thieves who were stealthily stealing, and even further away, there was a wealthy merchant who walked out from the place where the singer was dressed luxuriously. His face was flushed red. All of this was reflected in Wang Baol's eyes, and he closed his eyes. A cacophony of voices gradually filled his mind. There were footsteps, the sound of rain falling to the ground, the cries of vendors, and the laughter of children playing in the rain. Life was like a painting. At that moment, a corner of Wang Baol's heart was revealed. All sorts of voices and all sorts of things he saw weaved together into this world. When they entered Wang Baol's mind, he, who was holding the oil paper umbrella, opened his eyes and looked at the child in front of him, who had a braid that soared into the sky. He was filled with emotion. The child was chasing his playmate and running past Wang Baol. Even though his body was drenched by the rain, he was still happy. Even though he slipped and fell, splashing the rain on the ground, he immediately got up. He continued to run forward with a laugh. However, after running a few steps, he seemed to have noticed Wang Baol. Perhaps it was because he felt that a person who seemed to be standing still had appeared in this dynamic world. It was a little abrupt, so he turned his head to look at Wang Baol. The child's gaze was clear, and there was curiosity on his face. After meeting Wang Baol's gaze, he stuck out his tongue at him and ran into the distance. Wang Baol watched the child's back disappear into the corner of the street. He smiled. He knew that everything here was a dream of someone who lived in the Origin Universe Dao space. The dream was very real. Even in the world of the dream, there was only this city, but every brick and tile, and every pedestrian in the city were vivid and lifelike. Only a deep obsession can form such a real dream, Wang Baol murmured. He raised his head to look at the Imperial Palace. To be able to weave such a dream, one must not only have an obsession, but also possess astonishing strength. Only in this way could a city that contained the Imperial Palace be molded into a dream that was no different from reality. It was so easy to lose oneself in the dream that one could not tell if it was real or fake. There weren't many people in the Mystic Dust Empire who could do that. Wang Baol scanned the palace with his divine thoughts. There was only a sleeping aura in the Imperial Palace. The aura was very strong. Even with Wang Baol's current cultivation, he still felt that it was powerful. It wasn't difficult to guess its identity. It was Little Five's father, the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor. Is this the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor's dream? Wang Baol was a little uncertain. Based on his understanding, the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor could indeed create a vivid dream in a city that contained the Imperial Palace. However, this was not his limit. Based on Wang Baol's perception of the fifth step, if the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor wanted to, he could easily weave a starry sky. Therefore, Wang Baol, who was holding the oil paper umbrella, walked forward. His pace was not fast. He walked through the rain toward the Imperial Palace. On the way, he appeared before the eyes of countless people. However, in the blink of an eye, no one remembered him at all. It was as if everything in this dream world had a fixed logic. Wang Baol's arrival wasn't enough to disrupt it. The dream world continued to revolve regardless of whether he was there or not. Just like that, Wang Baol walked through the rain. He walked through the streets, walked through the main road, and finally appeared in front of the imperial palace. He stood there and raised his head to look at the gigantic parrot totem above him. Vaguely, he felt as if the parrot was looking down at him as well. After staring at it for a long time, Wang Baol seemed to be deep in thought. He retracted his gaze and raised his feet. When he landed, he had already disappeared outside the imperial palace and appeared in a large hall within the imperial palace. This place seemed to be the study room of the great Emperor Xianxia. It was filled with bamboo slips. Behind the large, luxurious long table that was carved with jade, Wang Baol saw the great Emperor Xianxia sitting there like a huge mountain. He was tall and muscular. His expression was dignified. He wore a simple green robe and was sitting there. He lowered his head to look at the bamboo slip in his hand. It seemed quiet, but within his body, there seemed to be a storm that could destroy everything. Even if his gaze landed on it, it would cause his body to collapse as if he was looking at something that couldn't be seen. It was as if the Tao of this figure was too terrifying, and the rules contained within it were too shocking. It was like a huge whirlpool that could devour everything. Compared to him, Wang Baol himself was also a whirlpool, but he was still slightly lacking. However, he was still able to maintain his body unaffected. At that moment, other than the mystic dust Grand Emperor and Wang Baol, there were no other figures in the entire hall. It was completely silent. Wang Baol didn't say anything. He looked at the mystic dust Grand Emperor and felt the immense power emanating from him. As he observed silently, the mystic dust Grand Emperor, who was sitting there, suddenly spoke. "You shouldn't have come." As soon as he spoke, thunder rumbled in the sky outside. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the dark clouds that covered the setting sun to flicker. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and remained silent. He turned his head and looked outside the palace hall. There was a young man dressed in a luxurious robe. He had already stepped into the palace hall with one foot, but he was hesitant. He spoke cautiously and softly. "Father, This young man was the little five from Wang Baol's memories. His aura was different from that of the living beings in the city. He seemed to be more agile. "Stand down." Before little five could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the mystic dust Grand Emperor. He didn't raise his head and spoke coldly. "Father, I want to leave. I don't want to be here. Scram." The mystic dust Grand Emperor's voice grew louder, and the thunder in the sky grew even more violent. Xiaowu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He instinctively retracted one of his feet that had stepped into the grand hall. He acted submissively, as if he was suppressing his anger and frustration. His face flushed red. He glanced at Wang Baol before turning to leave. Wang Baol furrowed his brows slightly. He stared at Xiaowu's back. He had a feeling that his existence in the dream was a little strange. Fellow Taoist, no matter what your intentions are in your dream, you are not welcome here. Are you leaving or not? The moment Wang Baol turned to look at Little Five's back, a cold voice filled with killing intent rang out from behind him. Sitting there, the great Emperor Xianxia, who had his head lowered, slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to contain thunder as he stared coldly at Wang Baol. Wang Baol turned his head and looked at Emperor Xianxia. He furrowed his brows again. He had thought that this was Emperor Xianxia's dream. What he saw now was indeed in line with his guess. However, Little Five just now, he was more agile than the other living beings. Whose dream is this? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and bowed to Emperor Xianxia. "Sorry to disturb you." With that, he turned and left. The mystic dust Grand Emperor's gaze was fixed on Wang Baol. It was only after Wang Baol had completely disappeared that he slowly retracted his gaze. He lowered his head again and stared at the bamboo slip in his hand, not moving an inch. At that moment, outside the imperial palace, in the alleyway that few people noticed, the hungover middle-aged man, who had been woken up by the rain and turned to sleep, was muttering. "Why is it raining again, disturbing your grandfather's beautiful dream?" Although the clouds in the sky were thick, the rain did not get heavier and heavier. It was still pitter-patter, as if there was an immortal on top of the clouds that was slowly pressing down without using too much force. Therefore, from afar, although the curtain of rain had become a beaded curtain, it also had a beautiful meaning, causing the entire city to be in a hazy state. It was like a mirage, an illusion that revealed reality. The sky was gradually turning dark. Perhaps it was because the setting sun was obscured by the clouds, so only a small amount of light could pass through the gaps between the clouds and fall. This made the setting sun appear normal only in the area where the light beam fell, but in other directions. It seemed to speed up the passage of time, causing the night to arrive at a rapid pace. The pedestrians on the streets were still the same. The bustling sounds were normal. The peddlers and urchins were no different from what Wang Baol had seen when he opened his eyes. The drunkard in the alley also turned over, snoring as he continued his sweet dreams. Interesting. In the imperial palace, Wang Baol walked forward slowly. His expression was the same as ever, but there was a flash of thought in his eyes. There seems to be some deeper meaning behind this dream. Wang Baol stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the palace where the mystic dust Grand Emperor was. With his current cultivation, he could naturally tell that something was wrong with the mystic dust Grand Emperor. The other party didn't seem to be very intelligent. It was like a set of fixed templates, carrying out words and actions that had been designed beforehand. It was just like the living beings outside the imperial palace. At first glance, they looked lifelike, but upon closer inspection, they all looked just like the mystic dust Grand Emperor. Only Xiaowu, Wang Baol thought to himself as he took a step forward. In the next instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a side hall in the imperial palace. He saw Xiaowu, who had returned in a hurry, filled with anger and frustration. Almost at the same time that Wang Baol saw Xiaowu, Xiaowu also saw Wang Baol. He paused in his steps and suddenly spoke. "You shouldn't have come." As soon as he spoke, the nimbleness on his body disappeared without a trace, as if he had fled. He became like the mystic dust Grand Emperor, and the emotions in his eyes disappeared, replaced by calmness. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and ignored Little Five. Instead, with a flash, he grabbed at the top of Little Five's head. He could feel that in that instant just now, the nimbleness on his body seemed to have turned into a wisp of consciousness. It was leaving at high speed. However, that wisp of intelligence was confusing and confusing. Wang Baol grabbed at it, and the consciousness seemed to have been captured. However, it disappeared completely in the next instant. Wang Baol raised his brows. Is this the only color in the pale scene? Whoever has this wisp of consciousness has intelligence. They look like real people, and the owner of this dream is the original owner of this wisp of consciousness. Wang Baol instantly understood. He took advantage of the situation and flew into the sky. In a few steps, he stepped out of the imperial palace and appeared in the air above the city. He lowered his head and looked at the city, searching for the trace of the wisp of consciousness. In an instant, he found where it was. A glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at the drunkard snoring in an alley. Just as Wang Baol was about to pass by, all the living beings in the city, regardless of what they were doing, raised their heads. The pedestrians, vendors, urchins, and singers all raised their heads. They looked at Wang Baol, who was in midair. "You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come." The same words came out of the mouths of everyone in the city who raised their heads to look at Wang Baol. When they gathered together, it was like the roar of the entire city. The air waves shook the sky, spreading like a storm, shaking the heavens and earth. It formed a powerful barrier that seemed to block Wang Baol's divine thoughts. At the same time, a shocking repulsion erupted. This repulsion came from all the living beings in the city. There will seem to be gathered together in this unified state. It replaced the heavenly Tao and the rules. Therefore, their unwelcome caused the world to reject Wang Baol. Wang Baol furrowed his brows and slowly raised his right hand. Just as he was about to suppress it, a series of coughs came from the mouth of the drunkard in the alley. As he coughed, the world immediately recovered. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the shouts from before and returned to normal. At the same time, the drunkard's drowsy eyelids slowly opened, the moment he opened his eyes. The rain that fell from the city instantly stopped. It was the same for all living beings. The pedestrians who had just recovered and were hurrying along remained motionless. The peddler who had picked up the goods for the customers also maintained his posture of raising his hand. He was a playful urchin. Just like that, he stopped running. A deep glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He stepped down from the sky and arrived in the alley. He stood in front of the drunkard, who was now sitting up and leaning against the wall. The drunkard's hair was disheveled. His eyes were hazy, and he reeked of alcohol. From his appearance, one could tell that he was exactly the same as the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor. Seeing this, Wang Baol's eyes were clear. He already had the answer in his heart. The person before him was the real Mystic Dust Grand Emperor. This was his dream. As for the person in the Imperial Palace, he was merely the person in the person's dream, an illusion. At that moment, the drunkard leaned against the wall and tilted his head. He picked up the wine flask beside him and gulped down the small amount of wine in it. He let out a long breath of alcohol before turning to look at Wang Baol. "You have nothing better to do than to disturb my beautiful dream. If it weren't for the fact that you have the aura of my worthless son, I would have chased you out. Senior, I have no choice but to disturb you." Wang Baol was calm as he cupped his fists and said, "You came here in your dream to look for the Dream Lord. Are you using your dream to step into the Origin Universe Dao space?" The drunkard held the wine flask and shook it before tossing it aside. "I hope Senior can help me." Wang Baol wasn't surprised that the person in front of him knew all of this. To a powerhouse like the Mystic Dust Grand Emperor, many things could be seen through with a single glance. "The sky is turning dark soon," the drunkard suddenly said. He said something unrelated to what he had just said and then closed his eyes. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He was about to speak, but his expression changed in the next instant. He scanned the entire city with his divine thoughts. The dark clouds in the sky had already covered the last ray of sunlight, and the earth had dimmed. At the same time, the beings that had been frozen had all recovered. However, their expressions were completely different from what they had looked like during the day. The couple, who were huddled together under an oil paper umbrella, suddenly began to quarrel. Their faces were filled with loathing, and they began to curse each other. The children, who were playing, instantly began to fight ferociously. The merchant, who was doing business, suddenly pulled out a knife from his bosom and viciously thrust it at the customer. Even the singer, who had been singing and dancing, seemed to have turned into a malicious ghost. Everyone in the city, who had been peaceful during the day, seemed to have turned into a ghost realm in the dark. Screams, curses, and maniacal voices all erupted at that moment. During the day it was like good. At night it was extremely evil. This scene made Wang Baol's heart waver. He didn't understand what kind of mental state it was to be able to create such a reversal of good and evil in his dream. In this dream, everyone has good and evil thoughts. The drunkard closed his eyes as if he was talking in his dream. He took out a flask of wine from somewhere beside him. "You want to leave this place through me and step into the Origin Universe Dao space. Then you have to ask me a question. Guess. Am I good or evil?" "You guessed correctly. I wish to wake up and let you enter the Origin Universe Dao space." "You guessed wrong. I wish for you to leave. You shouldn't have come." Wang Baol looked at the drunkard. He was silent for a long time before he raised his head and looked at the Imperial Palace. "Seeing the good is good, and seeing the evil is evil. It's all within your thoughts." As soon as he said that, the drunkard paused in his attempt to lift the wine flask. He remained silent. After a long while, he slowly opened his closed eyes. They were bloodshot and filled with an indescribable complexity. He looked at Wang Baol once again. "It really is you?" the drunkard muttered and smiled bitterly. He raised his right hand and waved it violently. Instantly, the world where the city was located became blurry. It was as if a bubble had burst. It started at the edge and gradually disappeared. Wang Bail frowned. What the mystic dust Grand Emperor had said just now made him feel a little strange. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The drunkard didn't answer. Instead, he smiled. The world became more and more blurry. Even the alley they were in began to disappear. Only his laughter, mixed with complexity and bitterness, reverberated in the air. "You were originally an unwelcome guest, but you left behind dust because of the tainted wine. I've been fortunate enough to meet you in my 3 lifetimes. You are both a blessing and a calamity." "Senior," Wang Bail was shocked. Those words made the strange feeling in his heart grow stronger. "Let me ask you one more question." The entire city, including the alley, vanished. The drunkard himself did the same. Just as he was about to disappear completely, the drunkard looked at Wang Bail and suddenly spoke. "What about you? Is it good? Is it evil? Or is it still a matter of thought?" Wang Bail's gaze was deep when he heard the drunkard's words. He didn't reply. He stared calmly at the drunkard and the world that was dissipating before him. After a few breaths, the entire city collapsed like a broken bubble. It turned into nothingness. As it dissipated, the dream realm and reality intersected. The Dream Dao technique on Wang Bail's body began to operate naturally. He seized the opportunity when they intersected and closed his eyes. At the same time, Wang Bail's original body, which was sitting cross-legged and meditating under the sky-treading bridge on the Immortal Dipper continent, gradually became blurry. It was as if his existence had become a person in a painting, and it was being wiped away bit by bit. As it was wiped away, it disappeared completely. Wang Bail, who was present in the Origin Universe Dao space, slowly opened his eyes. His body gradually became flesh and blood. When his eyes were completely opened, he was no longer in a dream. What he saw before him was an unfamiliar world. The sky in this place was as if it was on fire. It was bright red, as if it was smeared with fresh blood. It gave off an indescribable sense of evil. As for the land, it was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was hard to see any signs of life. Even the ruins were within his sight. Not a single trace of life could be seen. It was as if this was a forbidden zone for life. Desolation and exhaustion seemed to be the main theme here. Even the wind that blew over gave off a rough feeling. When it landed on Wang Bail's body, he felt as if it was dissipating. The wind here contains a special law. It seems to be absorbing my life force. Wang Bail sensed it silently for a moment. He looked around once more. Then he spread out his divine thoughts abruptly, enveloping the area with a loud rumble. He wanted to see what kind of area this was. However, it was clear that there was a suppression in the universe. Even with Wang Bail's cultivation, he could only spread out a portion of it. Even though it was only a portion, it was vast enough. It was the size of the entire stone-steel world. Within the range of his divine thoughts, the ground did not change at all. It remained the same. There was no sign of life from the beginning to the end. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. His body swayed, and his speed exploded. He sped off into the distance. After flying for 4 hours, he frowned. Based on what he knew before he came, there was a universe formed by 108 Almighties in the Origin Universe Dao space. Logically speaking, he should be in a universe right now. However, after 4 hours of traveling, even if his divine thoughts were suppressed here, it was enough for him to fly across a universe. There was no need to mention that this was only a continent. However, up until now, there had been no changes to what he had seen and felt. He hadn't reached the boundary of the continent either. Life was still extinct here. Something's not right. There shouldn't be no life here. Otherwise, who are those countless specks of light that I saw in my dream Dao earlier? Wang Bail stood under the crimson sky and lowered his head to look at the ground. After a long while, he raised his head to look at the sky. Since the continent seemed to have no end, he decided to take a look at the sky. With that thought in mind, Wang Bail's body suddenly rose and sped toward the crimson sky. However, the sky was extremely strange. It seemed to have no end. No matter how Wang Bail moved forward, no matter how deep he went into the sky, The surroundings were filled with red light, but he was still unable to break out completely. It was as if the world he was in was infinite, with no place he could step out of. In the end, because the red light was too dense, there was a faint transformation that turned into a red fog. However, he was still trapped within, unable to find a way out. That made Wang Baol frown. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He paused, raised his right hand, and the 8 extreme Tao erupted within his body. The power of the 5 elements circulated, and he was about to forcefully break out of the world. However, at that moment Wang Baol's expression suddenly froze. There was a ripple within the range of his divine thoughts. If his divine thoughts were compared to a lake, then the ripple was like a pebble falling into a lake. It created a slight ripple. Almost at the instant he sensed the ripple, Wang Baol's divine thoughts locked onto it rapidly. He could clearly sense that there was a figure within the red fog region. It was moving at an extremely fast speed. The figure was strange. There was a huge difference in speed compared to Wang Baol, but even with Wang Baol's current cultivation level, he couldn't see what it looked like. He could only vaguely sense that the moment he sensed it, he could sense that the other party was filled with joy. He could even sense that he was affected, and joy surfaced in his heart. Behind that figure, there were 2 other figures that were as blurry as the other party, and they were chasing after them rapidly. These 2 figures were even more demonic than the joyful person because, to be precise, they were no longer complete human figures. Wang Baol could sense that the 2 pursuers seemed to be in between reality and illusion. When they were in reality, their human figures could be faintly discerned, but when they were illusory, they completely disappeared. Only 2 melodies that Wang Baol had never heard before were left behind. One was fast, the other was slow, and they drifted through his mind. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. After observing for a moment, he realized that the 3 figures were in pursuit and were about to leave the range of his divine perception. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the middle of the 3 figures. His appearance was too sudden, causing the pursuers to be stunned as well. It was even more so for the 2 pursuers. At this point, for some reason, Wang Baol could clearly see the 3 figures with his naked eyes. The pursuer was a young man. His face was pale and he didn't look good. However, for some reason, when he saw him, Wang Baol's heart was filled with joy. The 2 pursuers looked like middle-aged men. Their faces were cold, and there was an indescribable sense of arrogance. The 2 pursuers seemed more ferocious. Wang Baol had appeared suddenly, but after a moment of shock, they didn't slow down at all. They charged straight at Wang Baol. As they charged, the 2 figures blurred and disappeared. There were only 2 melodies. They were getting closer and closer to Wang Baol, and they were approaching him rapidly. What divine powers are they using? Wang Baol was curious. He turned around and asked the youth who was being pursued. As he finished asking, Wang Baol heard the music. His body began to show signs of being controlled. There was even a strange power that rose ferociously in his body, as if it was about to overwhelm him. This surprised Wang Baol. He suppressed the 2 strands of music in his body. His cultivation was like that of a prehistoric beast. He felt it carefully, as if he was looking at a small earthworm. At the same time, the person being chased clearly didn't know what kind of existence Wang Baol was. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he laughed coldly in his heart. I met a singer from Desire City, and he actually allowed the music to surround him. This person should be an ancient who had just woken up. How foolish. Who would ask questions like that when they meet? Only a fool would tell the truth. The youth snorted coldly. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. It was as if he could predict that in the next moment, this person who had appeared out of nowhere would definitely die. He turned his head and sped up his escape. However, just as his body swayed and flew less than 100 feet away, the 2 music notes behind him came to an abrupt stop. After a moment of shock, the youth subconsciously turned his head back. The moment he saw the scene behind him clearly, his eyes widened abruptly, as if he had seen a ghost. You. At that moment, Wang Baol, who he saw in his eyes, was standing there, holding 2 notes between his fingers. He looked at them curiously and fiddled with them. The 2 notes trembled violently, as if they were in extreme fear. As they struggled, they wailed, causing the notes to change. Just now, the 2 notes had crashed into his vast cultivation with extreme ferocity. Then, they began to tremble and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. What kind of supernatural power are they using? Sensing that the youth who had been chased had stopped, Wang Baol raised his head. As the 2 strands of music notes struggled and wailed, he asked again seriously. The youth took a deep breath. After struggling and hesitating for a moment, he spoke obediently. Senior, they are cultivators from Desire City. The cultivation technique they practice is music. All the sounds they can hear are the cultivation state of their cultivation technique. Those who have cultivated it to a certain level can transform into music and exist eternally. They cannot die or be destroyed. The young man's answer was very detailed. The city of listening? Wang Baol was deep in thought. The world within the origin universe Dao space seemed to be different from what he had previously understood. This was especially so when it came to the cultivation of singing. Wang Baol had seen it before in the stone-steel world. He had seen it in a few cultivators, but it was clear that the essence and meaning of it was completely different from the cultivators here. When I cultivate to a certain level, my entire body can turn into an illusory piece of music. Such a novel cultivation represented the laws of nature, and it piqued Wang Baol's interest. As for eternal existence, it would never die. Wang Baol didn't believe it. However, at that moment, perhaps because of the other party's detailed answer, or for some other unknown reason, he had a favorable impression of the young man before him. He could even clearly feel that the joy in his heart seemed to have increased. This surprised Wang Baol. He slowly narrowed his eyes and fiddled with the 2 notes between his fingers, causing the sound that was distorted by the wailing to resound once again. With the help of this power, he dispelled the joy in his heart. What about you? Wang Baol suddenly asked. What about you? The youth hesitated for a moment. However, his good living habits allowed him to quickly forget what he had previously thought of as the words of a fool without any obstacles, and he became a good person. I am a cultivator from a branch of the Joy faction, and I cultivate the Tao of happiness. When I cultivate this Tao, I can exude joy with every move I make, infecting everyone. According to the description in the Joy Manual, if I cultivate it to the extreme and reach the level of a joyous lord, all living beings in the world will go crazy with joy. The Tao of happiness? Wang Baol was about to continue asking, but at that moment, the red fog around him suddenly churned, and the sound of thunder could be heard from afar. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. As the sound of thunder rang out, and as the red fog churned, a large golden net seemed to form in all directions, rapidly closing in on them. This scene made Wang Baol's eyes light up, and he asked the young man, "What's going on?" The young man was stunned as well, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Could it be that the other experts from the City of Desire are chasing after us? That can't be. I've never heard of anyone cultivating the sound of thunder in the City of Desire. Even if there is, there's no need for them to chase us all the way here just for me. We've already reached the underground void. Other than the ancient people who have yet to awaken, there won't be any other life forms here. Could it be that another ancient person has awakened? The young man was astonished. What he said wasn't false, but rather something that he truly couldn't understand. Based on what he knew, it wasn't a frequent occurrence for the ancient people to awaken. It was already rare for him to see one. If he happened to meet another one, it would be too rare. With Wang Baol's experience and insight, he could tell that the youth was truly at a loss. He narrowed his eyes and put away the 2 strands of music that he had captured alive. He grabbed the youth beside him and retreated. He was prepared to avoid this area. He had a vague feeling that the thunder was approaching from afar, and it gave him a sense of danger. It was unusual for someone with his cultivation to feel danger. However, the moment Wang Baol retreated, for some unknown reason, his actions were detected by the approaching thunder. The thunder suddenly became violent, and its speed increased drastically. In the next instant, amidst the explosion of the fog, a long black spear surrounded by purple lightning broke through the fog in front of him and charged toward Wang Baol. The spear was like a hot knife through butter. It was so fast that it turned into an afterimage, stirring up a monstrous power that contained the power to destroy the Tao. As soon as it appeared, it caused a loud boom in all directions. The destructive intent it exuded was comparable to the power at the peak of the fourth step. In the next instant, it charged right in front of Wang Baol and was about to pierce through him. However, it was clear that this alone wasn't enough to pose a threat to Wang Baol. The moment the spear neared him, the 8 extreme Tao erupted in Wang Baol's body. He raised his left hand and grabbed forward. Grabbing the spear that was filled with overwhelming power, he grabbed it. No matter how aggressive the spear was or how it struggled, it was useless. Wang Baol's left hand was like an iron pincer, trapping it in place. Then, with a violent swing, it reversed the direction of the spear and attacked where it came from. It was even faster and more powerful. As the whistling sound grew louder, the spear charged towards the fog that had been pierced by it. In the next moment, with a loud sound, a figure wearing a white mask and a white robe walked out abruptly. The moment he walked out, the golden net that appeared in the surrounding fog became even more obvious. It was completely revealed. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes at the scene. At the same time, the young man in his right hand widened his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed from confusion to fear, and it quickly turned into shock. He cried out in shock. "Emperor Spirit! Oh my God! This is Emperor Spirit. What is Emperor Spirit?" Wang Baol asked immediately. The Emperor Spirit is the legendary heavenly Tao Apostle. It is undying and indestructible, and it will never appear in the world. This isn't right. Why did even the Emperor Spirit appear? It is rumored that they have only one mission, and that is to kill outsiders. The youth suddenly stopped speaking. He quickly turned his head and stared at Wang Baol in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. You're not an ancient? You're an outsider. Kill an outsider, and you'll never die? Wang Baol was deep in thought. He watched as the white-masked cultivator dressed in a white robe stepped on lightning and charged towards him. He didn't dodge. In the next instant, a whistling sound came from the fog beside him. The long spear that Wang Baol had thrown out broke through the red fog and charged out. It was much faster than before, and the moment it appeared, it closed in on the white figure that was walking towards Wang Baol. The white figure immediately sensed it, tried to dodge, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the long spear pierced through his chest, exploding his body into pieces. The youth was stunned once again. However, Wang Baol did not relax at all. Instead, he frowned. A mere Emperor Spirit at the fourth step was not enough to give him a sense of danger. Especially after the death of the Emperor Spirit, the sense of danger didn't lessen. Instead, it grew stronger. In the next breath, Wang Baol immediately looked at the place where the Emperor Spirit had collapsed. His pupils constricted. That was because not only had the collapsed Emperor Spirit not been completely destroyed, but instead, from its scattered flesh and blood, a new figure had appeared. 2 Emperor Spirits. 2 identical Emperor Spirits at the peak of the fourth step. Split! Wang Baol's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly realized that this was not a split. If it was a split, then the 2 Emperor Spirits that appeared should not be at the peak of the fourth step like before in terms of aura. This was more like a summoning. Once one died, 2 would be summoned. One could imagine that if the 2 died as well, then there was a high possibility that 4 would appear, repeating the process over and over again. In this way, the so-called eternal indestructibility could be achieved. However, it's a little different from the normal peak of the fourth step. Wang Baol looked at the 2 Emperor Spirits that had gathered together. Amidst the trembling and nervousness of the young man beside him, he seemed to be deep in thought. Wang Baol was no stranger to the fourth step, be it on the Immortal Dipper continent or in comparison to himself. That was why he quickly noticed the flaws in the Emperor Spirits before him. They looked like the fourth step, but in reality it was as if they had been duplicated. They lacked souls, and they were more like puppets that were tools. Even if they had the power to take the fourth step, the gap between them wasn't small. Wang Baol wasn't the only one. Even a fourth step from the immortal Dipper continent could crush an emperor spirit. Besides, there can't be no end to this summoning. Wang Baol made a judgment in his heart. However, in this strange origin universe Dao space world, before he obtained complete information about this place, Wang Baol wasn't prepared to expose himself too much. He knew very well that he had used the Dream Dao technique to enter this universe. To a certain extent, he had sneaked into this universe. The purpose of doing so was to prevent the Emperor from discovering it, and thus achieve his plan of severing karma with him. According to Wang Baol's analysis, the current Emperor was most likely in a deep sleep. Therefore, the chances of him succeeding were extremely high. The foundation of this plan was to walk up to the Emperor before he realized what was going on. He would merge with the black wooden spike and deal a fatal blow to the Emperor. Seems simple, but to actually do it, he would have to adapt to the situation. However, in the end, it was necessary to hide. At the same time, it was necessary to test the Emperor. Therefore, as these thoughts raced through Wang Baol's mind, the two Emperor spirits raised their heads. The instant they charged at Wang Baol retreated abruptly. He was so fast that he escaped the area and crashed into the golden net that appeared in the blood fog behind him. The instant he made contact with the golden net, Wang Baol circulated his cultivation with all his might. However, he did not unleash it completely. Instead, he retracted it the moment he made contact with the golden net behind him. With the help of the instant contact, Wang Baol immediately tested the limits of the golden net's endurance. He was confident that once he gathered all his cultivation into one point, he could rely on the 8 extreme Dao to break it in an instant and escape. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes when he found out. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he charged towards the 2 Emperor spirits that were chasing him. You, why are you still charging forward? Why aren't you leaving? The young man that Wang Baol had grabbed with his right hand started wailing. To him, Emperor spirits were like gods. They were invincible and untouchable. They represented the heavenly Tao of the entire world. However, the ferocious person who had captured him had once again made his move after making his move. This made him wail in pain, and fear filled his mind. Perhaps he felt that his wail was not pleasant to hear, but when Wang Baol rushed out, he immediately kept the youth in his sleeve with his supernatural powers. His speed did not slow down, and he instantly collided with the 2 Emperor spirits. With a loud boom, the rules of the water channel descended. In the fog in all directions, the 2 Emperor spirits froze. It was as if the blood and Tao arts in their bodies had reversed, and their bodies paused for a moment. This was death. Wang Baol closed in with large strides. His right index finger turned into an afterimage and tapped the forehead of the 2 Emperor spirits' masks. With a loud boom, the masks and their heads collapsed simultaneously. Wang Baol frowned. He had originally planned to tear open the masks to see how they looked. However, the masks seemed to have completely fused with their appearances and couldn't be separated. It's fine if you don't want to see it. Wang Baol snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the pressure from all directions rose again, crushing the bodies of the 2 Emperor spirits. In the next instant, the flesh and blood that Wang Baol had crushed were pieced back together. 4 Emperor spirits appeared. They were still wearing their masks and remained silent. Their eyes were empty as they charged at Wang Baol. Very quickly, the 4 became 8, the 8 became 16, and then 32. Wang Baol was still fighting. His moves were fluid, and he continued to kill. However, his brows were furrowed tighter and tighter. When the number of Emperor spirits that appeared reached 64, Wang Baol's breathing quickened slightly. Even though there was a huge gap between these Emperor spirits and the true 4th step, they didn't have souls, just like dermic artifacts. However, such an advantage in numbers was already extremely terrifying in the outside world. It was enough to destroy any major faction. It could even be said that in the entire universe, including the immortal Dipper continent, the number of those who had reached the 4th step was less than a few dozen. Therefore, even though Wang Bao's cultivation had reached the 5th step, he still felt a great sense of danger. It was especially so, as if these emperor spirits couldn't be killed off. What made Wang Bao feel even more threatened was that when the number of emperor spirits reached 64, he had a vague feeling that there was a wisp of aura that was faintly discernible in an unknown place far away from here. It was as if the eyelids of a sleeping person were twitching slightly, showing signs of awakening. The aura gave Wang Bao the feeling that it was the Empyrean Lord he was looking for. I can't continue. He had already tested the extent of the splitting of the emperor spirits, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to have more than 100 of them. At the same time, he had also tested the possibility that the splitting of too many emperor spirits would cause the emperor to awaken. Therefore, Wang Bao decisively chose to retreat. With a loud bang, his body crashed into the large golden net, causing it to collapse instantly. At the same time, dozens of emperor spirits chased after him. The one at the front arrived in front of Wang Bao the moment the large net shattered. He was about to make his move. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a white glow appeared at the tip of his finger. It was like the reflection of a piece of paper, and it landed directly on the forehead of the incoming emperor spirit. It was the rule of paper. This was also what Wang Bao had thought of. The method to remove the emperor spirit mask was to turn the mask into paper. As Wang Bao's fingertip landed, the rules of paper descended. In an instant, the mask on the emperor spirit's face became thinner and turned into white paper. It was as if it could not be worn and fell from its face. It revealed a face that Wang Bao saw, and 100,000 bolts of lightning struck his mind. That face was expressionless, numb, and extremely pale. However, it was exactly the same as Wang Bao's face. It was exactly the same. Wang Bao's mind was in chaos, and his mind was in turmoil. With his cultivation and experience, it was impossible for him to be so shocked so easily. However, the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. It caused Wang Bao's mind to be in a state of confusion. The emperor spirit looked exactly like him. The answer that it represented made Wang Bao's breathing quicken after thinking for a moment. There wasn't enough time for him to think too much. He took a deep look at the face that was revealed after the mask that had turned into a piece of paper fell off. Wang Bao's body was already retreating. He crashed into the large golden net behind him. A loud, earth-shattering sound rang out. Wang Bao knocked open a hole in the large golden net. His body was like a bolt of lightning. He retreated in an instant and broke through the net. He was so fast that he reached his limit in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the red fog in the outside world. When he flew out, Wang Bao's cultivation was restrained and all his aura was completely concealed. As a result, the emperor spirits that had chased out of the net. After chasing him for some distance, they lost track of Wang Bao. It was as if they could no longer lock onto him. After searching for some time, they slowly calmed down, merged into the red fog, and disappeared. As for Wang Bao, after concealing his aura, he moved quickly in the red fog, as if he had an accurate target. However, at that moment, the face of the emperor spirit that appeared in his mind could not be erased at all. Something is very wrong. First of all, based on my previous judgment, the emperor spirit is an incomplete 4th step. To be more precise, the emperor spirit should be a puppet-like existence. Its source is the emperor himself. Then, I can infer that the emperor spirit should be a part of the emperor. This also explains why there are so many 4th steps here. After all, with the emperor's level, he can split 100,000 divine thoughts into 100,000 vast Tao domains. Then, it shouldn't be surprising that there are so many puppets. As for why they look exactly the same as me, there are 2 possibilities. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint in them. The first possibility is that, in order to resist the 5 elements with tribulation, the emperor had split 100,000 vast Tao domains. Other than the stone-steel world where I was located, the other 99,999 Tao domains had turned into his Tao fruit because of his final success. Each Tao fruit is a monarch spirit in this place. The reason why they look the same as me is because If there hadn't been an accident, I would have been a part of them. They are all me, and I am also them. Wang Baol was silent. He thought that this deduction was very reasonable, but for some reason, he couldn't help but think of a second possibility. What does the original form of the Imperial Emperor look like? Could it be that it is exactly the same as me? Wang Baol did not want to think too deeply about this possibility. Therefore, after a long period of silence, he took a deep breath. This second possibility is just my wild imagination. It shouldn't be real. It must not be real. Wang Baol closed his eyes and quickly opened them. He buried all his thoughts in the bottom of his heart and waved his right hand. He released the young man, who was overjoyed, from his sleeve. When the young man appeared, he was initially at a loss. Then, he recalled what had happened earlier. His expression changed drastically as he immediately looked left and right. When he realized that there were no monarch spirits around, he was stunned for a moment and heaved a sigh of relief. However, what followed was... He was shocked when he realized that Wang Baol was unharmed. Senior, Wang Baol looked at the youth. His tone was calm as he spoke slowly. Tell me, what are the ancients that you spoke of earlier? Also, how did they enter the world that you're in? Wang Baol's calm words gave the youth a great deal of pressure. He now understood that the person in front of him was not some ancient who had awakened. Instead, he was from the outside world, and he was terrifyingly powerful. One look was probably enough to kill him. The young man didn't dare hide anything from such an existence, nor did he dare have any distracting thoughts. He could only try his best to put on an obedient appearance and tell everything he knew. The young man didn't know about the origin universe Dao Kong, nor did he know about the world he was in. To the outside world, there were 108 universes. To his knowledge, there was only one continent. This continent was boundless, and it was rumored that not many people had ever reached the end of the world. However, this world that not many people had ever reached the end of was not the first level. According to what the young man had known since he was young, the world was divided into 3 levels. The first level was called the world of sleep. The second level was called the world. The third level was called the world of burial. The place he lived in was on the second level. As for the first level, it was a legend to him. He had never been there before, but at the same time, he said that it was the world where the Emperor Spirit lived. As for the area he was currently in, according to what the young man said, it was between the second and third level. Further down was the burial realm, and the ancients came from the burial realm. There were many legends about the burial realm, and the one that spread the most widely was the heaven and earth of the past. It was different from what it looked like now. There were tens of thousands of competing Daos here, and experts were as numerous as the clouds. However, in an unknown catastrophe, everything from the past was buried. Therefore, the world of burial was formed. Not only did it bury the civilization, but it also buried the cultivators from the past. Although most of the cultivators had turned into skeletons, there were still some who were in a dormant state. They gradually woke up, left the world of burial, and wandered into the world of the second level. These people were known as the Ancients, and they were all very powerful. Therefore, the Ancients formed the third main force in the world of the second level. We call their force Ancient Age City. The other 2 main forces are the 7 pillars formed by the 7 emotions. The other 2 are the 6 desires. Senior, I am a cultivator from the Tao of Happiness, which is one of the 7 emotions. As for the singers from before, they are the cultivators from the City of Desire, which is one of the 6 desires. Because the Lord of the Tao of Happiness is suppressed by the Lord of the Tao of Happiness, the Tao of Happiness has declined. The various branches can only hide and barely survive. As for how to leave this place and head to the second level, it is very simple for us. All we need to do is activate the laws of the Tao that we cultivate, and we will be guided into the second level by the laws. As the young man said that, he stole a glance at Wang Baol. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Wang Baol was deep in thought. He had tried many methods previously, but he had been unable to leave the fog region. What he saw now was that the laws were different, and he could not be guided. Just as Wang Baol was deep in thought, The youth seemed to weigh his options. He gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. "Senior, if you wish to enter the second level, you will need to cultivate laws that meet the requirements. Junior is willing to split a strand of my Tao of happiness and turn it into a seed, giving Senior insights in cultivation." To be able to take the initiative to say these words, it could be seen that the young man was still rather intelligent. He knew very well that for an expert to be able to capture two singers alive and even lure the monarch spirit to leave safely, all of his petty thoughts were useless. In the eyes of the other party, his life and death were basically a matter of a single thought. At any moment, a small matter could cause a change in his life and death. It was simply impossible to predict his life and death. Now, it was clear that the other party intended to enter the second level. Therefore, since there was no way to enter, devouring, refining, or possessing him should be the other party's first choice. If he were in the other party's position, he would definitely do the same. Furthermore, the gap between them made it impossible for him to resist at all. To put it even more exaggeratedly, he didn't even have the ability to self-detonate in front of the other party. He probably didn't even have the ability to do so. Therefore, instead of waiting for the other party to make a decision, it was better for him to speak up in advance and come up with another solution. Since he had decided to be obedient, he had to be obedient to the end. At the same time, he also believed that, based on the other party's strength, it wasn't that important to kill him. For a powerful person like him, the key was to solve the problem. The process was not that important. Wang Baol smiled faintly and glanced at the youth before him. With his experience, he could see clearly what the youth was thinking. A look of admiration appeared in his eyes. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand, he waved his hand slightly in the air. As the delighted youth stared blankly, a ripple suddenly appeared on Wang Baol's body. When the ripple was sensed by the youth, his previously perturbed mind instantly dissipated. A sense of joy accompanied it, causing his eyes to widen. Without waiting for him to speak, Wang Baol had already used his Tao of duplication to absorb the Tao of happiness. He took a step towards the void, hoping to use this power to step into the second level. However, the moment Wang Baol's foot landed, his figure became blurry, as if he was about to merge into it. Wang Baol's expression changed, and his foot, which was about to land, stopped there. After a long while, he slowly retracted it. Then, in silence, he raised his head and looked into the distant void. His eyes revealed a look of deep thought. In that instant just now, even though he had successfully imitated the Tao of happiness, he had also merged it into his body. When he lifted his foot, he felt a layer of separation, allowing him to clearly know that as long as he took a step out, he would be able to step into the separation. He would enter the second-level world that the youth had mentioned. The separation was like the door to the second layer of the world. There were 13 keys to the door, and they were the 13 rules of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wang Baol had a rough idea of how the ancients had entered the second layer of the world. Therefore, even though he had successfully obtained the key through the Tao of duplication, he was in the origin universe Tao space. What he had copied was ultimately not perfect. The moment his foot landed, Wang Baol was alarmed. He had a premonition that once he landed, the ripples he would create would be even more shocking than the arrival of the Emperor spirits. It's even possible that hundreds or thousands of Emperor spirits would appear at the same time. Wang Baol frowned. He had already analyzed the reason for the arrival of the Emperor spirits. That was the Tao of the outside world. There were only 14 types of rules that could be used in the origin universe Tao space. The first 13 types were emotions and desires. The last type was clearly cultivated by the ancients here. Wang Baol wasn't exactly sure what it was exactly, however. He could roughly guess that it was the Tao of origins that was related to bloodlines. No matter what era they were born in, there would always be a strand of bloodline in their bodies. This bloodline would allow them to be unrestricted after they woke up. Other than the 14 laws, any other laws that appeared in the origin universe Tao space would be classified as outsiders, which would lead to the arrival of the Emperor spirit. The Emperor spirit was both a god spirit and a guardian spirit. Based on Wang Baol's estimation, the number of emperor spirits was only one short of 100,000. Therefore, theoretically speaking, if there was a powerful person who could ignore the 100,000 emperor spirits at the peak of step 4 and come to this place, that person would be able to walk up to the slumbering emperor immediately. However, Wang Baol didn't know if Wang Yi's father would be able to achieve such a powerful person. However, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do so. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol looked at the young man with the Tao of happiness and nodded. The young man forcefully suppressed the shock that rose in his heart from the Tao of happiness. After taking a deep breath, he quickly separated a strand of the Tao of happiness in his body at all costs and gathered it into a red seed. It floated out from his chest. As the seed flew out, his body clearly showed signs of weakness. However, there was no hesitation in his actions. He sent the Joy Tao seed right in front of Wang Baol. He decisively cut off the connection with the seed. Wang Baol raised his hand and pinched the Joy Tao seed in front of him with 2 fingers. A strange look appeared in his eyes. His pupils expanded rapidly, instantly magnifying the Joy Tao seed before his eyes. Then, it expanded again and magnified again. After repeating the cycle many times, he finally saw that within the Joy Tao seed that was formed from the Joy Tao laws, there was a special runic symbol at its core. This runic symbol looked like a smiling face. As his mind fused into it, he seemed to hear countless laughs, and he felt the joy of heaven, earth, and all living beings. The intensity of this emotion caused Wang Baol to be in a daze. A moment later, Wang Baol took a deep breath after the seed of joy at his fingertips disappeared and fused into his body. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Amidst the youth's nervousness and anxiety, Wang Baol suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of joy that was more real than before emanated faintly from his body. It was as if, upon seeing him, he could not help but smile, and his heart was filled with joy. As a result, the weak youth's reaction was even stronger than before. He stood there like a fool, laughing soundlessly. It was as if he couldn't stop. His entire body seemed to relax, and his cultivation fell silent. There wasn't the slightest hint of alertness. Seeing this, Wang Baol's heart trembled. What a joy of 7 emotions. Seems gentle, but in reality it's domineering. This Tao cultivation is at its peak, and it can make all living beings go crazy over it. Wherever it goes, all living things will be lost with that thought in mind. Wang Baol grabbed the smiling youth who had lost consciousness and was lost in joy. He took a step forward towards the red fog. This time, he didn't feel the sense of danger anymore. After he landed successfully, he disappeared into the red fog along with the youth whom he had grabbed. He passed through the barrier and appeared. A new world appeared before Wang Baol like a picture. The blue sky, the black earth. On the verdant mountain peak, a wind blew, swaying the grass and trees. At the same time, the mountain peak also sat there, looking into the distance. The figure's clothes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered, making him look elegant. At the foot of the mountain peak was a depression. Some wooden houses and people lived there. It was like a village. The village was not large. There were only a few dozen houses and less than 100 people living there. It looked very peaceful, as if the entire village was filled with joy. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could see 3 to 5 children running around the village, laughing. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and secretly look at the top of the mountain. The Tao of happiness is mostly benevolent. On the top of the mountain, the figure sitting there withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the village at the foot of the mountain. As he muttered, he also sensed that there were people walking slowly towards him from the foot of the mountain. Not long after, a respectful voice sounded from behind him. "Senior, the children at the foot of the mountain have gathered some mountain flowers for you. They want to give them to you personally, but they are too timid." The person who spoke was the youth from the branch of the Tao of happiness that Wang Baol had captured alive. At that moment, his expression was respectful as he held a bouquet of flowers in his hand. The figure at the mountaintop turned his head and smiled. After cultivating the Tao of happiness, the smile on his face gradually increased. The joy that filled his entire body was even more infectious. Even for the youth, after experiencing it many times, he still couldn't help but be distracted, and a smile appeared on his face. "Help me thank them." With a wave of his hand, the figure at the top of the mountain placed the flowers on his lap, suppressing the law of happiness in his body. Only then did the young man come to his senses. He hurriedly bowed, and then descended the mountain. As he walked down the mountain, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the figure at the top of the mountain many times, especially when he saw the grass around him swaying in the wind. His heart was filled with emotion, and he couldn't imagine it. The figure was extremely talented, and he was especially suited for the Tao of happiness. In short, he had cultivated the law of happiness for less than a few months, and he had managed to cultivate the joy to a level where he could assimilate all living things. This level wasn't the highest level, but in the entire branch, only the Grand Elder could do it. The figure at the top of the mountain was Wang Baol. He had been in the second level of the Origin Universe Tao space for several months. During those months, he had concealed all his aura and hadn't activated any of the laws of the outside world. He had been immersed in the enlightenment of the Tao of happiness and had gained a lot. At the same time, during those months, he had finally gained a more comprehensive understanding of the world. There were indeed only 14 types of laws in this world, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires and the ancient laws of origins. Only those 14 types of laws could be allowed to be activated here. Other than that, once the other rules were activated, the Emperor Spirit would definitely appear and chase after them. If such things were to happen frequently, Wang Baol was certain that an even more serious situation would occur. There was even a high possibility that the Emperor Spirit Emperor would wake up from his deep slumber. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Baol could not activate the laws of the outside world. This was also the reason why he had stayed here for the past few months. The Tao of happiness would become his replacement. The 14 rules of this world did not appear out of thin air. It was similar to the young man's introduction. There were 3 factions in this world. They were the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the ancient G-City. However, there were some things that Wang Baol only learned after coming here. That was the opposition between the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To be precise, this world used to be dominated by the 7 emotions. Then, the 6 desires rose to power. After the 7 emotions were defeated, they were labeled as traitors, and they were hunted down by the 6 desires. Now, as time passed, the 7 emotions had completely declined. Such as the joy of the line of joy, is the desire of the city of listening to the Lord suppressed and sealed, and the other 7 emotions, most scattered in this world, each hiding. As for the 6 desires, in the continuous development more and more grew up, became the world's most powerful overlord. But the strange thing is, the 6 desires formed a city, not 6 but 5. It was the same for the desire masters. There were only 5 of them. Among them, the desire city didn't exist. In other words, it didn't exist in the world. There were even rumors that among the 6 desires, the desire masters had yet to descend. Wang Baol didn't know the exact details. He only knew what most people in the world knew. At the same time, Wang Baol had a rough idea of the cultivation level of the 6 desires masters. Every single one of them should have the power of the 5th step, or perhaps even stronger. That was because, other than their status as the Lord of Desires, they also had another identity. That was the Emperor. Some of these things were recorded in the ancient records. Others were what Wang Baol had heard from the most powerful Grand Elder in the village at the foot of the mountain when he had visited a few months ago. Since ancient times, there had been a god in this world. There was only one word for this god: Emperor. The Emperor Spirit was the guardian of this god, and the Lord of 6 Desires was the disciple of this god. However, the god had always been in a deep sleep and would only wake up occasionally. That was why no one could touch it. However, in the place where the god slept, there was a guardian. This guardian was above the Emperor, and when the god was in a deep sleep, he controlled the entire world. His cultivation level was immeasurable. According to the Grand Elder in the village, the Lord of 7 Emotions had joined forces to challenge this guardian a long time ago. However, he had failed and was severely injured by this guardian. that had given the six desires a chance to rise up. All of this made Wang Baol even more cautious. He had already guessed that the so-called deity was the emperor. As for the guardian, he didn't know if it was an avatar of the emperor, but judging from his strength, it didn't seem like it. The guardian was obviously stronger. It wasn't impossible for him to be second only to the emperor. That was why he had to continue observing. He planned to completely integrate into this world. Only then would he have a chance to walk up to the emperor, integrate into the black wooden spike, and resolve the karma between them. Perhaps from the outside world, the 108 universes in the origin universe Tao space aren't real. In reality, this place has already completely assimilated and become one in deep thought. Wang Baol closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the laws of the Tao of happiness. At the same time, in the higher levels of this world, in the legendary first-level realm, the world of sleep, there was no division of day. The land was filled with ruins and corpses, as if death and withering were the main theme here. In a group of ruins, there was a statue standing there. It was a giant parrot. Sitting cross-legged on top of the parrot's head was a man in a black robe. His long robe was huge, and not only did it cover his head, it also draped over half of the statue's body. It was as if he had existed here for countless years. At that moment, the man in the black robe slowly lifted his head. Suddenly, a gaze appeared in the darkness covered by the black robe. It looked down at the ground, as if it was searching for something. After a long moment, the opened eyes seemed to have failed in their search and they slowly closed. At the same time, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged on the second level of the world's mountain, seemed to notice something. He raised his head and looked into the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. In that instant just now, he had a faint feeling that he had been swept by a divine thought. However, that divine thought lacked intelligence. It was very mechanical, as if it was only used to detect the laws of the outside world. As for Wang Baol, both inside and outside of his body, he was filled with the laws of joy. A few months had already allowed him to completely hide the laws of the outside world inside his body. This had a lot to do with the fifth step of his cultivation. As he could use all 10,000 Daos, he was able to control the details to the extreme. That was why he was able to perfectly hide it. If it was the fourth step, as it was only the source of one Dao, the implications were too deep. It wouldn't be able to hide it completely like Wang Baol. The water in the origin universe Dao space is very deep. Wang Baol retracted his gaze from the sky and closed his eyes. He continued to meditate, causing the Dao seed of happiness in his body to emit countless tentacles and grow stronger in his body. Time passed slowly. Soon, another 3 months had passed. Wang Baol's rules of the Tao of happiness had reached a more complete level. At the same time, he felt the kindness of the villagers at the foot of the mountain. It seemed like those who cultivated the Tao of happiness were mostly kind-hearted. This was related to the origin of the rules. Wang Baol agreed with this kind of kindness. However, it was clear that in the origin universe Tao space, the quality of kindness was not the main theme. It was like a torch that appeared in the dark night. If one could not suppress the darkness, the final outcome would be that one would be treated as a deviant. It would be extinguished in the darkness. This was the case for the branch village of the joyous faction. A few days later, one night, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance at the mountain range. What he saw was a dense mass of darkness. There did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary. He could only use the faint moonlight to see the black shadows formed by the grass and trees. However, it was too quiet. Perhaps it was this silence that caused Wang Baol to hear the faint sound of a strange opera. Never to return to the afterlife. My back is always there. It was the voice of a woman. There was a hidden bitterness, a sense of strangeness, and a sense of oppression. It seemed to contain a mournful unwillingness and a roar, but it could not be released. When it entered Wang Baol's ears, Wang Baol's entire body shook violently. It was as if his heart was being held by an invisible pair of hands. It was slowly being squeezed, as if it was about to be crushed and torn apart the blood vessels that were connected to it. It was as if it was being pulled out of his body. In that instant, The pitch-black mountain range in front of Wang Bao's eyes suddenly became translucent. The weak moonlight seemed to be able to penetrate and make the world. It seemed to become much clearer than before. With the help of this clarity, he could see a woman dressed in a long green dress with black hair draped over her shoulders. She had her head lowered as she walked over from the mountain range. Her figure was very tall, and it was level with the mountain range. Drops of blood could be seen. They fell slowly on her face, which was covered by her black hair. Hundreds of blurry figures floated around her. These figures sometimes turned into music, sometimes reverting to their human forms. Together with the woman, they walked slowly towards the village at the foot of the mountain where Wang Bao was located. The singing became clearer. I've caused my lovesickness and stirred up dust. Who's waiting for who to come back? Wherever they passed, the translucent mountain was dyed red by the blood that dripped down. All the vegetation was withering. The hatred in the voice was even stronger, and the forlorn thoughts that were repressed seemed to have reached its peak and were about to erupt. Wang Bao's mind rumbled once again, and the joy in his body dissipated instantly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in green walking over from afar. Based on his understanding of the world, he didn't need to guess to know her background. She was the cultivator from Desire City. However, it was clear that her appearance this time was on a completely different level from what he had encountered in the red fog. The latter was only a short note, not a complete piece of music. However, what appeared now was not only a complete piece of music, but also lyrics. Could even affect his mind. It was clear that the green-dressed woman must be a mighty figure from Desire City. Is she here to find me? Or is she here to destroy the branch of happiness at the foot of the mountain? A cold glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. The cultivators from the branch of happiness at the foot of the mountain where he was were all jolted awake. Waves of joy, accompanied by joy, filled the air. It was as if the darkness had been suppressed, but the flames were unwilling to be extinguished. They were barely holding on. As the joy spread out, a teleportation portal appeared. It continued to open, and a soft screen of light rose up from the edge of the crater to form a shield. As the branch of happiness, it was weak, but had been hunted down for years. Naturally, it had some life-saving techniques. The teleportation portal, which relied on the joy, was one of them. When the screens of light connected together to form a complete shield, the teleportation would begin. However, it was clear that the people who had come to listen to the song of Desire City were far too powerful. The strange and venomous singing of the song affected the minds of everyone in the village, causing the hearts of all the cultivators from the division of happiness to feel as if their hearts were being grabbed. Their faces were pale, and their life force was rapidly draining away, as if they were about to wither. This caused their laws of joy to be affected. The activation of the teleportation spell could not be completed in an instant, and the ripples of the song began to distort. The rising screen of light showed signs of collapsing. Wang Bao sighed softly. He had lived here for half a year. Since he recognized the village, he had no reason to stand idly by, regardless of whether the other party had come looking for him or if their target was the village. The instant the teleportation screen in the village distorted, Wang Bao looked at the green-dressed woman who was walking slowly towards him from afar. A smile appeared on his face. Almost at the instant his smile appeared, the law of happiness exploded on him. It formed an invisible wave of emotions that spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the withered grass and trees seemed to regain their vitality. The mountain range that had been dyed red with blood also seemed to have been washed away, revealing its true colors. Even the semi-transparent world was forcibly restored at that moment. As for the green-robed woman, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. 7 or 8 of the singers floating around her couldn't help but smile, and their music was interrupted. As soon as the smile appeared on their faces, they were destroyed in body and soul. She took advantage of that moment to complete the connection between the village's shield and the teleportation portal. As the cultivators from the branch of happiness left, the green-robed woman stopped in her tracks. She slowly looked up. Under the moonlight, a face could be seen in the gaps between her black hair. That face was bleeding from all 7 orifices. and there was also a deep black bruise on her neck. Her eyes were deep, and it was almost as if she could see a young woman dancing gracefully like an opera singer, singing an even more depressing and venomous tune. The night rain turns on the autumn lantern, illuminating the empty stage. What should have come, does not come. What should have been, is not. The voice was filled with hatred and hatred that was difficult to describe. Although it was just a feeling from the song, it seemed to be able to affect reality, causing the surrounding area to be filled with a strong sense of oppression. It was as if the air had become sticky, making it difficult for people to breathe. In fact, one couldn't help but imagine the most terrifying images one could ever imagine. The mountains in the area once again became translucent, and even began to distort. It was as if the entire area had been transformed into a stage. The main character of the stage was none other than the green-robed woman, who slowly walked over, blood oozing out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and her voice was filled with hatred. As for the other cultivators from Desire City, they were all standing next to her. Their expressions were grave as they tried their best to play along with the music and make it more melodious. At the same time, the teleportation portal of the village of the Branch of Happiness at the foot of the mountain was also affected. The figures of the cultivators inside were clearly indistinct, but the song seemed to have transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed them. It was as if it wanted to pull them back from the teleportation. One could even see that there were already quite a number of cultivators from the Branch of Happiness. Their figures were slowly becoming clearer from the blurriness. It was as if it wouldn't be long before they were truly teleported backward. At the same time, all the vegetation in the stage, which had been formed in all directions, instantly withered. The will of death enveloped the entire area. It was as if this was a stage that shouldn't exist in the living world. The operas on it shouldn't be heard by the living either. This scene made Wang Baol squint his eyes, and a glint appeared in his pupils. However, a smile appeared on his face. This smile was filled with sunlight, and it contained a positive attitude toward life. It was also optimistic about life, and it formed an infectious force that affected his surroundings, causing the vegetation on the mountain he was on to instantly recover from its previous withering. As it spread outwards, it clashed with the stage formed by the woman. The joy came from the smile, and it spread from the heart, spreading in all directions. This was the rule of the Tao of happiness. Joy, happiness, carefree, simple yet not pure. This simplicity was because everyone had it. This was not pure because although everyone had it, as time passed, and as they experienced more, the joy seemed to gradually decrease. In contrast, when one was a child, a smile was the most authentic, the source of the laws that were most compatible with the Tao of joy. At that moment, Wang Baol looked like a child listening to a play. His smile was sincere, he didn't hide his joy at all. Without realizing it, the green-robed woman who was walking over slowly stopped in her tracks. Finally, she stood a few thousand feet away from Wang Baol. Her figure, which was as tall as a mountain peak, seemed to be unable to continue moving forward. The expression under her black hair was distorted, as if she was struggling. As for the other listening Desire City cultivators beside her, although they were doing their best to accompany her, under Wang Baol's smile and joy, they could not avoid being infected. They could not stop themselves from being infected. Gradually, their figures returned from the state of music notes. They smiled, and as they smiled, they seemed to have lost their strength and fell from the sky. After falling to the ground, they did not move, but their faces were still filled with smiles and satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Wang Baol fell into deep thought. Looking from afar, the scene between heaven and earth was very strange. The illusory stage formed by the mountain range and the forest seemed to have been split into two parts. The figure of the green-dressed woman and Wang Baol was the core of these two parts. Their confrontation caused the surroundings to be constantly distorted. However, it was clear that although the green-dressed woman's singing was strange, there was a huge gap between her level and Wang Baol's. If it weren't for Wang Baol not wanting to use any of the laws of the outside world, or to be more precise, not using any of his own power and only relying on the joy he had gained over the past few months, killing the green-dressed woman would have been a piece of cake. Therefore, it was clear from the results that the cultivators from Desire City around the woman in green died one after another with smiles on their faces. However, the village behind Wang Baol activated the teleportation once again, and the figures that had been affected previously began to blur again. Just as the teleportation was about to end, the woman in green, who had been stopped by one of Wang Baol's joy-filled laws, suddenly let out a soft sigh. What followed the sigh was not just the lyrics, but the explosion of the music. All the pent-up emotions and resentment that had been building up previously seemed to rise with the sudden explosion of the music. It was like the climax of a piece of music that exploded in the blink of an eye. What should have come has not come. What should have been is not here. What should have been loved has not been loved. The appearance of the explosion of resentment instantly caused the stage formed by the surrounding mountain ranges to solidify from an illusion. It was as if a real stage had descended, and illusory figures appeared one after another. They also appeared around the green-robed woman. As she danced, the green-robed woman took another step towards Wang Baol. It was extremely strange and soul-stirring. Wherever she passed, the sky would lose its color, and the earth would wither. Wherever she passed, her mind would churn, and her life would pass. Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop, felt the joy around him become much thinner. The smile on his face didn't change, but the same sigh lingered in his heart for a long time. Eventually, a wedding dress appeared in his mind. The song is born from the heart. The name of this song might be The Wedding Dress. Wang Baol shook his head and stood up. He did not plan to stay here any longer. The teleportation behind him was already more than half completed. It had reached an irreversible state. He had to admit that without using his own strength, he would have difficulty suppressing the green-dressed woman before him, who was filled with hatred, with the law of joy that he had comprehended for months. Her hatred and resentment had completely blended into the song, making it extremely strange. To be able to do this and form a complete piece of music meant that this woman's position in the city of listening was probably second only to that of the person who wanted to listen. She was second only to that person who wanted to listen. Wang Baol didn't want to get too close to such a cultivator. He stood up and didn't look at the green-dressed woman who was walking towards him. He took a step towards the distant sky and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, the hatred in the woman's eyes intensified again. The music changed again in an instant. It no longer rose and fell, but turned into a musical note. It was like a roar, like a scream. It turned into an extremely sharp sound. The stage couldn't take it either. Under the explosion of the sharp sound, it collapsed with a loud bang. All the dancing figures in the surroundings collapsed instantly. Even the few remaining listening city cultivators beside the woman in green. They let out shrill screams and their bodies were instantly torn apart. All of this seemed to have turned into nutrients for the green-robed woman. Her sharp voice broke through some sort of barrier, causing the sky and earth to dim at that moment. Wang Baol, who was about to walk into the distance, was moved for the first time. He stopped in his tracks and turned his head, his eyes shining with a strange light. This is the aura of a Dao seed? Wang Baol was no stranger to Dao seeds. Back when he was in the stone-steel world, he had found many items that could bear Dao seeds while he was cultivating the 8 extreme Dao. To be more precise, those treasures with different laws could only be considered half-finished. They had to be carried by his Dao techniques, only then could they be called Dao seeds. However, the sharp voice of the woman in green gave Wang Baol a similar feeling. It could even be said that the voice was no longer a half-finished Dao seed, but a true Dao seed. This woman is the most suitable material to bear the Dao of listening and lust. She possesses the laws of listening and lust. After completely fusing with it, she can transform into a Dao seed. This shouldn't have happened naturally. This technique should have been planted by someone. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light. With his cultivation and knowledge, he could tell at a glance that everything about the woman in green must have been laid out by someone. More accurately speaking, this woman was just a cauldron to nurture a Dao seed. The cultivator who had the ability to make this woman a cauldron was obviously a cultivator of the art of listening. The master of listening was naturally the most likely. Of course, it could also be other listening cultivators. However, no matter what, she must be one of the highest-ranking officials in the city of listening. Interesting. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as thoughts raced through his mind. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe such a Tao seed as a supreme treasure. To a certain extent, if someone were to take it and fuse it into their own body, it would allow them to reach an unimaginable level in their comprehension of the law of listening. As for Wang Baol, once he obtained it, given some time, he could even shake the position of the Lord of Listening, becoming the source of the law of listening. The Tao seed was like a key, the key to the source. However, there is still a risk. Hesitation flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. If he were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to suppress the green-dressed woman and refine a Tao seed with the law of joy he had comprehended for a few months. He would need to use his own strength to do so. However, if he did that, he would face two risks. The first risk came from the person who had turned the woman into a cauldron and planted the Tao seed in the city of listening desire. Wang Baol didn't know who that person was, but the scope was very narrow. He had to be a high-level cultivator. Once he plucked the other party's fruit, the karma of his mortal enemy would be formed. The other party would definitely be enraged and would do everything possible to find him. This risk was troublesome, but Wang Baol didn't care too much about it. What made him hesitate was the second risk. It came from the detection of the Emperor's spirit and the signs of the Emperor's awakening. However, the appearance of the Tao seed was very likely to be the second path for him to integrate into this world. Therefore, after a moment of thought, Wang Baol's eyes flashed with determination. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it was all part of Wang Baol's mental process. The entire process only took a few breaths of time. After making his decision, as sharp sounds filled the air around him, his eyes flashed, and he looked at the woman in green. There was also the 8 extreme Tao techniques circulating within his body, causing the sharp sound emitted by the woman with the distorted face to turn into a materialized musical note. The musical note was like a runic symbol, and it was also like the back of a woman. Just a glance at it would cause one's mind to be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. At that moment, it was charging towards him with an aura that could destroy everything and spread out in all directions. As it neared him, the musical note seemed to want to assimilate Wang Baol, charging towards the center of his brows. In Wang Baol's eyes, as the musical note neared him, it seemed to spread out countless tentacles, wanting to drill into Wang Baol's body. The voice that spread out into Wang Baol's mind was no longer just filled with hatred and bitterness. It also contained beauty, laughter, crying, and the sounds of birds and beasts. There was also the sound of foreign objects without signs of life. The various sounds seemed to gather all the sounds in the world, blending together like the sounds of nature. However, they were also demonic as they headed straight for Wang Baol. If it had been anyone else, they would have already lost their sense of self and gotten lost in the law of listening. However, Wang Baol's cultivation determined that he was only a Tao seed and was unable to shake his soul. Therefore, the moment the note neared his glabella, Wang Baol raised his right hand. The law of earth erupted, and with the inclusion and fusion of the sound of earth, he grabbed the note in his hand. If there were any outsiders present, they would see Wang Baol raise his hand and grab the air. However, in the next instant, the imperceptible note struggled and twisted. It had no choice but to appear between Wang Baol's fingers. It wanted to escape, but Wang Baol's 2 fingers were astonishingly sturdy. The circulation of the law of earth had sealed it firmly. At the same time, the woman in green, who had let out a shrill cry, stopped abruptly. Her figure seemed to have been blown by the wind and disappeared. As she disappeared, the surrounding mountain range recovered in the blink of an eye. Wang Baol didn't hesitate at all. He put away the note and immediately dispersed his law of earth, spreading the law of joy throughout his body. However, it was still too late. The instant he used his own power, streams of divine thoughts were locked onto him from the 9 heavens. In the next instant, As the law of happiness spread, the figures of emperor spirits appeared around him. The sky rumbled, and ripples surged in all directions. There were black bolts of lightning, as if the wrath of the heavens had descended upon the world. So fast! Wang Bao's expression darkened. He knew that there was no point in fighting with the emperor spirits. He retreated without hesitation and charged forward. The emperor spirits behind him raised their heads, and under their white masks, their eyes were cold as they stared at Wang Bao's back. They turned into streaks of light and chased after him without any hesitation. Wherever he passed, cracks appeared in the sky. The earth rumbled and collapsed, causing countless birds and beasts to tremble in fear. It even attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators in the world. That wasn't the most dangerous part. What made Wang Bao's scalp tingle instantly was a gaze that seemed to pierce through the heavens and come from another world. The owner of that gaze was the black-robed man sitting cross-legged on the head of a parrot statue in the first level of the world. He was sitting cross-legged, and his eyes suddenly opened, revealing blood-red pupils. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see that although the pupils were crimson red and contained madness, they seemed to be lifeless and rigid. However, the terrifying aura emanating from his body suddenly erupted. As it did, a storm rose up in the first level of the world. As the storm gathered together, it actually formed a huge hand formed from the storm. It looked down at the second level of the world, and with an aura that could shake the heavens and shake the earth, it shook all living things. It stretched out,